You are someone else's who as well. You have products and services and opportunities to offer to people who are in desperate need of those.
What our purpose is together, gathering, is the same thing that John Naismith said way back in 1982 in his famous book, Megatrends. He said that the most exciting breakthroughs that are going to occur in this century are not going to occur because of technology, but because of a greater understanding of what it means to be human.
Purpose is based on continuous growth in us. Because as we grow, if we don't take time to reflect and grow on what we've been through, what we've done, we will never meet our actual purpose.
We're happy when other people are happy and when we can make a difference in other people's lives.
It's important to hang on to your purpose when it gets hard, because you'll never see the fullness of your potential and your purpose if you let go too soon.
But your job is simply to shine. Keep shining that light of leadership and a violent positivity, and you are going to make a difference in an organization.
So many of us spend our lives fulfilling an identity for ourselves that other people have wished for us or asked for.
We're at a place in our world where we have choices to make. And if we do not want evil to triumph, if we want good to win, it takes men and women committed to be good and to do good so that can start to change our world. Because more than anything, our world needs bridge builders, we need light bearers, and we need hope builders.
Hey, good morning. I have about an hour drive from here, and it was an absolutely gorgeous drive this morning to come here. And I got to tell you, the whole way here, all that kept going through my mind was these last 2 days don't matter. These last 2 days of individual and organizational purpose do not matter unless we put them into action. And that's what today is all about. I learned a long time ago what my purpose was. My purpose is to serve God and serve others. That's it. I keep it simple, right? How I do that depends on my gifts and abilities. The actions that I use to accomplish that purpose depends on my gifts and abilities. But it takes an action. I guarantee when Amber, our keynote speaker at the end of the day yesterday, was playing Division I soccer, there was times that she did not want to get up. Anybody else tired here this morning, right? 3 days, a lot of distractions, a lot of messes going on perhaps around us. But I guarantee that when Austin Hatch, one of our first day speakers, had not just one plane crash and a tragedy, but 2 plane crashes and a tragedy, I guarantee there was a time that he didn't want to put that next step forward. But he had a bigger purpose, and he put that purpose into action. And so that's what today is all about today, putting purpose into action. And so we hope and pray that the takeaway today is that when you leave this place today, it's not just finding your purpose, but it's fulfilling it. It's putting that purpose into action. And as a result, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker today, because this guy, I can honestly tell you, changed my life. And here's how. Probably 4 or 5 years ago, he and I sat down for the first time, and one of the things that he did was he looked at me and he pointed out my weaknesses. He also pointed out my blind spot. He says, Kurt, he says, you are doing a lot of great things. He says, but your problem is you're doing a lot of great things. And it caused me to realize I need to get more narrow focus. I need to realize how I can best serve my purpose. And so today and this morning, I guarantee by the time you're done listening to Jeff, you're going to get more of a narrow step of what the next step is for you to put this into action. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jeff Zupancic.
Thank you. Thanks, Kurt. I'm so happy to be here this morning. Let me get this over to, there we go. And I want to preface my conversation or my talk this morning with 2 things. One is one of my gifts is being present, like hyper present. And so sometimes when I'm doing a talk, something will come through me to me, and all of a sudden it'll just flow out. So sometimes that might seem a little disjointed in the talk. So apologies for that. Secondly, I know Scott's not here this morning, but I might look a little tired because last night I was walking around my darkened kitchen with a whisk. Did not have the red plaid shorts, but that's what I did. And then we started doing that. All of a sudden, it was like 2 in the morning, and I was all jacked up by it. So that's another thing I wanted to share. And today is about taking action. And while I guess I didn't do it on purpose, but what I did was listen to the talk yesterday, took action last night, even though it's probably against, I have to talk first thing this morning. I probably should get my sleep. So, oh my gosh, why is this going so far forward? Let me get back, way back. I was doing all this. Oh, there we go. Nuggets. So on the first day, you had individual purpose, you had organizational purpose. And on the first day, Kimberly Kasner said, as you listen to people's talks, you're going to take a nugget. Pick a nugget from here, pick a nugget from there. And you get to day 3 and you got a full box of nuggets, which is awesome. But today is about action. And so I was thinking, I have 5 things that I could share with you guys. Here's action items that you could do. But then I started thinking, their box is already full of nuggets. So I'm going to take it down to exactly one simple thing you need to do. And by doing this one thing, you'll be able to eat all those nuggets that you want. One thing about nuggets, you take them back with you, right? You're going to go back to your office, go back to your desk. Set those nuggets down. And over time, cold nuggets don't taste very good. But what I want you to do, what I want you to think about is every time you hear a commercial, see a box of nuggets, have nuggets, from here to the rest of your life, I want you to think about, did I take action? This is not a math equation. I know you're probably saying, it's too early in the morning to do math, Jeff. Today is day 3 of the conference, but it really is day 1 of the next chapter of your purpose journey. And this applies to everybody. It doesn't matter if you're just starting out, I don't know why I'm here, what my purpose is. It doesn't matter if you know, hey, I've been doing this for a year, 5 years, I got this down pat. Because you know what? Your purpose evolves and grows as you evolve and grow. So this is day 1 of the next chapter. So today is about action. Ooh. What happened here? All right, thank you. So they're bringing the slides back up. So today is about taking action. And if you recall from Austin's talk on day 1, he mentioned that every day, I want to make sure I get this right. Every day is an opportunity to perform. And so this is not just about receiving information and writing it down or typing into your phone. It is about taking action. So let me go back one here and there and there. Oh, I already did that one. Okay, here we go. All right. So I got some news for you. Companies do not transform, people transform. Day 1 was about individual purpose. Day 2 was about organizational purpose. You can't have organizational transformation without individual transformation. So as a leader in your organization, you need to look at yourself first. You have to look at yourself first and understand your purpose. You can't just implement a purpose program or a purpose culture in your organization and be behind it without understanding your own individual purpose. The other thing about purpose is that it's about caring about others. And when you care about others in a deep way, you've heard this theme through other speakers over the course of the last couple of days, when you care about people in a deep way, you're willing to do things for them as if they're a part of your family. Now, there's a boldness, there's a courage that's needed as you step into purpose as a leader or as an individual, especially as a leader, because if you support your employees and team members' individual purpose and help them understand what that is, their own purpose may pull them outside the organization. And are you willing to support that individual, knowing that you very may well lose them either to another division or to outside the organization? And I know that Scott mentioned this yesterday as well, as talking about he didn't leave Franklin Covey because he knew that his boss loved him, cared about him. And that is a caring culture, and that's what makes a huge difference in people's lives, and that's what transcends a job just being merely about money. So it takes courage to step into purpose and help other people step into purpose. One other thing I want to share about purpose. You heard a lot of definitions about purpose over the last couple days, and I'm not going to give you another one because I think those are all really well defined. But I want to give you a context, and that context is this. Purpose is a put on your mask first before helping others kind of affair. Just like on the airplane. You need to understand your own purpose first so you understand what you are called to do to be able to help others do the same. All right, here we have two things that you need for business success. You need people and you need money. You need the people to have a business so you can grow, and you need the money to pay people. And so a lot of businesses start out with often an equal balance between money and people, money and people. But as the business grows, and you heard this from Steve Lowitz, as the business grows, all of a sudden that scale starts tipping and tipping and tipping and tipping, and all of a sudden money is more important than people. Now I'll go into an organization and I'll talk to them, individuals lower in the organization. I was like, do you feel that you're important? What does the leadership care about? And they say, all they care about is money. And I talk to leadership and they're like, oh yeah, we care about people. But they're just checking the box. When you care about people, it's impossible for them to not know that you care. Because when you care, you don't care from up here, you care from in here. And when you care from in here, you can feel it and they can feel it too. It's impossible. And you have to be authentic. You absolutely have to be authentic. There was a lot of great examples that were given earlier on here steps that you can do to, for example, for Zach McCurry about mattering. There's a lot of good examples like eye contact, asking personal questions, things like that. Those are great things for you to do, but it's not a checklist. You go through the checklist, it's going to come across as false. You need to be authentic. And when you care about people, they know it and you know it, and you create this bond that transcends money. They do things for the company that they would never fathom they would do because they care so much. Remember that video yesterday that Amber played, and that employee, and he broke down crying because of everything that Lippert and the organization did for him, and it feels like family. That's what I call a caring culture. And so when you care about your employees, when you care about your team members, leaders, everybody in the organization, they thrive. And when they thrive, the company thrives. So it's a win-win. So I want to talk about gifts. One of the things you want to do with gifts in an organization, you need to understand what people's gifts are and let them operate in their gift set. A lot of companies get this wrong because they're like, here's your job description. You're going to do this. Say you have 3 people in the same job. Here's your job description. Do that. I was working with a CPA firm, and they had 3 people at a certain level in the organization, and they all had the same responsibilities. And I sat down with each of them, and one of them's like, I think we should all do business development. I think we should all go out there and meet people and do business development. And I said, hey, Mike, I said, that is perfect for you because you love to do that. It fuels you. And so what we did is we made, as part of his responsibility, business development. We changed his role. We gave an additional role. We created a bonus structure for him. We created a bandwidth for him to be able to do this. And lastly, we funded that bonus structure through the growth that he's going to drive through business development. Now, the second guy on the team, this firm was growing so quickly and working together, they were opening up a second location. So they had that open house. And so it's in the evening. They had people from the area come join this open house. And the second individual, Dave, he was like a fish out of water in that environment. Completely, he's just like way in the back. That's not his comfort zone. And that's perfectly fine. But you know what Dave is really good at? He's really good at solving technical problems. So his additional role and responsibility was like IT support first line before you have to go outside to call your tech guy outside. And the third person, she was really good at process and people, which the principal of the firm, because he started as a solo practitioner, had like almost no experience doing that. So here's all these resources right within the organization, 3 people with the exact same title with very different roles, and they're playing in their gift set. And through that, they grow and grow and grow. They thrive, and the company thrives. So let's talk about gifts. So one of my gifts I said earlier is being present. Another one of my gifts is listening. Now, I didn't know this at the time, but ever since I was, does anyone out there, like when they sleep at night, they have like a white noise or a fan going at all? Okay, got a handful of people. So I'm one of those people too. I didn't realize why that was the case, but I've been doing this since I was really little. And that white noise, I realized what happens if I hear something, because I have really fine-tuned hearing, all of a sudden, I don't go into fear, like, what is that? All of a sudden, my brain starts kind of trying to figure out, problem solve, what is that? This is what it is. Actually, one time I was traveling, and I had brought a traveling white noise kind of machine thing. And unfortunately, it wasn't a very good machine because that white noise, I think it was like a fan, fake white noise thing, and there was a pattern to that recording. And of course, I'm laying there trying to sleep or whatever, but all of a sudden my mind's like, okay, here it comes. All right, there it starts again. Here it comes. So I'm just wired that way to listen. So that's one of my gifts, and we all have gifts. And we all have unique gifts and talents. And the thing is that's part of your core purpose. I talked earlier about that accounting firm, about understanding what their gifts and talents are, what they thrive, what fuels them. And before I go a little bit deeper into gifts and talents, we need to talk about this. So this is the elephant in the room. As you can see, this elephant is so big, it doesn't even fit inside the frame. That's how big that elephant is. Fortunately, in the work that I do, some people call me like the elephant whisperer, because in the end, it's really about going into those places, going to those blind spots so that we can grow and thrive as individuals and the organization. So this elephant I'm going to talk about right now is about gifts. And the biggest obstacle between your gifts and the people out there that desperately need them is you. And so that's the one thing I want to talk about today, because by doing the one thing that I talk about today, you'll be able to eat all the chicken nuggets that you want and need. So some people are like, all right, I know, I got gifts. But a lot of people won't unwrap them. They just keep them all tied up in a bow. Yeah, there's my gift sitting over there. There it is over there. Some people will unwrap the string, take off the brown paper, inside this beautiful gift box with a lid on it. And they're like, yeah, there's my gift. It's like, dude, you got to open it. You got to open it up. So when you open up that gift, some people don't believe what's in there. Some people will look in there and they're like, I can't be a leader. No way I can be a leader. I'm not good at math. And so there's this disbelief about gifts. And there's that elephant being the obstacle to those people out there who need those gifts. And part of that disbelief comes from identity. Our identity is formed starting when we're really little, and it grows and it keeps growing. Some people's identities are tied up into things they learned growing up. Some of them are tied up in their occupation or title. Some of them are tied up in buying material things, and that's not who our true identity is. But what happens, especially when we're little and growing into adults, is that we hear things about ourselves that simply aren't true. You heard Scott say that yesterday, right? What are the things that you believe about yourself that aren't true? And we don't realize this, but really at a younger age, you hear, you're not good at math. You're not smart. You're not fast enough. You're never going to amount to anything. And you hear that enough time, you start believing it, and you start living that out. And you heard Amber talking yesterday about mindset and how there's positive mindset, negative mindset. So if you keep saying that, that is what's going to keep showing up in your life. So we're going to talk about patterns. I'm going to share with you about breaking patterns. Our brains are wired to recognize patterns. And so that's why when we look into the sky and see clouds like this one, we automatically go into it's like, well, that kind of looks like a snail. And so patterns are good for us. Patterns provide structure for us. They provide a sense of, I'm missing the word right now, a rhythm, and they're very predictable. So those are good patterns, such as like brushing your teeth or getting enough sleep. So those are good patterns. But then there's other patterns that we're involved with that aren't good, that aren't healthy. And those are the patterns that keep us exactly where we are, doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same outcomes. So what I do is I'm a pattern expert. Because I'm hyper-present, because I listen extremely well, I can see, and I should say, I hear patterns. And when I work with my clients, we have two different perspectives you see up on the screen behind me. Sometimes I work with my clients, and all I see is the open road and the blue skies ahead for this thing that we're going to work on together. And all they see are the boulders. We can't do this. We don't have the technology. We don't have the money. We don't have the talent. And then there's other times where my client feels like it's smooth sailing open road, and all I see are these really big obstacles that we will never get to there if we don't resolve the obstacles ahead of us. So I'm going to share a story of one of my clients. I started working with him about a year ago, and about a month into our conversation, working together, I said, how much do you think it would cost to replace yourself in your business? And she was really shocked when I said this and didn't have an answer right away. And finally she came up with the answer, and I was like, well, we need to do that. We need to hire someone to replace you in your business because you're doing all these different things and not doing the highest value things in your organization. So what happens? She goes into her pattern. No, can't do it. Don't have the money. Don't have the time to work with someone like that. Thankfully, she trusted me. And so from the moment she said yes, we put together a purpose-based job posting. I taught her and her team how to do screening for fit and purpose and cultural fit ahead of any type of talent or experience. We did the interviews, had candidates, did an offer, and exactly 3 weeks later, from her saying yes, that person was in the office working. Now, when we made the offer and that person said yes, then another false belief or false narrative came into play. Oh my gosh, I cannot stand when people sit around and have nothing to do. And I said, look, here's here's the things you're going to give her first thing, and then have these side issues. And so there's a fear, but my client said yes. The person started 2 weeks later. She said, I cannot believe that I've been able to live without someone like this in the organization. That was just 3 weeks from, do I need someone like this? To, oh my gosh, how could I go without this? And that's how quickly things can happen when you take action and you say yes. And what I would say is a common thing about working with my clients is that no matter what it is, over any time horizon, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 3 years, 4 years, every single time, as they look back, they are amazed by how far they've come in such a short period of time. And that's what happens when you let go of beliefs that you have and you trust and you step into taking action. All right. So you look at this picture right here, and our brains go into pattern mode. What exactly is that? I don't know. When I look at that, I was like over there on that side, it kind of looks like a thumb like curving down, and like in the middle, I see like almost like horse legs, and that could go up, but it's really hard to tell what that is. And when you zoom out, you see that it's a very small part of a bigger mosaic. In this case, it's this lion. And a mosaic is I like this analogy because our work lives and our home lives are like a mosaic. And when you're living inside that frame of that mosaic, you can never get far enough back to see the whole picture. And that's why it's helpful to have someone from the outside looking in, and then we could look at very specific issues in your organization to tackle. But you need to have that broader perspective so that you can see the pattern, and then tackle those issues. One more click. There we go. So when you see the full picture, you have the full picture, then you could take a closer look at what's going on. So I'm going to share a story of another client that I work with. And this company is a professional services company. They've been in business for 20 years. There's 2 partners. Have a team probably, when I started working with them, probably around, 25, something like that. And I started working with them. And within the first 30 days, one of the partners pulls me aside. And he says, I want to rule with the iron fist. And I was like, whoa. And what's interesting is that I actually knew that about him already, just spending time with him. But the fact that he spoke the words aloud said a lot. So quite frankly, we started with this big elephant in that particular room. Now, despite that elephant, we were able to grow their business by 2x, twice the size, in just the first 18 months of working together. 20 years in business, and then we doubled it in just 18 months. And that elephant was in the room, but we worked together. And then after that, we quadrupled the size of their service network, their service provider network that they did. And we're able to do that because we see the big pattern, we see the individuals, we see what their gifts are, and then we navigate, we bring people in, and we get stuff done. And we take action. We take action. And that's what's going to happen for you when you dive into your nuggets. So let's talk about patterns. So there's a couple different patterns that I'm sure you're familiar with. There's like the daily pattern of get up and get ready, feed the kids breakfast, get the kids off to school, go to work, come home from work, have dinner with the kids, put the kids to bed, you go to bed. Same pattern, day in, day out, week in, week out. That's your daily pattern. There's another pattern that I would call a life pattern or a life script. And I know everyone out here is very familiar with this. And it goes something like this. Go to school, get good grades. Go to college, get your degree. Get the job, get the spouse, get the house, have kids, send them to college, retire. You do those 8 things in a life of happiness. So, that's the script. And I have to share my story because I was 3 kids deep into that script. And everything's checking them off. I didn't even know I was following the script. I was just doing all those things. And I woke up one morning and said, there's got to be something more than this because they're doing really good at the script. So a little bit of background. So I spent 17 years in corporate doing consulting, new product development, consumer insights, and business operations. With 2 companies, the second company, 9 years with J.D. Power & Associates. And so that morning I woke up and I said, I'm bored out of my skull. I could do my job in my sleep. I love pouring and mentoring the people, but it was only like 5% of my job. Right around the same time I was doing the executive presentation for Ford Motor Company. So I was down at the world headquarters in Dearborn, and I say, here's an issue when people bring their Ford in for service. And the head guy would say, hey, Tom, take care of that. And I'd say the next issue, and he'd say, hey, Sue, take care of that. And I walked out of the building that day, and I thought to myself, that's the exact same story I told him last year. And I really felt so far removed from making a difference in people's lives. And really, that was my nudge, those 2 things together. Waking up and affecting people's lives, that was my nudge to break out of the pattern, break out of the script, from find a job to make your own job. And that was 12 years ago. I started my private practice. And it was scary. It was scary doing that. I didn't know if it was going to work. But today, and over the last 12 years, I can tell you this. People say that when you love what you do, it doesn't feel like a job. And I can tell you, I love what I do. Every single day, I get to work with amazing people doing incredible things, and the progress they make in helping and serving others is remarkable, and I'm blown away, and I'm just incredibly blessed to be part of that. And that's what happens when you break free from the pattern. So I have to admit something about my story. I have never faced life or death situations. It's like Austin's incredible story, and what he does is just amazing. I don't have a triumph over tragedy story. But the most important part is I didn't need one to step into my purpose. I had my nudge, and I took the step. And you know what? You don't need to have a tragedy or something crazy happen in your lives to do that. You just have to make a choice to do something different. So let's talk about comfort. So how could I have a presentation without a cute puppy dog? You could always win with a cute puppy dog, right? So we stay in our pattern because our pattern is comfortable. Look at that, all snuggled up in a blanket, all comfortable. It's all warm and fuzzy. It feels so good to be here. Why would I ever get up? Why would I ever get up? And you think I'd pick a picture of my own dog, but that's not my dog there, but this one is. So when I broke my pattern, I mentioned earlier that I was scared. I had a family, house, all those things, and I'm like, what if this doesn't work? I don't know this stuff. I know the pattern. I don't know this entrepreneur stuff. But I took a step. And I would say this, that in that moment, back then, my comfort zone was like this big. And one thing to know about comfort zones, and I think you heard another speaker say this, is that the magic, I think Amber said this, the magic happens outside your comfort zone. So when you're in your comfort zone, there could be something incredible right here, but you can't see it because your comfort zone is right here. So over the last 12 years, I have taken a step and another step and another step. And as I grow and as I take steps, my comfort zone grows and grows and grows. And I can tell you today, my comfort zone is literally as large as this stage. And what's great about having a large comfort zone is it gives you space to do things that you never thought you could ever do. So, the pattern, the comfort zone, the choice. You have to choose to leave your comfort zone to experience something different. And if you choose and let go, you will feel different. I always tell my clients that I work with as a business coach and consultant, I always tell them that in the end, it doesn't matter what I say. What matters is what you feel. What is your experience? And it's that experience that they feel inside that gives them the confidence to take another step. Like the client I mentioned earlier, the fact that we hired someone that quickly. And after that, we moved the company into a building that's 3 times its size. We actually promoted that person in less than 10 months to a different role in the company as it continues to grow and grow, because the company has grown like 20% even in COVID. And it's just incredible things happen when you take a step outside your comfort zone and when you let go. And I love this visual here because when you let go, there's these things that weigh you down. There's these things that you believe about yourselves. Maybe you're a former supervisor, boss, or manager that told you things about yourselves that simply aren't true. And so it's about peeling those layers away and letting that weight lift so you could fly and step into your purpose. I'm going to share a story real quick about a caring culture. About 6 weeks ago, I was working with one of my clients, and they had an employee that was not performing the way he used to perform in the organization. It had fallen off. And it just hadn't fallen off for a day or two. It dragged on to a week and another week and another week. They had conversations like, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that. And unfortunately, nothing was happening, nothing was moving. So we came to the point where we had to take corrective action. We had to put a performance improvement plan, or a PIP, in place. And for those who are unfamiliar with that, basically you have 30 or 60 days to work on these 3 to 5 things. And if you do that, you're going to be able to stay in the organization. If not, you have to transition out. So it's a pretty serious thing. And when you have those PIP conversations, they're really not that pleasant. The person feels like, they're coming in, feel like they're in the principal's office, and no one really likes to have the conversations. But I worked with my clients on how to handle that conversation. And the conversation went something like this. Here's the 5 things you need to work on. We say your performance is down, and they talked about the transition that could happen. But then they said, we're really worried about you. What's going on? And this individual broke down and started crying. He shared what was going on in his life, and he said, I can't thank you enough because I believe you saved my life. He went home and told his spouse, and his spouse said, that company you work for, they really care about you. They really care about you. And after that conversation, he got the support that he needed in those areas that he was working on, and his performance went back up. And by doing that, he has that sense of mattering, the sense of feeling a part of something beyond just a paycheck. And that creates that incredible bond that people keep coming back for. So, you got your box nuggets. And here's the truth. nothing changes if nothing changes. You keep doing what you're doing, you keep getting what you're getting. For me, I love this. One of my favorite visuals that I use are stepping stones. 12 years ago when I started out, if someone told me I had to go from this bottom square step over here 6 steps up there, I know for a fact my answer would be like, no way, no how. I love my corporate cocoon. I'll go right back into it. It feels so good, and I don't have to deal with this. But I didn't have to leap 6 steps. I just had to take 1 step. 1 step from there to there. And notice when I get over there, there's this big flat area, kind of build the foundation. And as I grew and took a step, I go up a step and up a step and up a step. And that's what makes me different from a lot of other business coaches and consultants is that I don't have an 8-step process that I put someone through. I meet people exactly where they're at on their journey, and then we take 1 step at a time. And in taking those steps, they build their own confidence. They have their own experience to step further and further and further into their journey. So you have your box of nuggets, and as Rich Sheraton said yesterday, you do not want ideas to die on the vine. Some of the ideas and nuggets that you have in your box are ones that are for your own use, for your own purpose journey, and some of them are like, I want to do this in my business, bring it back to my organization. So you have permission right now to take those nuggets that are about yourself to go and do those things. You don't need approval. Are they going to buy into that idea? It's like the only person that has to buy into that idea is that elephant. So you just have to make a choice to step into those things that are going to help you on your journey. So let's talk about that journey. I said earlier about outside your comfort zone is adventure. Your purpose will pull you on that journey if you let it. You can feel it in here. For some of you today, actually, right now, in this conversation or over the last couple days, you have felt something in here, something that you feel. That is your nudge to do something. That is your nudge to take action. And it is adventure. And the cool part about this is no one knows what that adventure looks like. When I sat down with that client I mentioned earlier about hiring someone to replace her, when I first started working with her, I wasn't expected to do that. I had no plan to do that. It's part of the adventure. And being part of the adventure is fun. It's exhilarating. And to be fair and honest, I'm not like an adventure guy that likes to do like whitewater rafting and stuff like that. But that adventure is something that you feel in here, and it pulls you, and it's exhilarating. If you have the chance to live every day being filled and overflowing and being exhilarated, why wouldn't you? It's a choice to take the step. It is a choice. So here's your invitation. At this conference, you took time out of your schedule, 3 days out of your schedule. You broke your pattern to come here. The easy thing to do, the warm and fuzzy, comfortable thing to do, is just go back into the pattern. Tomorrow, let's go right back in. I got emails to answer. I got this, meetings, that. Whatever those things are, that's the easy, comfortable thing to do. But you broke the pattern. You broke the pattern. And here's another favorite image that I like, is that you broke the pattern. This is a visual of your comfort zone, the edge of your pattern, wherever that may be. And when you break through that and you see beyond that, there's the adventure. You have a calling to go further in your purpose adventure. You have that calling. It's calling you right now. You could feel it, not just in the words, but you can feel it in here. You can feel that calling. And the only question that is left is, are you willing to answer? Thank you.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Jeff Zupancic. I knew I wore my tennis shoes for a reason today. One of the greatest basketball coaches I've ever been associated with. He was the winningest basketball coach of all levels. And he had given me a comment and a quote that I will never forget. He said, knowing what to do isn't good enough if you don't have the discipline to do it. Knowing what to do is not good enough if you do not have the discipline to do it. Taking that action, taking that next step to do what you need to do. You know, one of the things I've learned is that titles are great after playing basketball. Money's great, titles are great. But what I've learned in life is that the real value of life is changing lives. How do you change lives every day? How do you change your own life? And somebody once told me, in order we are conversation you have with them or her, him or her. Just say, listen, this is what makes my heart sing. This is what makes my heart sing. What makes your heart sing? And so it takes a step to do that action. And so again, I encourage you, we talked about it the last couple of days, if you feel a nudge, if you feel like you need a little help, if you go to the HOVA app, there's something called the Next Step. There's a complimentary 15-minute coaching session you can do with one of our coaches. Take that next step. And our next step is we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back at 11 o'clock for our next speaker. You're not going to want to miss this next one here. Enjoy your break. Eastern Standard Time, 10 o'clock.
There was a point in my career when I was labeled as a high potential. I was doing everything right, I was completing projects on time, and I was a valued contributor within my team. Fast forward a few years, and management started to take notice of my capabilities and decided to promote me to leadership. It wasn't before long I found myself overwhelmed and frustrated. I realized that I didn't have the skill sets required to be a good leader. That's when I was introduced to this concept of leadership development. I went through a number of training programs that helped me develop the skills to be a leader. The challenge was most of the skills I had learned were forgotten and not implemented. That's why I'm so passionate about what we're doing here at Purpose Point Training. We work with some of the top training and development companies in the world, Ken Blanchard, DISC, Franklin Covey, Patrick Lencioni. And our team has over 3 decades of experience facilitating these programs. But that's not where the training stops. That's where we begin. We continue to work with our clients closely to ensure that they are instilling real change within their organization. As a result, leadership can effectively engage and inspire their team members, and the team members feel valued and appreciated. Leadership development is a process that takes time. It doesn't stop when the workshop ends. If you're interested about what this might look like in your organization, reach out. I'd love to have a conversation, and I'd love to see how we can help.
Got it.
All right. Welcome back.
All right.
And I want to tell you guys a little story here. The gentleman that you just saw on the screen, his name is Adam Ritchie. And he is the director of Coryne Forest at Purpose Point. And I will tell you, he has worked furiously behind the scenes to help make all these presentations and slides seamless. The recap videos that you saw yesterday morning, this morning, he put those together last night, and he has just been doing a tremendous job of making sure that every speaker, every attendee has a fantastic experience. Can we please give Adam a round of applause? All right, so this next speaker that we're going to introduce to you is very special because it goes back to the beginning of the Purpose Summit. Back in 2019, when we decided that we wanted to do a 2-day event aligning individual and organizational purpose, we were going to do it at the Fillmore Theater in Detroit, something like this, very cool, trendy, all of that. And I had a friend who had started an absolutely incredible movement in Detroit, unifying people from all backgrounds, all beliefs, all places together to transform neighborhoods and lives in the city of Detroit during its biggest time of recovery in our lifetime. And they had taken on this building that was 157,000 square foot, 100-year-old school building in a blighted neighborhood in Detroit, and they had repurposed it into an incubation hub, an innovation center, so that people could truly reconnect, particularly youth, could reconnect with what their gifts, talents, and abilities were, develop those, come alongside companies that can help shape them, and help develop their purpose into future career paths. And I was captivated by what they were doing. And so Kurt actually had the idea, and he said to me, hey, you know how we're going to do the summit at the Fillmore? What if we did it at Durfee, at Life Remodel? And I said, ooh, that's a good idea. We could do the keynotes in the auditorium, we could do the breakout sessions in the classrooms, we could do the expo that's outside in the gymnasium, and we could kind of shine the spotlight on what Life Remodel is doing and maybe invite people to be a part of the purpose that's happening here. Well, we never knew what was going to happen. We had absolutely really no budget to pull this thing off. We had 4 months to plan it, and over 300 people showed up, and it was absolutely unbelievable 2 days, and that was the very beginning of the Purpose Summit. And I will tell you this, just in a moment of honesty, we could have fit 600 people in that auditorium, and we initially, I think, set up 500 chairs, and Jeff Zupancic, who just was on the stage a few moments ago, said, you know, I think we should pull some chairs away. We should give people some space for the amount that we know that are coming. And I was a little deflated in the moment. And someone said to me, pay more attention to those that are in the room than those that are not in the room. Because if we do this, the impact.
Oh, you're the man. Thank you.
And at the end of that summit, Chris looked at me and he said, I've heard amazing things from these last 2 days. You need to be proud of this. This is something special. And I never knew that 2 years later that we would be here doing this. So back to the Purpose Summit. It is my honor and privilege and pleasure to welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Life Remodel.
There was a
Thank you. Thanks, Davin. Let me grab this little clicker here. So good morning, Purpose Summit. How's everybody doing today? Having a good time? Excellent. All right, so I'm going to start off, tell you a little bit about who we are, what we do. You're going to hear a little bit about my story, and I think something's going to come out of this for everybody, hopefully here together today and those listening online. So our organization is called Life Remodel, and we revitalize neighborhoods in the city of Detroit. And so we started the organization in 2010, but we've been focused in the city of Detroit since 2014. And we do a number of things, which I'm going to talk with you about, but some of the output numbers, since 2014, we've renovated 4 schools in the city of Detroit. The first 3 are existing high schools that are still high schools to this day. We no longer do that. Now we actually acquire vacant school buildings and repurpose them into these one-stop hubs of opportunity. We've also mobilized over $35 million of investment in these neighborhoods. And as you can see, 71% of that comes from in-kind donations. We get a lot of construction labor and materials and marketing and legal and a lot of other great things donated from great people. We have beautified 1,660 blocks, repaired 188 homes, boarded up over 2,000 houses, and mobilized almost 70,000 volunteers along the way. How many of you have volunteered with Life Remodeled before? Show of hands. Several of you out there. Thank you guys for doing that. So this is our why. We're convinced one of the main reasons urban poverty persists in America is because we haven't yet learned how to genuinely respect one another across racial and socioeconomic differences. And so the heart of our mission is we exist to bridge people across divides to help transform each other's lives. And the way we do that is we focus on 1 4-square-mile area of Detroit at a time. And we invest about 5 to 7 years per 4-square-mile area. We set that neighborhood up for sustainable success and sustainable impact, but we're all growing and learning from one another along the way. So one of our programs, we have 4 programs. One of them is called the 6-Day Project. The 6-Day Project is where we mobilize 10,000 volunteers in 6 days to beautify that 4 square miles. We go to the same 4 square miles every summer or fall for 5 to 7 straight years. We're getting rid of illegal dumping. We're cutting down overgrown brush and weeds, boarding up vacant properties, which are magnets for drug use, prostitution, and various criminal activity. We're putting signage along the safest routes to and from school so kids can see where to walk, where not to walk. And we're really excited that 80% of the volunteers who join us say that the day they work with us, they experience positive change in their thoughts or feelings about people of another race, religion, political perspective, or socioeconomic status. And the work they're doing is real and meaningful. One year, the Detroit Police Department came up to us and said, "Chris, you've got to see this. Crime just dropped for the following year, over an entire year on the 4 square miles you worked in, on 10 out of 11 categories, including a 47% reduction in homicides." And of course, there's many factors that are involved in reducing crime, but blight removal is one of them that is very significant. Our second program is our home repair program. We repair owner-occupied homes. We give homeowners 1 critical repair for free. We give them 3 options. They can get a new roof, new furnace, or new windows. 100% of the labor and materials are donated by professional contractors, so you don't have guys like me up on your roof putting holes in it, taking a selfie of myself and falling off in the process. Our third program is called Race Remodel. These are discussions that we curate. They're actually now dinners and lunches that we invite 10 to 12 people to, half of people of color, half people who are not people of color, and we get together and we discuss race and equity only from our experiences. We can't use the word should, no teaching, no preaching, but only sharing our life experiences and learning from one another in the process. The fourth and final program that we have is our most important. It's the most sustainable. This is the building that the Purpose Summit was first held at in 2019. This is a former elementary middle school called Durfee. Now it's called the Durfee Innovation Society. The youth actually renamed it. And the Durfee school actually moved into the high school next door. And so what this space is about, it's about opportunity for everyone in Detroit, because you've probably heard the saying, talent is evenly distributed around the world, but opportunity is not. And so we're in the business of creating opportunity. In essence, we're the developer, we're the landlord, and we're a whole lot more than that. So we're the developer in the sense that we invested over $5 million into this property. We're the landlord in the sense that it's actually not a co-working space, it's fixed office space, but we're very selective about what organizations can move into our building. They have to be organizations that are moving the needle on either education, jobs, or human services. And not only do we put them in the same space, but we help them to collaborate with one another and work together because no one nonprofit has all the solutions to society's challenges, and we're better when we work together. And I don't know if there's any nonprofit leaders in the room, but I've been guilty of this, and I know you're not guilty of this, but I've been guilty of having blinders on and only focusing on our one thing, when in reality is that one thing is not the one solution. So we have to work collaboratively. So when you look at all the organizations in our building right now who are working in the area of education, they're serving over 5,000 youth and children in the city of Detroit every year. One of our goals is that by the year 2025, Durfee Elementary Middle School, which is now next door to us, will become the most improved school in the city of Detroit as a result of access to after-school programming that did not exist in the community before we brought these organizations to the table. So to put that in perspective, before the pandemic, only 1.2% of all 3rd through 8th graders at Durfee were able to read at grade level or perform at math at grade level. And that number is probably closer to 0% as we have undergone a very difficult time in education in the pandemic. You probably recognize a number of organizations up there, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, maybe Friends of the Children, and others. When it comes to jobs, these organizations are ensuring that 3,000 Detroiters get good, sustainable job opportunities. These are not, temporary jobs. These are livable wage, sustainable jobs. The largest provider being Detroit at Work. If you don't know Detroit at Work, it's a Michigan's Works program. There's 9 in the city of Detroit. Our building has the largest one in the entire city. When it comes to human services, these organizations are serving 4,000 children, youth, and adults. Everything from 2 foster care and adoption agencies to a group that works with 900 senior citizens, a federally qualified health center, pediatric health care, and really something for everybody in between. Here's some pictures of kids involved in various youth programs in the building. This is the Career Center, where there's the Detroit at Work Center, where thousands of people are getting job opportunities. That's our library, which is now the home of a Boys and Girls Club, which is called the Metro Detroit Youth Clubs. We've got a beautiful auditorium, which is where the Purpose Summit was held, and that space has been improved significantly since that event, and you were one of the first events we ever had there, which was really cool. This is our planetarium. I mean, I don't know about you, but I didn't grow up in a school that had a planetarium, and this building has one, and we're actually bringing it online later next month with a brand new digital projector. That is the swimming pool. It's no longer a pool. What you see there is actually a pool filled in with concrete and covered with metallic epoxy. And I hated to fill that pool in with concrete because I love to swim, and swimming is a big need for more people to learn how to swim in Detroit. But that pool costs $250,000 a year to operate, and we tried to give it away for free to any organization in Detroit that wanted it. Nobody wanted it because the upkeep didn't make sense financially. It was impossible to keep it up. So now that's an after-school youth space where we bring in many different youth organizations that provide pop-up programming. That is a totally free laundromat that we installed recently because we found out before the pandemic the number one reason students in Detroit are truant from school prior to the pandemic is because of lack of access to being able to wash their clothes. So at Central High School, next door to us, 76% of the high school kids were chronically absent before the pandemic hit. Now we're at all new levels of absenteeism, and laundry is one of those factors that's going to help ensure kids get to school regularly. That's an old shower room where you can wait for your laundry, you can get your homework printed out on a free color copier. This is maybe the coolest room in the building. This is a totally free arcade. And we put this in an old locker room. And I mean, we've got a 4-player Pac-Man in this thing that we got from a cruise ship where the Pac-Mans actually eat each other. I didn't even know that existed. We've got the motorcycle games where you're riding around the motorcycles, and it's completely free, but the only way kids can play in this arcade is they have to be involved in at least one of the after-school programs in our building, whether it's our after-school math and reading tutoring, whether it's First Tee or Mosaic Youth Theater or Detroit Youth Choir, you name it. But if they get good grades in school and good school attendance, they get additional time in the arcade. So we use it as an incentive. We recently installed a coffee shop there in the arcade, painted a pretty cool mural, and that's kind of like the gist of some of the pictures. So I'm trying to advance here, and I think I've got it. Yeah, so this is a kind of big news for us, and this is the first time I'm sharing this publicly. is, and what it shows me on that screen is different than what I'm seeing on this screen. There we go. We are now at 100% occupancy. Yes. When the Purpose Summit came in, I don't know what we were at, Davin. It was close. What was it? 28%. So that's a big jump. What is that, 72%? We just leased our very last space, 100% occupied. We signed 13 new leases since the pandemic hit. And I cannot tell you how many developers came to us when we first started this project. They said, you will never get that building to even 50% occupancy. And it has been a wild, wild ride. We have something called SCOL, which is a safe center for online learning, where 38 kids are doing their online learning because Detroit Public Schools isn't back face-to-face, and the kids are doing their learning at our building. We feed them breakfast, we feed them lunch, they get tutoring from Cleary University, and it's just a really cool partnership. We have something called Lit Fridays, the fourth Friday of every month. We bring in a DJ, karaoke, art, all kinds of good experiences. We're about to have a Nerf gun war night coming up here soon. We have an advisory council of residents who live in the community who are constantly advising Life Remodeled on what the community wants and advising the community on what's happening inside the Durfee Innovation Society. Likewise, there is a youth advisory council of junior high students and high school students next door who are doing the same thing from a youth perspective, constantly informing us on what do the youth want in this space, and then informing the youth on what's actually happening in the space. And so the reasons why this model works, we call it an opportunity hub, is because there's literally an opportunity for every single person in a family, every age, from birth all the way to senior citizen. Collaboration is more powerful than competition. Most nonprofits want to learn to collaborate but don't know how. And so we help them to be able to do that. Our lease rates are under market value, which of course is a great incentive for any organization looking for office space. And the reason we're able to do that is because we raise all of the money through philanthropy. We have no debt on this property, and it is actually fully self-sustaining already at this point in time. We don't need a single philanthropic dollar to operate this building anymore now that we've raised it all. And so the funding we raise is for programming, and it's for the next building that we're looking to purchase, which the one we want is over twice the size of the one that you just saw. So in essence, who we are is we're like this community quarterback where we bring the 8 major sectors of society around what we call resilient communities. All right, and resilient communities are communities like Durfee Central, Cody Rouge, Osborne, Denby, other places we've been. We intentionally do not call these communities poverty communities or marginalized communities, even though the majority of the people who live here are living under the poverty line and have been significantly marginalized by society. But we call them resilient communities because the reality is these communities have been through things most of us in this room have never experienced or maybe haven't experienced on the level that many people have experienced it and continue to experience it. And they have a tremendous amount to offer to society and to teach society. And therefore, that's why we call it Life Remodeled and not Detroit Remodeled. Because there are too many models of charity that have a top-down model where the donors are seen as the superheroes, and then you have the poor people who need some handouts so that one day maybe they can get up to here. And what we believe is actually in many ways, we all have a lot to offer, no matter what our status or stature is in society, and we all have a lot to learn from one another. So one story in which our organization had to learn a lot was in the acquisition of this particular building. So we had been renovating existing high schools in 2014, 2015, 2016. We would do a $5 million project every year at a different high school, a different community, and we were going to renovate Central High School. And the school district said, no, we're going to move all the students from Durfee, which had 608 students, into Central High School. Central High School used to have 4,000 high school students. They now have only 250 high school students. So we're going to consolidate buildings. Why don't you guys take Durfee and repurpose it? And this is the school district saying this to us. And my answer, first word on my mouth was no. Actually, it was no thank you. And because in my mind, I'm thinking, I don't want to take on some gigantic building and do a real estate development project. That's not what we do. We renovate existing high schools. Well, a couple weeks went by, and I decided I'll go look at the building. I went in and looked at it, and I began to realize, wow, we could do more here than we've ever done in our entire organization's history since 2010, because we could bring all of these organizations together and help them collaborate for long-term sustainable change. And so I said, yes, we will do it. Well, what we ended up working out is a lease term where we did not purchase the building, but we lease it for $1 a year for 50 years, which sounds like a really good deal. Until you think about the fact that we have to pour $5 million in the building. It costs over $850,000 a year to operate, and it's a pretty big, gigantic task. That there's a reason there's all these vacant school buildings sitting in Detroit. No one wants them because they don't make economic sense. They're not located in business districts, they're located in neighborhoods, so on and so forth. The way the deal went down is we weren't allowed to talk publicly, or weren't supposed to talk publicly about the nature of the deal, although we were able to communicate to everyone in the community that we were going to repurpose the building. No one knew that we were acquiring it, though, let alone for $1. In my ignorance, I actually thought people were going to be excited to find out that we're only paying $1 for it, because that meant we could put that much more money into the community rather than paying money to actually acquire the property. And I could not have been more wrong on that, on anything that I've done in Life or Miles history. And so we had great relationships with the community. When we informed them, all right, we're not going to renovate Central High School. We're going to renovate this building. We're going to turn it into this opportunity hub. And what are the things you want in the building? And people said, well, we want this, we want that. We love Life or Mile. Everything's great. Until we signed the deal to lease this building for $1 a year, and it hit the news, and we told everybody about it. Residents in the neighborhood were absolutely furious, because people were saying, I lost my house, and you got that building for $1? And by the way, there were kids in the school building at that time when we signed that deal. People were saying, I lost my nonprofit. Others were saying, nobody gave me an opportunity to acquire that building for $1. There was no RFP process. This was some backdoor deal, and people wanted in on it, and they were absolutely furious. And I was called a colonizer. I was called a white mother effer, in less polite terminology than I'm using right now, from a stage in our auditorium with over 250 people present from the community. There was screaming, there was crying. It was intense. And at first, inside of me, I became very defensive in my heart and in my mind. And I started thinking to myself, well, I'm not a colonizer. All you have to do is look at the work that we've been doing, and Osborne and Denby and Cody. And I wanted to get up and defend our organization, but thank God for a man who is now one of my best friends, DeJuan Dandridge, who had just joined our organization as our vice president, who said, no, you need to sit down and you need to listen and you need to learn. And over time, I began to sit down with community members, break bread, and learn where people were coming from. And I began to realize they were concerned about gentrification. They were concerned that we were going to buy up a bunch of other property in the community and, frankly, move in a bunch of white people into the neighborhood and take over. And I began to think of my own experience in Detroit. I live in Detroit. My family lives in the city. And I love good food. Who doesn't? And Detroit has some fantastic restaurants. But for years, when Detroit was experiencing its comeback from, let's just say, 2014 through several years, I could go to any of my top 10 favorite restaurants in Detroit at lunch or dinner and often not see a single person of color in a city that is over 80% black, including the staff. Like, I experienced this dozens of times. And it made me sick to my stomach to think that what is going on here? Who are we really creating opportunity for? Are we creating a new city, or are we creating an inclusive environment? And so I began to realize I can now understand why everyone's so pissed off at me. Because this is what happens in development on a regular basis. Gentrification, in my opinion, is unhealthy when a developer pours in massive amounts of resources into a community for the purpose of bringing in people who already have resources. The way you avoid gentrification is you pour in just as much money, and actually more, into helping people who have experienced injustice for decades that kept them in places like we worked on school buildings. When it rained outside, it literally poured inside the building. We had to re-roof the building. We worked in school buildings that didn't have a math teacher for an entire year in Detroit. Imagine that level of injustice, that no kid asked to be born in a zip code where their zip code negatively determines their destiny. So long story short, we asked the community, we said, look, we're not asking you to trust us. But what we are asking you to do is to tell us what you want and hold us accountable to see if we actually do what we say we're going to do. Over 6 months, half of the people that were against us had now joined our team. Over a period of 2 years, and now where we are today, there are only 2 people that I can think of out of everyone who stood up against us who are still against us, and everyone else has gotten up publicly and said not only are they not colonizers and gentrifiers, they're the real deal. They listen to the community. The programs they're providing here are life-changing, and we have absolutely phenomenal relationships. So let me tell you a little bit about my personal story, which some of you have heard before, but I promise to add some things maybe you haven't heard. So I grew up in a very small town in northern Indiana. All right, the words urban revitalization, those 2 words were words I'd never heard in succession in my entire life. My town was so small, we didn't have a 4-way stoplight until I was in middle school. And when we got that stoplight, that was a big deal. They even built a gas station and named it Stop and Go right by it. And my high school was actually a decent size, had about 1,100 kids. And I was raised in a home, my story is a very spiritual one. I was raised in a home that didn't talk about God in the home. But for whatever reason, I was this really spiritual kid, and I loved the person of Jesus in particular, so much so that in 8th grade, I was given a nickname by other kids, and it wasn't like a complimentary nickname. I was called Lambert the Jesus Freak, okay? Because I was the guy who was trying to get everyone to follow Jesus, and that was my mission in life, and I wasn't very successful at it. And that all changed shortly before I turned 16. Shortly before I turned 16, or right when I turned 16, I hit a growth spurt. And as you can see, it didn't last very long. But I became kind of a big fish in a small pond in my little high school of 1,100 students, and had some track records and basketball accolades and whatnot. And I started looking around at my buddies who were not following God, and I started thinking to myself, wow, they seem to be having a lot more fun in life than me and my dorky little youth group. So I'm going to become a little bit more like them without jumping off the deep end. And here's where the story gets ridiculous, as if it wasn't ridiculous enough already. At 16, I'm driving down a country road in my Jeep Wagoneer. I'm a very intentional person. I decided I was going to start cussing for the first time in my life. So I put down my rearview mirror. I looked up. I said something I shouldn't say right now, right? I think I said it at the last Purpose Summit. I can't believe they invited me back. But I'm an all or nothing kind of person. So I go to school the next day. Every third word's the F word and son of a gun, you name it. And people are dropping their jaw. They said, what the bleep happened to Lambert, the Jesus Freak? And so they were laughing. I was laughing. That was a whole lot of fun for about 5 minutes, and that wore off. And eventually the next thing I decided I would start doing would be dating girls, and of course, taking that as far as I possibly could, and using alcohol and various drugs. And the next 6 years of my life, from the ages of 16 to 22, I basically did whatever I wanted to do whenever I wanted to do it. Whatever I thought was going to make me the most happy, the most satisfied. That was my purpose in life. And I went to Indiana University. I studied business. I was getting ready to go to law school and become a real estate developer. I joined the largest fraternity that there was on campus so I could have more of all the above of the things that I had just previously mentioned. My junior year, I decided to move to Australia for 6 months and study overseas. And while I was there, I experienced this radical encounter with God that completely changed the trajectory of my life. So a couple things happened. One, I started to travel around in various countries in Southeast Asia, the Pacific Rim, and of course Australia. And I began to realize, wow, the world is a very big place, and it does not revolve around me and my 22-year-old ego, which was really a big shock. The next thing that happened is I met these 2 guys who happened to become my best friends, and they are what I would call Jesus followers. I actually don't use the word Christian. I don't call myself a Christian. I call myself a Jesus follower. And if you want to have that discussion offline, I'm happy to have it. And these guys were pretty fun guys. They could go out to a bar, they could have a couple drinks, and then they'd go home. And meanwhile, I'd stay out doing everything that they weren't doing. And eventually they said, Lambert, man, why don't you come with us to our church service? And I was like, nah, I don't do that anymore. I did that when I was a kid. I'm good. But they kept pressing me, and I was like, fine, I'll go. If you guys are going, whatever. So we go to this little Anglican church, and I remember the pastor was wearing skateboarding shoes and skateboarding shorts, and I was like, what kind of a church is this? And it was okay. I ended up going back a second time. I ended up going back a third time. And this pastor got up on the stage, and he told this story that basically outlined my life to a T. And as he was wrapping up his message, I experienced hearing God speak to me for the first time in my life. And it wasn't an audible voice, although I know people who have heard audible voices. My wife is one of them. But it was just as clear as I'm speaking to you right now. In fact, it was more clear than the way I'm speaking to you right now. And what I heard him say to me, and for some of you, this is going to sound really weird. Others of you will know exactly what I'm talking about. Is I heard him say to me that I was like lukewarm water. I wasn't hot and I wasn't cold, and he was about to spit me out of his mouth. Okay? Now that comes from the very last book in the New Testament, in the book of Revelation. It was a cultural analogy that literally took place 2,000 years ago. And what that did for me is it spiritually sobered me for a few seconds. I wasn't on any drugs or alcohol this particular day, but if there was ever a time in my life I was spiritually sober, it was then, for a few seconds. And what happened over those few seconds was I began to see visually that for the past 6 years of my life, from the ages of 16 to 22, that God basically let me do everything I wanted to do. I pretty much got everything that I wanted. He didn't get in my way. He didn't mess up my plans. He didn't send me to jail, and I should have been there many times. And all of a sudden, it hit me. At no point during those last 6 years had I ever been as happy or as satisfied as I was when I was Lambert the Jesus freak. And I realized, like, you idiot, that was the whole point of these last 6 years. And so this pastor gave one of those come to the front deals. I don't know if you ever experienced that before, but I came to the front. I remember exactly what I did. I got down on my knees. I looked up. I said, God, from this moment forward, I'm going to stop doing whatever you want me to stop doing, and I'm going to start doing whatever you want me to start doing. And some pretty dramatic changes happened right then and there. So I never ended up using illegal drugs since then. Stopped getting drunk. I still like a nice glass of bourbon and a cigar. You know, some of you have enjoyed those things with me. But I think too often, religious people, of which I am not, like to celebrate what they stopped doing. And I got a lot more excited about what started happening in my life. Of course, those vices needed to go away from me, but that's not what I'm really inspired by. I'm really inspired by the fact that for the first time in my life, I began to care very deeply about human beings. Prior to this experience, I loved my mom and dad, my sister. I loved my fraternity brothers, my friends. But I didn't give a crap about the rest of the world. I didn't think about other people. I didn't think about their needs. I didn't think about their situations. And I certainly wasn't thinking about people who had experienced significant poverty and marginalization. After this experience, I began to have this connection with almost everyone I would meet. So now I'm flying back to Indiana University for my senior year. Before I left IU, there was not a single Jesus follower in this entire, not a single Christian either, in this entire fraternity of 180 guys. Before I got back, this had nothing to do with me. My 3 best friends had also had these crazy spiritual encounters with Jesus while I was gone, plus my drug dealer who was in jail for selling drugs. He got out. We got this Bible study going in the frat. All of a sudden, we've got 12 to 15 dudes coming regularly, smoking weed while doing Bible studies, talking about how Jesus had sex with Mary Magdalene. And all of a sudden, we're leading these guys to Jesus. And one night, we had over 35 guys, and I'm thinking about my future, and I'm like, I don't want to go to law school and become a real estate developer. That's just about me trying to make a bunch of money and be powerful. I just want to help people find Jesus. So I felt like God was calling me to be a pastor. I moved out to Los Angeles, studied seminary, met the woman who became my wife. We eventually felt led to come start a church in Detroit. Before we did that, we did what most people do, and we moved to Africa for 9 months and lived in a mud hut in a Muslim village with no running water, and that's where I learned to become a community developer, and that's kind of my story, and here I am today. Now, what I want to tell you next is my personal purpose, which is very different than the organizational purpose of Life Remodeled. So I'm going to ask you to do something for me. I'm going to ask you to say something in a minute. I want to be really clear because I can't tell you how many times I've done this talk, especially in churches, and people walk away and they say, wow, Life Remodeled is such an amazing Christian organization, or it's such an amazing faith-based organization. It's not. Life Remodeled is not a religious organization. Life Remodeled is not a faith-based organization. I am the founder of Life Remodeled. Everything I do is because of Jesus. But we've created an organization that is for everybody, no matter what they believe about religion, politics, moral values. We don't want an organization that is an echo chamber of a certain political party or a certain denomination or a certain even religion. We want where everybody feels completely a part of it. So we're not a religious organization in any way, shape, or form. But this is an example of sometimes our own personal purposes in life can be much deeper than even the organizations we're a part of. And so our organization's mission is to bridge people across divides to help transform each other's lives. My mission in life is every day I want to become a little bit more, and believe me, I'll celebrate just this much, a little bit more like Jesus in my character. And every day I want to do the types of things that Jesus did. Be like Jesus in character, do the things Jesus did, in actually trying to replicate his methods, his ways of connecting with people, his ways of building a movement, his ways. Okay, so now what I'm going to show you is I actually completely designed Life Remodeled based on 4 principles from the life of Jesus. Even though it's not a religious organization, as the founder, I based it off of Jesus. And I find that most people, whether they believe in Jesus as a God or the Savior, most people think Jesus is a pretty all right dude. In fact, the most impressive person who's ever walked the face of the earth, right? Even people who don't believe in him spiritually. And so the first principle of the life of Jesus is that Jesus was on the go, okay? Here's what Jesus did not do. Jesus did not zoom down to earth from heaven and say, okay, I'm going to set up shop in one location in Israel, and then I'm going to send out flyers and messages to get everyone to come to that one location. And I'll be here for the next 3 years if you want to hear about God, right? No. Jesus traveled on the go. And so Life Remodeled, our organization goes from neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood. Eventually, our plan is to launch chapters of our organization in some of the largest cities in the United States of America. And that raises the question of, where did Jesus go? And so I'm convinced that Jesus spent the majority of his time during his 3 years of what we call his public ministry. He spent the majority of his time with the most marginalized people, people that had the most significant need, and in neighborhoods with the most significant. I mean, we know Jesus went to the red light district, okay? Literally, he hung out with prostitutes and drunks. Churches don't usually go to those places, which, if they wanted to follow Jesus, that'd be a really good place to find him. But he went to those places, and that's why Life Remodeled, we're not going to Birmingham or Grosse Pointe or Northville. I mean, all wonderful cities. And there are a need in all of those cities. But we're going to the city of Detroit, which has one of the highest poverty rates in the country, which is experiencing unprecedented injustices on a regular basis, and that's where we spend our time, talents, and resources. The third thing is Jesus led with actions and he followed with words. I was a pastor for 7 years and church planner, and I have tremendous respect for pastors, and I believe very strongly in the church. I can also say this: I've been able to share my faith now more than ever leading Life Remodeled than I ever was able to as a pastor. And what would happen when I was a pastor is I'd meet a wonderful person and we'd have this great conversation. And if they were not a believer in Jesus, and I would say, hey, what do you do for a living? And they would say, and then they'd ask me, what do you do for a living? Oh, I lead this church, blah, blah, blah. If they weren't a believer, 9 times out of 10, this wall would go up where people would say like, oh, I'm sorry, I was cussing earlier, or oh, I'm not really into religion, or literally I had people just straight up walk away from me. Now the work that I do, people are constantly asking me, what's your motivation? Why do you do it? And there's no way for me to talk about that without talking about Jesus. And I get invited all the time to speak in boardrooms and executive rooms and places I was never invited to speak because people are so impressed by the action, and that's not what they expect from church people, right? They don't expect that. And so our organization, even though it's not religious, like I said, we have some really important things to teach about education, about jobs, about human services. But we don't come into a community like this. We come into a community, what do you need, and how can we do it together? And let's go. Let's get it done, right? Let's move the needle together. And then in the process, we get to learn about one another, and we have a lot to talk about. And that resonates at a much deeper level than when an organization comes in just trying to talk without doing action first, right? Last one is this. I'm convinced Jesus invited other people to advance the kingdom of God with him, even people who did not believe he was the Messiah. So I know this has turned into a church service, so I'm going to wrap this up soon, sorry. But I believe we probably could all agree that Judas, we all know the story of Judas, right? The guy who betrayed Jesus and had him murdered. It's probably safe to say he wasn't a believer. It's probably safe to say he wasn't a Christian. But you know, Judas was actually commanded and equipped to go out and heal sick people and raise people from the dead and cast out demons, and he actually did all of those things. I actually believe that none of the 12 disciples were believers because all of them walked away from Jesus when he was taken in to be crucified, and all of them believed that the movement was completely done and that he was not the Messiah. So I actually believe Jesus chose people before they believed to actually participate in the radical, impossible, kingdom-advancing work that Jesus was about long before they were believers. And so the work that Life or Model does, this is one of the biggest reasons I didn't want it to be a religious organization. It's because I want everyone to experience these incredibly impossible miracles. Everything I showed you about what Life or Model has done, it's a miracle. And I can tell you from my perspective, God gets all the credit. Like, he's the one making it happen, but he likes to work through people, and he loves people, and he loves relationships. And so I don't care what a person's religious beliefs are. I don't care what their politics are. I don't care how they voted. I don't. What I do care about is they're created in the image of God, and they are children of God. And really, we're supposed to be brothers and sisters. And we're here on this planet to love one another. And we have too many things that are getting in our way. We constantly draw these lines. Oh, this person can't work with us because they're a Republican or a Democrat. Oh, this person can't work with us because they're pro-life or they're pro-choice. Or this person's a Muslim. This person's Jewish. This person's an atheist. What does that matter? I mean, you know, it matters. But what does that matter in the sense of why would that separate us? Because that's our job is not to judge or determine anyone's afterlife. Our job is to love, right? And that's my mission. That's what I've chosen to do. And we have a few minutes left. So I'm going to ask if anyone has a question that they want to ask. Yes, ma'am. Patty.
Where are you moving to in your next building?
I don't know yet.
I hope on the east side of
We have a building in mind that we want to purchase. It is the old Cooley High School. It's on the west side of the city at Finkel and Hubbard. It's 341,000 square feet, sitting on 18 acres, and it's been sitting vacant since 2010. The auditorium looked like the Fox Theater, and it was burned down 3 years ago. It looks like the end of it looks like an ashtray. And is that mic going bad? Do I need to switch mics? Okay. I thought I heard like a buzz or something. But let me say this. Developing real estate in Detroit neighborhoods is extremely controversial. The bigger the property, the bigger the controversy. And if a guy who lacks melanin, like I do, enters into the equation, you better expect for it to be intense. And we're up for that, but it is a very long process of really listening to people, learning to trust one another. And our hope and our plan, we hope to buy Cooley High School and move forward with that project. And we already have an 80,000 square foot healthcare tenant that's going to move into that space, and a lot more coming. But other questions, comments? Oh, sorry, it's hard to see with the lights. How do you become involved? Anybody can volunteer during our 6-day project as long as you're at least 14 years of age or older. Our insurance company requires you got to be at least 14. Our next 6-day project is October 4th through 9th. So you can come as an individual, you can bring your family, you can bring your company. Some years General Motors sends 3,700 volunteers. Chrysler will send 1,200. Gilbert will send, a couple thousand. It depends on the year, but no skills are required. You probably have way more skills than I do, but this project's designed for even people that, you're going to learn, you're going to be able to use a lawnmower, weed whipper, loppers. If you can't do any of those things, picking up trash, putting it in trash bags, that kind of stuff. And of course, if you want to be involved beyond that, there's ways you can become a tutor, you can become a big brother, you can become a big sister, you can be involved in some of the entrepreneurial training happening here. Of course, you can become a donor, whether that's at the corporate level or individual level. All of that is on our website, liferemodeled.org. And I'd love to follow up with anybody over the, how do you say it, Hova app? Hova. Over the Hova app. I'd love to connect with anybody. Another question was over here. Yes.
Hey, what kind of community engagement things did you do to get the community involved and behind the purpose?
So he asked about what kind of community engagement did we do to get the community involved behind the purpose. And so actually we turn that around and we say, we want to discover what the community's purpose is, right? We want to discover first, what are the community's hopes? What are the community's visions, dreams, ambitions? Because the reality is, if we had $100 million, we could go into a neighborhood and build what we think in this room is the coolest, sexiest building, most technologically advanced in the world, and it would mean nothing if it doesn't align with the hopes, dreams, visions, and values of the community. And so all of our work initially is based on finding who the influencers are in the community and getting to know them and hearing their voice, hearing what they want to see happen in their community, and then bringing together as many people as possible through various events, dinners, a lot of one-on-one dinners, a lot of breaking of bread, to the point where we get to a place where we can say, okay, I think we know what the community wants, and then let's do it. And then when we do it and the community sees, wow, you're actually doing what we asked for, that is very different than how communities in Detroit are used to being treated by organizations that have significant amounts of resources. Yes.
Okay, so through the last, President Trump and Dr. Blanchard developed those opportunities. Were you able to tap into any of those funds?
She asked about opportunity zones, and Dr. Carson, who is the HUD secretary. So Dr. Carson actually came up with a concept called Envision Centers, and there are many of them around the country. We were the very first one, and Dr. Carson has been to our building multiple times and did the press conference at our building for us to be an Envision Center. And really what an Envision Center was about, it was supposed to be about streamlining the social services experience for the 21 federal agencies, because in reality, you have to be a rocket scientist to be able to navigate the complexity of the federal government social services, where one begins and the other one ends, and how they work together. And the Envision Center was supposed to do that. It really didn't do that, but it did to a degree. We definitely have some relationships with, obviously, HUD, Department of Labor, Department of Health and Human Services, quite a few. And so that has been helpful. We are not in an opportunity zone right now. I think the opportunity zone funding is a really great opportunity. I am not pleased with how opportunity zones were selected, because the majority of Detroit's not an opportunity zone, and it should be, right? And there's a lot of opportunity zone projects that really are not benefiting the community, because there's a lot of loopholes within opportunity zones that really create fantastic investment opportunities, but so there's too many loopholes. We will use that funding, though, when given the opportunity, when we are in an opportunity zone, because it can be put to fantastic use. Yes. We got
Chris,
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, we're on the clock. Chris, thank you so much for coming. You are such an inspiration. Truly appreciate you coming out here today. One thing, I've been following your story for a long time. You and I met at the Mackinac Policy Conference, connected me to Davin at the Purpose Summit in 2019. at the Durfee Innovation Center. I do have some good news first before I ask my question. Number one, I don't know how many people know this, but Mount Clemens is an opportunity zone. If you would, yes, let's give it up. If you would like to have a professional address in this opportunity zone, there happens to be a co-working and community development hub called New Way Creative, newwaycreative.com. But my question to you, Chris, is what advice would you give to the nonprofits that may have just started recently during a global pandemic?
Oh, it just ends there. Okay. So I've got 1 minute and 24 seconds to do that. My advice would be a lot of prayer. Everything in life is about relationships. Absolutely everything. And, you know, any visionary leader can have the greatest idea that the earth has ever heard. But if we don't have real relationships with people who can help make that idea happen, then it'll go nowhere. And so I spend a tremendous amount of time just getting to know people. One of the things I used to hate fundraising because I felt like a used car salesman. And what flipped the switch for me was an experience that I had where I realized, actually, it's the used car salesman approach, which there's nothing wrong with used car salesmen. Any used car salesmen here, God bless you. But don't bring that approach into fundraising because it never works. What really works is I don't go out and try to ask people for money. I eventually do ask them for money. But instead what I do is I find out who people are, what their values are, what their purpose is, and if their values align with our organization's values, then instead of me getting down on my knees and begging them, please, please, please help our poor organization, I can actually look them in the eye and say, you know what? I have something that we can offer you. We can help your values increase, and we can help expand your values, and here's how we will do it. And it's just like, I'll end on this. Then you got to deliver on the experience so that when people engage, they see that you're actually moving the needle, and you build it slowly by slowly, year by year, and you'll be amazed at what's possible. God bless everybody. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Backstage community, Davin Salvagno here, and today I want to share with you the key to living a purpose-focused life. And listen, purpose is all over the place. Everyone's talking about it. It's the word of the century, but it's really simple. I love this shirt, this message from Mission Ambition that they sent me, which simply says, put others before self. And that's really what purpose is. Purpose is taking the gifts, talents, abilities, insights, experiences, those things that you have that are in here, and using them to impact those that are out there. It's taking a moment-by-moment approach to life and saying, how can I engage with others and leave them better than when I found them? Because at the end of the day, all that really matters is three things: how you make others think, how you make others feel, and who you help them become. Listen, we are self-centered creatures. We are. And it's natural for us to just place our eyes on ourselves. But the second that we focus on ourselves, on what we have to gain, rather than what we have to contribute in each moment, is the second that we lose sight of purpose. So if you want to live and lead a purpose-focused life, take your eyes off of yourself, put them on others, put others before yourself, and use all that you have within here and within here to impact those out there. You are a difference maker. All right. Well, it is my pleasure to once again introduce another connection from guess where? LinkedIn. That's exactly right. I'm telling you, it's such a powerful tool. But before I do that, these backstage videos that you've been seeing playing to kind of bring us back to our general sessions, if you haven't done so yet, text the word backstage to 43,000. You literally take your phone out, you open up a new text message, you put the phone number 43000, and you type the word backstage and hit send. What we are going to do coming out of the summit, and what we've been doing leading up to the summit, is when the summit ends today, this inspirational and insightful conversation of purpose isn't over. We're not waiting until Purpose Summit 2022. We're going to have all of the different speakers you've heard from the last 2 days, the speakers you're hearing from today, in person, virtually. Every time they get a brand new thought, a brand new insight that can help you continue to champion this message and this work of purpose forward. They're recording quick 2-minute selfie videos like the one that you just saw me share, and they are sending them out, and you'll get a text message that says, hey, check out this backstage message from Aaron Hurst. Check out this backstage message from Dr. Amber Selking. Check out this backstage message by Nick Craig. All of these things that we're talking about are going to continue, because guess what? We get new thoughts and insights every single day. I mean, that's why Scott Miller's wrote 3 books last year, and he's writing 3 more books this year, is because there's, the message and the work of purpose is ongoing. But this word of purpose that you just heard me share in that video that just played, of how it's the word of the century. We are now living in what is called the purpose economy. And here's the cool thing, is that our next speaker literally wrote the book on the purpose economy. It's actually called The Purpose Economy. And he wrote it in 2013. It was way ahead of its time. He knew that we would be in this time, even prior to COVID, where the message and the work of purpose would be so critical to sustainable organizations, sustainable impact, and for honestly finding fulfillment in work every day. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the stage, the author of The Purpose Economy, the founder of Imperative and of Taproot Foundation, all the way in from Seattle, Aaron Hurst.
Thank you, Davin. Great to be with you. Everyone hopefully can see me and hear me. It's so great to be here and sort of combining 2 of my favorite things, purpose and Michigan. So I'm a native of Ann Arbor, went to high school and college in Ann Arbor, and really excited to be with you, but I wish I was with you in person. It'd be a lot more fun. So let's jump in. And this really, to what Davin shared, this has been a long-term journey for me, and it's actually been a family business. So actually back in the 1940s, after World War II, my grandfather was part of the Marshall Plan, responsible for rebuilding Germany. And when he came back to the States afterwards, he had a personal purpose. He said, I want to figure out how to prevent World War III from happening. How do we prevent cultures from clashing with each other? How do we prevent this from building up again? And he took on a series of different roles along those lines, but one of his key contributions was, as a member of the Kennedy administration, coming up with the original strategy behind the Peace Corps. His idea was that if we could get people to connect across cultures, we could get people from different countries to connect through service, through purpose, that it was our best hope of really being able to build the understanding that would prevent World War III. And so far, so good. We luckily have not let my grandfather down. And he went on to do, a career of work, just really working to find out how to use the power of purpose to actually bring people together. And as Davin said, sort of us or them over me, I think was your t-shirt, which was fabulous. And what I wanted to share with you today is my journey around understanding the power of purpose, and especially the power of purpose as a way to bridge cultures and to create that we. So let's jump in. So my really core journey with purpose began with the Taproot Foundation, which is an organization that I started back in 2001, right around 9/11, when, similar to what we're seeing with COVID, there was this incredible desire for people to want relevance, to do something that mattered, to have purpose in their life. And there wasn't a great channel for it. People working inside companies had volunteer programs, but it didn't really find purpose for them. They felt like it was not truly leveraging, who they were at their core. And I created the Taproot Foundation to enable every business professional to use their professional skills, their marketing, their tech, their HR, their finance skills, to actually donate those skills to the community, so that we could actually enable nonprofits to have access to the marketing, the tech, and the HR that they need to be successful. And was able to work with Bill Draper to scale this to 7 cities across the country, then work with the White House to turn it into a national campaign that generated a $15 billion a year market for pro bono service. and then partnered with BMW to take this globally to 30 countries, and really had the chance to create this incredible laboratory for understanding purpose at work, for understanding intrinsic motivation. So what I was saying is, was able to take this globally, and to be able to expand this to 30 countries around the world, and to be able to really look at this and take a step back and understand that not only had we created this fundamental change with the way people volunteered and the way people thought about purpose in their lives, but we'd also done this grand experiment about how do we actually tap into purpose to make work more meaningful? How do we tap into intrinsic motivation? We were having all these people doing this, billions of dollars of work without compensation. Why was it they were willing to do this? What is it that actually drives us to want to give back, to want to do something bigger than ourselves? And that really was the impetus for the next journey for me. At the core of what I saw as I was, doing this research, as I was looking at why these tens of thousands of people around the world were doing pro bono work, that were working, 5 hours a week on top of their job, was that they said they found pro bono work so much more rewarding than a paycheck job, which probably doesn't surprise a lot of you. But it actually, well, at first very, I would say, gratifying to feel like we created this incredible environment where people were doing work that truly mattered to them. It helped me sort of have this aha moment, which was, it's not enough to fix volunteerism. It's not enough to work in philanthropy. What we need to fundamentally do is address the fact that work itself isn't working. Work is broken. What this was pointing to was the fact that people were not getting a critical core need met in their lives from what they were doing for 40, 50, 60, 100 hours a week at work. And that continuing to provide volunteerism as a side dish was actually creating an excuse for us to not address the fact that the entree that we were eating every day was fundamentally not healthy. We had to fix the fundamental issue. And I think the other insight, which Davin alluded to, was that this also gave me the front row seat of seeing a fundamental change happening in our economy, seeing the fact that these companies were knowing that they were needing to change, that these individuals were saying work is not good enough the way it is, seeing new companies emerging out of Silicon Valley that were looking at markets in a totally different way. And that's really what set me on this next sort of set of adventures that I want to share with you, to sort of take you along on that journey. So in 2013, I published The Purpose Economy. And what the purpose economy represented was a few things. One was my uncle, who was an economist at Stanford, had coined the term information economy in the 1970s. And what he had found is that we'd actually seen a shift from an industrial economy into an information economy as early as the late 1970s, that transition had begun. And what I sort of had as a sort of early stage thought was like, maybe what we're actually seeing emerge about 10 years ago was a transformation from the information economy into a new economy where our quest for purpose, our quest for meaning, our quest for something more than just survival was going to define innovation, marketplaces, and the workplace itself, as we see fundamental shifts in the demand and the needs of people. And there were a lot of things driving that, from the rise of positive psychology and to be able to understand how we actually work, to the fact that we were now facing existential threats to the survival of society, like climate change, that we were seeing the rise of things like corporate social responsibility. We were seeing the rise of new measurements around the world, that we were at this sort of moment where I saw the start of a new way to organize our society. And said, this is not just like a sub-economy, but actually this is a new fundamental shift in the overall economy. And I spent about 4 years traveling the world, really telling business, like, this is not, purpose is not like a nice, lovely thing. It's just about the community. This is not something soft. Let's talk about this in true economic terms. Let's talk about this in terms of data science. Let's talk about how do we actually build business? How do we scale purpose as a way to actually have competitive advantage in the world? Because I knew that until we were able to put this into economic terms, there were real limits in how we were going to be able to actually move this forward. I started challenging leaders of saying things like, look, if Silicon Valley has been the epicenter of the information economy, what city is going to be the epicenter of this new purpose economy? If certain companies fundamentally folded and went out of business because they didn't transform to the information economy, what companies are going to die because they didn't transform to the purpose economy? What is it we need to do to not just provide volunteering in our companies, and to have a sustainability report? How do we, just like the information economy, need to adjust every single part of our companies to fundamentally embrace purpose and the quest for meaning in our lives? So did that and saw, just incredible interest from CEOs. I think what I saw over and over again was CEOs wanted this message. Like, they knew this in their heart, they knew this in their mind, but they didn't have a way and permission to really lean into it. And what the purpose economy created was this framework that enabled CEOs, leaders, investors to start to actually think about this, not as a side dish, but as the entree. And then the next part of this journey, as I continued to really advocate for purpose as an economic imperative, was really trying to look at the data science. For a long time, there have been coaches out there have been religious leaders out there talking about individual purpose. How do we help people find their individual purpose? How do we help people lead with that? And that has been an incredible movement. It has helped millions of people's lives. But I also knew that if we were going to fundamentally change the nature of work, we couldn't have this be something that was just fundamentally a soft science, that was fundamentally poetry. This had to become data science. We had to get into the psychological underpinnings of purpose, because until this could interface with the HR technology systems of companies, we were not going to be able to scale this so that every student, every employee was able to work and design their careers and their lives around purpose. It had to move from poetry and philosophy and faith to data science. And we spent several years developing a way to look at purpose in terms of, if you think about everyone's purpose statement that you would develop with a coach, if you look at thousands of those, how could you create a predictive model using psychological drivers to actually predict in 10 minutes of questions, what is Davin's purpose? What is Adam's purpose? What is each person's purpose across a company? And how could you do that within 10 minutes across an entire corporation? And be able to have the same accuracy that you'd have, if not more accuracy than you'd have working with a coach doing personal discovery. And what this enables us to do is not only be able to profile that, but then you can start doing predictive analytics, because you can say people that have this purpose are likely to have these aspirations, are likely to be inspired by this, are likely to have these blind spots. You can start to take purpose from something that is, again, very sort of soft into something that I can actually build predictive analytics around. And we were able to roll this out to over 100,000 people, helping people truly around the world understand and embrace their purpose, and to find ways to talk between each other about how their purposes overlapped, how they were interconnected, and to really just take this to a whole new level in terms of scalability and interoperability with other systems. The next sort of piece of work we realized was that organizations have been measuring engagement in companies for a very long time, but that we need a new way of actually measuring purpose inside the workplace. So we did the first ever Workplace Purpose Index in 2015, looking with partnership with New York University at what is the state of purpose in the US workforce. And then we did a partnership shortly thereafter with Reid Hoffman and LinkedIn to look at purpose globally through their members to see how does purpose show up in different countries? What are the different levels? What are the barriers? And then working with PwC and CECP did a study on basically what is it that separates people who are finding purpose at work from those that aren't? And what are the strategies organizations can do to do that? And one of the key findings was really that what people need to bring purpose sustainably to life is that awareness. And I'm gonna talk more about that through the profiling, but they also need continuous social support from their peers to be able to make this possible. And that's when we raised venture capital to build the first ever peer coaching platform powered by purpose, which we just launched in Q4 of last year as a scalable way for companies to be able to bring purpose, not to just life in a launch of purpose, but to actually do it as part of the day-to-day operations of an organization on a go-forward basis. So I now want to share with you a little bit more detail of this journey. So what we found in that initial study with NYU was that it wasn't surprising so many people found pro bono work so much more rewarding than a paycheck job. 66% of the workforce is unfulfilled. And I just want you to think about that, like how much of an incredible imperative it is to fix this. A, because you think about all the people who are unfulfilled and what is the impact on their lives, their families, to have a life that you're not fulfilled. Like this is a personal travesty. To think about that as a leader of a team, to think about the fact that 2 out of 3 of your people are unfulfilled. What is that doing to productivity, motivation, compassion, caring, ... And then to think about that as a society, walking around Detroit, walking around New York City, walking around Chicago, San Francisco, that 2 out of 3 people on the street are unfulfilled. What is that doing to our economy? What is that doing to our healthcare? What is that doing to civic engagement? What is that doing to our society to have so many people fundamentally not showing up in their lives as full human beings? Because we also found that it was almost statistically impossible to be fulfilled in life if you're not fulfilled at work. This myth that fundamentally, like, it's okay to be unfulfilled at work and to somehow find that outside of work, for people who work full time, we found it was statistically basically impossible. So this is not just something that's like too bad or wouldn't it be nice? Like, this is actually, I believe, the most fundamental opportunity and problem in our society, in our lives, is to turn this around. And we started thinking about and challenging people, how can we by 2030 make it so 66% of the workforce is fulfilled, not unfulfilled? Which really brought up a question. People started asking, well, what's this difference between fulfillment and engagement? We've been talking about engagement since the 1990s, the work of Gallup. Is engagement the same thing as fulfillment? Is that really all we're talking about here? And then we started looking at and doing research to figure out, are they the same thing? What is the difference between being fulfilled and being engaged? And this is so core to how we need to change our thinking about work in organizations. First of all, human beings generally don't want to be engaged in their work. They want to be fulfilled. Think about this in terms of your own life. Think about you're lying on your deathbed at the age of 127, right? And you're reflecting back on your life. Like, do you say, oh my God, it was so great, I had such an engaging life? Or do you say, oh my heavens, I had a fulfilling life. I had great relationships. I made an impact. I grew and I challenged myself. What we desire as human beings is not to be engaged. That's what management wants us to be. What we as human beings want in a human-centered workforce is to be fulfilled. This is the language of a human being. This is fundamentally like a shift in the language to actually make work and the motivation shift from management to the employee, because it's in human-centered terms. But then we asked, like, do people even know the difference? Because we have people pushing back like, yeah, like people don't even know the difference. So we asked people in a survey of 1,000 folks across the US, what is the difference between engagement and fulfillment? How would you describe in a few words what it means to be engaged at work versus being fulfilled? So I just want to pause here for a second to have you look at how people answered this. Did they see the difference? What does it mean to be engaged at work versus fulfilled? And what really stood out, and when I'm live and being able to interact a little bit more, which I wish I was with you in person today, ask people, what do they see as the difference between these two? And my favorite answer so far has been that on the left, engagement is about being a human doing. Fulfillment is about being a human being. Engagement is all about just activity. It's about being active. It's being busy. It's being sort of hands-on. It's that you're getting the work done. If you look at fulfillment, it's about actually being a human being, making a difference, being happy, enjoying what you do. It's being able to achieve things that matter to you. This is the future of where we need to think about work if we're going to scale purpose as an organization. We need to move away from this model of let's measure employee engagement to how do we set up employee fulfillment as the aspiration? And how do we actually see in many ways employee engagement, this frame, as being one of the challenges to dehumanizing work? The challenge we found, though, is that when people, are at work, when they are sort of thinking about, their day-to-day, what they're dealing with an incredible amount of day-to-day challenge, of stress, of anxiety, of what the modern workplace represents. And we started looking at, like, what is it that separates someone who is struggling, who is not finding fulfillment at work, from those who actually are? It's an analysis that we, in social science call positive deviance. Who are the people who are doing something differently than everyone else that's actually working better for them than everyone else? What are these people doing that is different, that if we could scale would actually help create that change? So instead of starting from a deficit, we're trying to find those bright spots, those positive deviants that can actually help move this forward. The first thing we saw was that people who know what fulfills them are more likely to be fulfilled. It's kind of like people who know where they're driving are more likely to get there. It's not that surprising, right? But the reality we found is that most people don't know what fulfills them. So it's no surprise that when you ask them, are you fulfilled? They're like, no, like, I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that looks like for me. I don't know what my own operating manual is. So the first thing we realized was that the key to being able to help people be fulfilled is to build awareness about what is my purpose, what fulfills me. And I think that's a lot of what all of you in this room and virtually are working on. And a lot of the speakers so far is this whole movement around how do we help people figure out who the hell they are? How do we help people understand what fulfills them? And this is really the table stakes. It's just that awakening, that self-awareness. But it's an incredibly important one because we can see that if we don't help people do that, their odds of being successful are like really, really minor. So what we realize is that we need to figure out how to help people create an architecture for fulfillment, for purpose for themselves. We need to figure out a way to scale this, as I was talking about earlier, so that everyone could start to think about and create scaffolding around what fulfills them. So in psychology, the term scaffolding is really important. It's basically the idea that as you're going through life, you're constantly getting inputs, and most of those inputs just basically go in, one ear and out the other, because you have no way of storing them. You have no way of organizing them, and therefore you can't create meaning out of them. The way we create meaning is we have to be able to categorize our experiences and be able to put them into different areas to say like, okay, that's because I'm like this. That's because I care about this. That was exciting to me because of why. When we're able to actually categorize them, that's what creates meaning. Nothing in of itself is meaningful. It's only meaningful if we have a way of storing it in our memory that defines it as meaningful, which means we have to have a storage system, scaffolding, filing cabinets, however you want to think about that metaphor. Without that, nothing is in and of itself meaningful, which is why we found people who are doctors saving babies that said their work wasn't meaningful. It's because they hadn't created a scaffolding system to actually process that experience. So we need to be able to know what fulfills us and create those categories to be able to process it. So what we built, which I shared with you, is a psychologically designed purpose assessment that creates that scaffolding for people. It creates that categorization so they can process their experiences to be able to start to create meaning out of their day-to-day work, to be able to actually have that self-awareness, to be able to talk about it, and to make it accessible to themselves. We were able to generate in 10 minutes the purpose statement of every person in a workplace. Is it in the exact poetic expression that you get working with a coach? Absolutely not. But it gets at the psychological scaffolding, which is what actually is more important for people to be able to process what is going on for them on a day-to-day basis at work. And we actually had many coaches who for a living for decades have been doing purpose coaching. They were very skeptical of this. And then they took the assessment and their general answer was, damn it, this like actually nailed in 10 minutes what took me 2 years to figure out for myself. Because we were actually able to get to the psychological roots of what actually generates meaning for people. The challenge was that alone didn't make that much of a difference because it wasn't integrating it on an ongoing basis. We found that assessments alone did not make that big a difference. I mean, how many of you have taken an assessment, Myers-Briggs, StrengthsFinder, and you come back 6 months later, you don't remember what was in it. You haven't changed your life. Like most people, an assessment alone doesn't do it. We tried just sending people regular content to keep them thinking about and inspired, books, etc. That again, it creates these spikes, but it doesn't provide that sustained change that we need. Workshops, again, fantastic, interventions, and then it just fades over time. It doesn't fundamentally make the sustained change. We looked at managers. Could we get managers to create this change? They were not up for the task. It's too much on top of what they're already doing. It wasn't also a consistent, reliable resource to be able to help people be fulfilled, to be able to bring this work front and center. We looked at professional coaches. And again, that was a great solution for a few people that could afford it, but it didn't scale to 90% of the workforce. And it wasn't something that wasn't consistently and reliably part of people's work life. It was something that happened for a period of time, and then you stopped doing it. This had to be something that was integrated as a continuous self-awareness model for people throughout their lives. What we looked at is that this is because you do have to have this fundamental ongoing relationship of reflection. So you had to have that initial self-awareness owning your purpose. You then had to do this continuous process of aligning your daily work. This is not about aligning your 10-year, 50-year plan. It's about aligning, what am I doing today? What am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing next week? What are the small things I need to do to make my work meaningful? And focusing on 3 things that matter: your relationships, your impact, and your growth. Those are the things that matter to bring your purpose to work. It's not about these huge, lofty ideas. It's about, on the day-to-day basis, do you have relationships that are meaningful? Are you making an impact that matters to you? And are you growing? Are you stretching on a regular basis? That's what makes our work feel fulfilling and meaningful. And when we have those 3 things, it actually impacts our neuroscience, our brain. It produces oxytocin and dopamine. And just to give you a sense for how powerful that is, oxytocin is only produced through purpose, sex, and nursing. Those are the 3 things that have been shown to produce oxytocin in the brain. It's how powerful an agent it is. So when we actually are able to focus on these things, it creates this biological response that creates this feeling we call fulfillment. I feel fulfilled. And that's when we feel like you're in a state of fulfillment. And guess what happens then? It motivates us to lean more into our purpose because we trust it, and we believe it, and we want it. It's a drug. And then we start getting this virtuous cycle that starts to happen. And when we can get that cycle going, that's when we're actually seeing success. But you can't do this on your own. We realize this is not a single player sport. This is a team sport. And this brings us to what we've seen even more so with COVID, is that we have a fundamental problem in our society, which is because purpose is a team sport. People, though, right now are not operating in teams. They're on their own. Even before COVID, we had 61% of Americans saying they felt lonely and isolated, according to a study by Cigna. And this has an incredibly downward spiral on people's ability to be fulfilled and to find purpose. We can inspire the hell out of people, but if they're lonely, we're not biologically able to live that. Because as we feel lonely and isolated, it actually makes it harder for us to connect with other people. It makes us stressed, anxious, and depressed, which makes it even harder to connect with people. So you get this negative virtuous cycle, or negative flywheel going. And that puts us into a mindset where we have fear and apathy that's driving us. We lack the ability to have empathy. We actually find that the biological ability to have empathy goes away the more we feel isolated. Our ability to change goes down. We're threatened by others. We have low transparency. I mean, is it any surprise that we're seeing so many social problems, so many health problems in our world when you have people that are this lonely? And how in God's name would we have people embrace fulfillment and purpose when 61% or more of them, even before, again, the pandemic, are feeling this way? Unless we address this issue, purpose doesn't fundamentally matter. Until we address loneliness, purpose will not get any traction. And this is where we saw in the study the difference came. When you combine purpose and peer coaching, and peer coaching is the act of regularly having conversations about how am I doing at work? How am I finding meaning in my work? How are my relationships? How is my impact? How is my growth? And then what am I going to do to make it better? And committing to each other to make those changes. When people do that, it radically increases their odds of being fulfilled. Again, this is not a solo sport. This is a team sport. We cannot do this on our own, and we cannot build companies where we don't have this kind of peer support and expect them to be purpose-driven cultures. What we've built with our platform that we're finding incredible results with is a basically continuous flywheel, a fulfillment engine. So it starts with that purpose profile I talked about uncovering what is it that fulfills me? Who am I? What is my purpose? But then I'm connecting you with another colleague in the company to actually have an hour conversation where you're reflecting on, how does that show up for me? Why does that matter for me? How could I be doing more to align with my purpose? And at the end of that conversation, I'm pledging to say, here's one thing, partner, that I commit to doing to make my work more meaningful. I'm owning my fulfillment. I'm not saying it's my manager's responsibility. It's not my company's responsibility. What am I going to do? And then I'm going to actually do that. I apply that in my work. And then 2 weeks later, I measure and say, did I do it? And did it make an impact on my fulfillment? And I get back together with my partner and I reflect on that. And I think about, okay, given that, let's further explore self-awareness, what I need to do, and identify the next thing that I'm going to do. It becomes this continuous process, not a one-time process, a continuous engine for optimizing your work around fulfillment. And this is the engine that's necessary to actually bring purpose to life, not for a day, not for a week, but as a continuous part of work. This is how we use technology. This is how we make purpose a sustained part of every organization and our lives. And I wanted to share with you, we've now had, just in about 6 months, 20,000 of these conversations on our platform. And the things that people are doing to make their work more meaningful fall into those 3 areas that I discussed. We asked them, what is your imperative over the next 2 weeks? What is essential for you to do to make your work purposeful, to have the optimal effect on how you're experiencing work? And people are choosing actions that are in the 3 categories that matter. What are you doing to make your work your relationships more meaningful? What are you doing to increase your impact? And what are you doing to grow as a human being? And the things that are most common that people are sharing, under relationships, they're working on relationships with their coworkers more broadly, with team members, so their direct team, a network of peers in their organization, and then their manager. Like, those are the most common relationships they want to work on. From an impact standpoint, and I should say coworkers is by far, which is not your immediate team, but broader coworkers was the one that is by far the most common. And on impact, the number one thing is it's not about impact on the community. It's fundamentally first and foremost for people about how am I making an impact on the success of my team and the people on my team. That is that sort of most core area. And then from a growth perspective, it's like career direction. How am I aligning where I'm going with what fulfills me, with my purpose? And then how am I leading? How am I showing up in a bigger way and inspiring other people to do it? And what is unprecedented and what we're seeing is that in these conversations, 83% of the time, people are actually doing what they said. Not because their manager told them to do it or HR, because they identified what they wanted to work on and they said it out loud to a peer. And as a result of that, they felt motivated to want to follow through. And they're saying that 97% of the time, it's actually impacted their fulfillment. What we've built is this engine where people are actually owning their purpose, owning their fulfillment on a day-to-day basis. And we can now scale this. And our goal is to be, in the next few years, to the point where we can have 1 million conversations per day on this platform so that we can fundamentally change the nature of work and reach that tipping point as a society. And this is why we're seeing this is working. When you have these meaningful relationships, right? When you're having meaningful relationships about your purpose, you are seeing that you're having positive, consistent, vulnerable conversations. And oxytocin is being produced, that drug that we tie normally either to sex or to nursing is being produced between 2 people. We're getting strangers to bond. It's incredible the power of this within a company. And that creates hope and desire. And suddenly people are having empathy and compassion. They're open to new ideas and perspectives. They're willing to be transparent and they're valuing and celebrating other people. This is working. And this is fundamentally not just the answer to purpose, this is the answer to inclusion and diversity and all the schisms that we see in our society. This is the answer to repairing the health in our society. This is the answer to addressing education. We've got to turn this flywheel going around purposeful relationships between people, just as Davin was saying. And what we're seeing is that this is, as I just shared, one of the most promising, if not the most promising way to address the fundamental divides in our society. What people do when they're just left to their own devices is they connect with people who look like them with the same background. We're actually wired to do that, right? But what we're finding is that when we're actually able to make relationships built on purpose, we go from 2 people who are connecting to each other because they look like each other. The basis of trust shifts from observable differences. Hey, you're a guy, I'm a guy, I'm white, you're white, to behavior, disclosure, and shared purpose. The basis for trust fundamentally shifts psychologically. And what we see is that people who otherwise would be scared to talk to each other, who would not be comfortable breaking down past superficial boundaries, are seeing each other as human beings. They're being curious about each other. And they're actually bonding as human beings for the first time. And we're seeing this happen by the thousands on our platform. Because we know that social bonds generate 50% of the purpose that people experience in their lives. It's the bonds that create it. And it becomes self-enforcing because While purpose brings us together, it also creates purpose. You just see that flywheel going. And we're not just breaking down boundaries between Black people and white people, between men and between women. We're breaking down barriers between marketing and technology, which inside a lot of companies is incredibly difficult as well, because there's so much stereotypes, so much difference. We're finding common humanity between people in scale. Like, this is the greatest hope for our society, is to find common purpose, to find commonality so that we can then celebrate our difference. I wanted to, in closing, just share the incredible work by Rob Cross, who's been leading work around organizational network analysis, which is the work of really studying how people interact inside an organization, and what kinds of interactions predict success and people staying inside a company. Right now, 59% of employees are expecting to leave their job in the next year. How are we addressing that? What he found, and this is an incredible body of research, I mean, it's robust across cultures, across companies, millions of data points, is that the most successful, committed long-term employees, they don't build networks focused on productivity and inclusion. They focus their relationships on efficiency and purpose. What is efficiency and purpose? It is, what is your imperative? What is the thing that you need to do to actually make a difference in the short term? What is that, not the multitude of things, but what is the few things that we need to do that actually matter? And we focus on those things. It's not only in the best interest of society, it's enabling success and long-term retention within companies. So just wanted to end with a thank you, and maybe have a couple minutes for questions from the audience. I would love to engage with you.
Is this on? There we go. Aaron, thank you so very, very much. Appreciate it. Who has a question for Aaron? Of course, Nick Craig has a question for Aaron. Aaron, would you believe that the first person to raise his hand was Nick Craig?
I was hoping for that.
Exactly, because we always do this. You have some great company examples of where you've done this. And can you just share one of those? They're just some amazing stories that I just think would be helpful to share with these guys.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've been doing this now on the pure coaching side for less time. It's been about 9 months of really rolling this out. So we're working with Hasbro right now, rolling this out as a way to activate their purpose across the organization. We worked with PwC, sort of core partner with them, and their whole rollout of purpose across their company. Griffith Foods, another great example. What we're finding is that companies are going from this idea of like workshops and sort of niche rollouts of purpose to realizing this has to be tied into their HR technology systems. It has to be tied into how they are doing business on a much broader scale, Nick, as you know. And that's really where we're finding that traction. And it's starting to actually really get into actually the data science of how they're measuring people inside their organization. So we're now working with companies to change the way they're measuring success from this engagement model to actually looking at fulfillment as the way they're doing that measurement.
Great answer. Great. Another answer all the way back here.
Yep.
Of course he'll answer
it. We'll see.
What are the 10 questions?
The 10 questions. In the assessment to identify your purpose. Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's 10 minutes. So it's 30 questions. And the questions are around the different fundamental drivers that define what your purpose is. So just to give you an example of one of the drivers, one of the things we found is psychologically, there's a difference between people who get the most sense of meaning from helping individuals versus people who gain the most purpose from helping organizations and teams versus people who want to make an impact at a societal level. That actually ties to differences in psychological makeup, what motivates and what is inspiring to people. And that is sort of at the core of what defines purpose for people. The other pillar, second one, is around how do you define what is fair? We found that fundamentally different people have different definitions for what is fair based on their values. And that is at the core of what defines purpose for you, because what is fair is how you want to repair the world, how you want to fix the world, and that not everyone defines the answers to that the same way. And that is again, a core part of your purpose. And the final one, which is sort of the more standard one, is really around what is your superpower? What is your contribution? What is your core way to add value to the world? And when you combine those three things, that defines your purpose from a scientific standpoint.
Awesome. So Michelle showing over here is like, yes. So good. Other questions? Oh, one back here.
Thanks, Aaron. That was so great. I'm curious if at some point you'll be able to roll this out for individuals. It sounds like mostly you're selling to teams, but if somebody's looking for their next job, I could see an application there. Is that something you're going to be doing at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in this first and foremost as a social impact business. I mean, my goal is to have every person on the planet know their purpose and being able to work with each other. I want to, help people with their jobs. I want to get every Republican matched with every Democrat for peer coaching to realize that they're actually both human beings. I want to, match people from around the world. We've done some great pilots, for example, with vets, returning vets, helping them support each other, integrating back into the workplace. So we've done a lot of experimentation, but for right now, from a business model perspective, our focus is on, large companies where we can really scale this and gather a lot of data to make it better. And then over time, start to really, expand this out.
Awesome. Question down here, Jonathan.
Thanks, Aaron. Can you just talk quickly about age demographics, young versus a little bit older, and maybe by title? Do you see trends in those spaces?
Yes, but not nearly as much as you would think. For example, we've found like the majority of people in every profession are unfulfilled. People working in the nonprofit sector, majority unfulfilled. Healthcare, unfulfilled. Education, unfulfilled. So we really found there aren't purpose professions and non-purpose professions. Like that's a myth. So while there's some variation, it's not like fundamentally like a gap. Same thing with age. People say millennials are the purpose generation. Like, no, not like really. It's much more sort of across the board. I think the one demographic that is the most purposeful in terms of their mindset is women over 50. That is like the ideal person or human being, or women over 50. So I always say, if you don't know anything else about someone, you need to make a hire, like hire a woman over 50 and you got your best shot at success. That is sort of the prime demographic psychologically around purpose. I'd also say we found in the global study, countries that do not respect women fundamentally in the workplace have much lower rates of purpose than countries where women are fully embraced in corporate culture. But that fundamentally was the easiest line to draw in that difference. And the US, I think, is dead in the middle there. I think we've got a long ways to go as a culture here, and fundamentally understanding the power of women, not just equality, but actually the power that is there that's not being tapped.
Awesome. Awesome. Last question right here down in front.
Thank you, Davin. Aaron, great presentation. God bless you. Here's my question. Every one of us room, everyone that's listening to this presentation could say, okay, here's our purpose. Let's define our purpose.
Yep.
What we write down this very second, 1 week, 1 month, 6 months, could be drastically different. We could have some of it, but not all of it. So my question is, how do we follow up on a monthly basis, let's say a 12-step program that here was my purpose, we went to achieve my purpose, and now did you get the fulfillment that excited you, that got your endorphins going like no tomorrow, like one of your bullet points was that certain thing, how do you say it? What starts with an O?
Yeah.
If we get that in our brain after 1 month, after 2 months, and if we don't, we got to make changes. How do we implement a plan that captures that moment in time, say every month or every 2 months or 3? Because you do it one time, I've seen them all, and then you'll come back with it. What happens?
Yeah. So I think a lot of that comes down to how people have defined purpose in the past, which was not developed around actual science and psychology of it. Your purpose should not change. And it should be something that you could do as a center for the Pistons or the President of the United States or for an executive assistant. You should be able to bring it to life in any job. If you've defined it in a way that doesn't allow that flexibility, you've defined it way too narrowly and in the wrong way. So to define it properly, it should be evergreen. The journey that you're describing, though, is the journey of constantly keeping it front and center. And it's like an onion where you're just getting more and more to the core of it. It's not changing. You're just getting deeper and deeper into it as you're peeling off layers of the onion. And the way you keep it moving, the 12-step program is meeting every 2 weeks with a peer and talking about how do I redesign my job in the next 2 weeks? Okay, did that work? Nope, didn't work. Let's try something else. It's that continuous process, because this is, just like going to church or synagogue, like you got to keep this a regular process to keep it front and center. And if you try to do this on your own, like Godspeed, like it's going to be, very, very challenging.
Awesome. Aaron, thank you so much for joining us
Thank you.
from Seattle. Appreciate it. One more time for Aaron Hurst. All right. Well, before we go into our next session, I'd like to welcome Coryne Forest, our Director of Learning and Development at Purpose Point, to the platform. Coryne Forest has been an amazing blessing to our team, the organizations that we serve, and she's just going to say a few words and then introduce this next period of time.
Thank you, Davin. Aaron's amazing. And that presentation was amazing. And let me tell you why it particularly resonated with me. My name is Coryne Forest, and I am unique. And I am amazing, because it's one thing I've learned this week is we need to talk to each other positively, right? Or talk to ourselves positively. Well, what makes me unique? I am an engineer. I feel like I should my name is Coryne Forest. I'm a recovering engineer, just like Telva, right? So, I'm an engineer, I'm a female. That makes me unique. What makes me truly unique is I am a people person as well. So, my career, I spent 32 years with the United States Army at an R&D center. And I ended my career in leadership development. Because you know what's hard to find at an R&D center in the Army? People persons, whatever. So they tapped me on the shoulder and they said to me, "You think different. You seem to like people. We need you to teach other engineers how to be leaders that people actually want to follow." So that's what I spent the last 10 years of my career doing. And then I found that bigger calling that so many of us are kind of wondering about, right? 32 years at the same company, in the same building. Now I moved around it. And I retired last year in the middle of a pandemic. Yay! So at that time, I was already a part of the Purpose Point Fellowship, and I told Davin that I was going to be retiring, and I happened to be putting together a list of the leadership classes that I facilitated and the assessments that I was certified to give to people and analyze data. I got an executive coaching certification, and Davin said, "Holy cow, do you want to come work with us?" And I said, "You know what? I do." So that's how I became the Director of Learning and Development for Purpose Point. It is my passion. Too many people are coming into work and leaving their heart and soul at the door because all they're being paid for is their hands. And I said, my gosh, if I can help leaders become leaders that people want to follow, if I can help leaders find their purpose, this is what I was meant to do. So with that, I want to invite you to our summer leadership series. We're starting a series in June. It'll, I think most of them are on Wednesdays. There is one that is a 2-day class. We're doing the Ken Blanchard SL2 experience. All the classes are held here in Mount Clemens in the upper room, just a block down the road in there. And I encourage you to come, sharpen your saw, as Stephen Covey would say, as a leader. Send your people. But I want to caution you about that. I just want to take 1 minute and say that if you're the kind of leader, and we all know people like this, if it's not you, are you the kind of leader who says, I wish they would do their job better? If only I could find more talented people. If only they could read my mind better. Then you're the kind of person that needs leadership training. because leadership is an inside-out process. We've heard a lot of people talk about that on this stage, is that it starts with you. You have to be the leader that people want to follow first. So with that, I'm going to encourage you, and I like what Aaron said here. I love that peer-to-peer accountability and that coaching was part of that, because we all need to sharpen that saw regularly. I'm sure a lot of you people are here at this conference because of that reason. It's a way to get out of the office and learn something and refill my cup. We need to do that regularly, and coaching, it can be a very key part of that. And so the session here on the stage at noon is from Pendleton, and they are our coaching arm at Purpose Point. So with that, I'd like to bring to the stage Pete Bryant and Mark Miller from Pendleton, and they're going to talk about that coaching piece. So with that, gentlemen.
Thank you, Coryne. Appreciate it. Can you give a round of applause? I love to hear of all the speakers, of all the content. If someone asked you, I'm asking you right now, what's one thing, what's your number one takeaway? We'd love to get about 3 or 4 folks to share with us, just real time. What's one thought or one statement or one thing that truly resonated so far among all of them? And so I want to take a volunteer. Just show of hands. Yes, sir. Words matter. Powerful. Say just a little bit more about that.
You know what? It's really what you say to different people, no matter when, where, or how. Whether it be at the grocery store, talking to the lady that's taking and bagging her groceries, whether it be your coworker that's sitting in purchasing, that's having a stressful day, or whether it be the person that you're walking down the street and you say good morning to them and you look at them and you can say, you know what, good morning, how are you? And really, how are you? So really, when you look at your words and the impact they can have on somebody, what I don't know your story. I don't know how your wife's doing. I don't know how your job's going. I don't know your story.
That's right.
But what I do know is I can make you smile. I can get to know you, get to understand you, and the words that I say to you, that you're doing a good job, you're making a difference.
That's right.
God is great. It can make a difference for all of us.
Fantastic.
And really, that makes a goal.
When is your, yes, when is your session? When is your session? Hey, who else?
One statement or one thing that really resonated for you.
Any key takeaways? Meet people where they are. Good one.
Absolutely.
Very good. What else? Just shout it out. I heard purpose. Well, that's good. You've been listening. Positive self-talk. Very good. Important stuff.
Very important.
Yeah. What is that? Take your mind captive. Fantastic. Absolutely. Take your mind captive. Yeah. Very good.
Excellent.
Yes. The magic takes place out of the comfort zone. Isn't that true?
That's huge.
It's a little scary, though, isn't it? But yeah, that's good. Ooh. Do common things in uncommon ways. Fantastic.
Down while you go.
Yeah, that's great. Well, that's good stuff. So, love it. I think all of us have something that we've taken away from this. And I guess I have a question for you guys, and that's this. How do I retain all of this great information, right? So how many of you have been taking notes? Can I see your notes? Hold them up. How many of you have been, how many of you are using your phone for notes? Yes. Anybody tweeting? I don't even know what that is, but my kids told me to say that. So there we go. Yeah, there's so much, there's only so many ways we can have all this information, but it is great. It feels a little bit like, if you're like me over the last 3 days, I got my mouth right up to that fire hose, right? And it's been a ton of information. So it's great. Now, the problem is, this is about as much as we're going to retain. Thank you, Ken Yan. He's our fantastic comedian. But this is about how much we're actually going to retain. Why is that? because here's how the brain works. And I've loved over the last few days, we've talked about brain chemistry. Brain science right now is exploding. One thing we know, and this is terrible for us speakers, and this is terrible for Aaron, who just went, because guess what? We're going to forget 50% of what we just heard within an hour. Oh my goodness. Terrible stuff. For somebody that does speaking and coaching, that's one of those that I just hate to see. But it's true. In an hour, my brain is going to forget 50% of what we just heard. Why? Because we're human beings, and what do human beings do? We leak. And the older I get, the more I leak, right? And here's another statistic that I hate to see, but it's true. Within 24 hours, you are going to forget 80% of what we just talked about. I can hear a pin drop right now. Like, really? So what do I do with all this information? So how do we make sure that it sticks? Pete's going to come up and help us with that.
So let's try this. First, we'd like to take, you just mentioned what's one thing that resonated. What I'd like you to do, if you have something to write on, just pull it out right now. We're gonna do an active exercise, and in a minute we're gonna have you get with a partner. So we ask for you not to be passive, but we really want you to jot some things down, because we're gonna have you do a quick 60-second dialogue with someone near you really quick. So first, we'd like you to think about what are maybe top 3 themes that stuck out. It could be from a speaker, it could be from a topic, it could be 3 separate items from the same speaker. So, for example, one for me was Dr. Zach Mercurio from Tuesday. He was the last speaker on Tuesday, and he spoke about mattering. You know, and you mentioned words matter, and I think he articulated that so well that he said, first you have to notice, and then you have to affirm, and then you have to express to the person why their contribution is necessary, why they are indispensable, and how that's powerful. I think about that in my professional life, but I also have 3 kids. And coach, we talk about recognition and feedback all the time, but oftentimes I have to look in the mirror and I think, man, how do I apply that to my 19-year-old son, my 16-year-old son, my 14-year-old daughter? And so that really resonated for me, and how I want to continue to get better at that, not only in my professional life, but also my personal life. So what we would like for you all to do is to take about the next 3 minutes and just on anything you have, and you're not going to turn it in or give it to somebody, but just enough for you to catalog. What are the top 3 thoughts that really resonated for you? And maybe just enough of a note or a phrase why that resonated. And then we're going to have you partner up and have you share that. So why don't we take about the next 3 minutes to think about those talks. What are the top 3 thoughts? Write them down. And also, what's the next step on that, Mark?
Yep.
And do your best to attach one quote or thought with that. All right? So let's take about 3 minutes. I'm going to get my timer, give you a chance to work on that, and then we're going to have you partner up.
Go ahead and have them partner up. Go ahead and have them partner up now. Yeah, but I think we need to move.
If you're a fast worker and you've already written down your 3 and you're around somebody that already has one, you can go ahead and start partnering up and just kind of making that eye contact that, hey, yeah, let's do that. Give about 1 more minute to finish getting those thoughts out, looking through everything that you've thought of. So as you're finishing up, here's how we want to create the alliance with you and your partner. So you've jotted those 3 items down that have really resonated for you. Basically, what we'd like you to do is we're going to do a 60-second sharing where you take 30 seconds, your partner takes 30 seconds, and you're really just saying, man, the 3 things that really mattered to me were this and this and this. And what the theme was, that why that really connected was this. Now I realize 30 seconds is quick. For some of you, 30 seconds will feel like an eternity. For others of you, 30 seconds is you're just getting through your first point. So, but just to make it even, we're just going to do it like that, and I will call time. So if you are ready, decide who's going to go first in your pairing and who's going to go second. All right? Make that decision. All right, person number 1, you're on the clock. Please share with your partner what those top 3 things are, and really quickly, why that resonated. On your mark, get set, go.
That's good. We got to get into that quick. That was great. Perfect. Give them the 20-second warning.
10 seconds before we switch. All right, time's up for person number 1. I realize, how many of you did not get through all 3? Totally, I totally understand. All right, now we're gonna switch. Person number 2, we're gonna give you 60 seconds to give it your best shot of 1, 2, and 3, and how that resonated. On your mark, get set, begin.
And then for tomorrow, yeah.
Fifteen seconds. And time is up. Thank you very much for participating in this. Now, I'd love to ask a few questions about this. What was it like to be able to share something? What was that like? So we have a saying when we do trainings, our participants can either volunteer or they will be voluntold. So no. What was that like to be able to share what you were learning with someone else? It's nice to be heard. Can you say just a little bit more of what made that so nice?
Makes a big difference.
Yeah, what Kimberly said is when
And
you
that
say it
was
out
good
loud,
timing.
you gain more clarity in your own mind as you're verbalizing it, and then just really good to hear the feedback of the person you're sharing it with. Just one other person. What was it like? Yeah.
Yeah, I think validating what you thought was important, and then hearing some of those same themes from your partner. That okay, we're kind of picking up on those really important things.
Yeah, the validation is critical. And you know what's amazing is that It's one thing to hear, it's another thing to write it down, but when we orally process and share our learnings, we're twice as likely to remember them if we otherwise would not have. So one last step to this little exercise is this. Would you look at your list of 3, and I'd ask you to choose one of those, and I'd ask for you to set up a reminder right now to share that with someone tomorrow that was not part of the purpose.
Pull out your phones, however you do it.
However you want to do it. Calendar reminder. We're dead serious. Like, we're going to take 30 seconds for you to do this. Calendar reminder. Send a text. Send an email to yourself and one other person, whichever manner works best for you. Make an appointment and say, hey, I want to talk to you tomorrow about something I learned at the Purpose Summit at whatever time. If you do this, you are going to retain this long term. Just a simple tool. You got 20 more seconds to wrap that up.
All right, so while you're setting your timer, I'm just going to say quickly, we are Pendleton Consulting. We do executive coaching, and when I was listening to Aaron's talk, I was thinking, wow, you know what? I agree with him about professional coaching, that so many times you have professional coaches that come in, they blow up, and then they blow out. One of the things we don't want to do is that. In fact, we completely agree. In fact, I used the statement that he used, we don't want human doings, we want human beings. And so one of the things we do with coaching is we try to put the human element back into it. Because frankly, isn't it nice to talk to somebody about what you just learned? Wasn't that nice? It's a great thing to be able to interact. It's a great thing to be able to do that. One of the things we like to do in coaching is to get that interaction happening with other people. We think that there's too much pushing as far as management goes, and not enough pulling, not enough listening. And so if we can listen to one another and we can engage one another, then it puts the human back into it, which is really a perfect model for all of us. So these are a few companies that we've worked with over the past few years. We have a leadership playbook. It specifically talks about getting from here to there. How do you do that? What does that look like? And so we love our workshops, love what we do with our people. Our focus is 4 areas. What do you notice about right in the middle of that triangle? And by the way, it's not a triangle, it's a delta, which delta means what? Thank you. Because we can't get from here to there without? Thank you. Adam, did you mic them? Sorry, Adam's so good with that. But they said change, by the way, if you're listening at home. Yes, we've got to change. What do we hate to do? We hate to change, right? Why do we hate to change? Because it's hard. Because I'd like to stay here in my lazy boy chair, right? Or I'd like to eat my meatloaf, my comfort food. We like the comfort zone. Comfort is good. Jeff did a great job of that. I love the little puppy and the blanket. I like that too, but we know we've got to change, and it's a hard thing to do. So what we like to do is we like to encourage, and I like that word because what I think encourage means is to speak courage into. So if you're an encourager, you're somebody that speaks courage into, because what does it take to change? It takes some courage to do that. So there's 4 points that we really focus on when we look at that change. The first one is purpose. What do you have to do? You have to look at your purpose, and that's going to take some change in order for us to make sure that we're revolving our company around purpose. It's one of the reasons why we connected so well with Davin, because when I showed him this model, he was like, are you kidding me? That's what we do, and you put purpose right in the middle of the model that you use. So that's one key component to it, and then there's also 3 other components to it, and Pete's going to talk about the next one.
Typically, when we work with a client, they have a pain point. They have something that's brought them to look for an outside source, a third party that's saying, help us, we're stuck, we can't seem to get through this hurdle, or we have this issue. And as we take a deep dive and assess their situation, the first place we start is performance. What are their key performance indicators? And that seems like standard stuff. It's amazing how many companies, they look at the top line revenue, they look at the bottom line profit, and then it really gets foggy and misty after that. And typically we work with them to find out what are your top 4 to 6 key performance indicators, half of them that are vital to your business, and one of those is bottom line profits. But then the other half, what do your customers need to be best served and to choose you over others that might serve them instead of you? And so we really help them define those, track those, and here's what's most important. When you talk about getting the frontline employees involved and interested in your business, tracking those and helping them see how they make a contribution to those numbers. So we look at performance and what it takes to get them to win and to the finish line. The third P that we're going to talk about is processes. Because it's nice to have purpose, it's nice to have, hey, these are the numbers we need, but what do we have to do to get that performance? What do we have to do in order to live out our purpose? I was speaking with someone during this week, and they were just talking about the monotony of bi-weekly one-to-ones with your manager. It's that 30-minute conversation. It's just drudgery. And it's like, yeah, I'm going in for my bi-weekly spanking from my manager kind of a thing. And unfortunately, in a lot of business cultures, it's like that. But when we get a chance to work with companies, we talk about a coaching model where we talk about expectations and accountability and feedback, where the supervisor is speaking life, as Mark said, encouragement, speaking courage into their team to see them work, and not just one-to-one accountability, but team accountability. We've often seen that team accountability has even more power than a one-to-one accountability where the whole team is working together.
And that last part is people, of course. It's the foundation of everything we do. We talk about it a lot. How many times do we hear that cliche? People are our most important asset. And yet, where's the action behind that? And so one of the things we talk about is not only getting the right people that would align with your purpose, but also, are they in the right seats, right? We've heard this before. And then the third thing, though, is are they rowing in the right direction? Are we all rowing together? Because sometimes we've got people that are going this way, they're going that way, and so we find that we're actually moving in different directions. Or it could be different parts of the company departments as well, and they're moving in the different directions. So we try to break down the silos, help people to come together, and make sure that we're all focusing on the same direction. Now, I want to talk about a word that Aaron talked about, and I want to talk about it in a different way, because he talked about engagement and how it's like, oh, management wants to engage people. Management wants to engage people. And all they want to do is they want to develop bottom line profits and this and that, and it's all about human doings and not about human beings. Terrible. That's horrible. I think it's how we define the word engagement. There's lots of words that I think that's lost its meaning, and it's a buzzword that we hear a lot about. In fact, the study that he talked about from the Gallup organization is a study all across 50 different industries. And it's tens of thousands of people. And every few years, they do this thing called the annual state of the workforce. And so what they found is that there's a dearth of engagement, partly because I think Aaron was absolutely right. I think people need purpose in their life. They need more fulfillment in their life. But if they're not engaged, how many of you feel like at times when you've been on a team, it's like all of a sudden somebody says, hey, here, do this. Anybody? Anybody? Yeah. How many do that as parents? Never. Not here. I mean, we do that all the time. It's so easy to say, here, this is what I want you to do, instead of, hey, why don't I involve you in the process? So we even talk about just the simple, this gentleman down here was talking about how important words matter. Just as simple as, instead of saying, hey, this is what I want you to do, hey, what can we do to help solve this problem? So here's the power of engagement, though. A recent study talks about 63% of companies say retaining employees is actually harder than hiring them. And we know that as COVID goes down, guess what's going to happen? The labor market's going to get tighter, whether that's a volunteer organization or a professional organization. We're going to have less people because we have less time, and we have to make sure that we attract top talent. Also, a recent study revealed a third of workers are actively searching actively or casually for a job. That's crazy to think about, but it's true. Another study, U.S. employers spend $2.9 million per day looking for replacement workers. That's $1.1 billion per year. And this is the one that really stands out to me. 66% of all employees today feel disengaged. Now, I think what Aaron said is true. One of those pieces is because I think they're missing purpose. I also think another piece of that is that as leaders, we're not helping to pull out of our people. Instead, we're pushing our ideas into them. So, and here's the thing. If we truly actively engage our people, they're 17% more productive, 20% more profitable for companies, and look at this, 59% lower turnover. A lot of our companies we've worked with, they say, we've got a back door that's wide open. We hire them in, they work here for a year or so, and then boom, they're gone. And by the way, millennials don't get angry at people, they just leave you. They don't even tell you, they're just gone. Why? Because again, the old ways of doing things aren't gonna work. We work with companies that say, well, I'm old school and I just did as I was told. Well, that may be true, but the average millennial, they know this from the beginning. They expect to have 6 different careers in their lifetime. 6. Back 20 or 30 years ago, how many careers did we think we would have? We'd have 1, and we'd stay with them for 35 years, and then they'd do what? Give us a gold watch, right? Well, that's not true anymore. And so if we're not treating our people the way that they deserve and giving them the leadership that they deserve, they won't get mad, they'll just leave. So we want to talk to you about how do you close that gap between here and there. It's all about our people. And what is it about our people? It's about helping them to feel fulfilled and, but also feel engaged at work. So Pete's going to help set up 7 questions that we as leaders need to answer to help people feel engaged.
Typically, when we start off an opening engagement, we have a day-and-a-half training that we do, and the first question we start with is this. Because typically the room is filled with leaders, either senior leaders or mid-level managers, people that have direct reports. And we ask them to contemplate this question: what is life like under your authority? And so for those of us in the room, if you have direct reports, ask yourself that question. What's life like for the people that are under your authority? As they are, if you're meeting in person in offices, as they drive to work, what are they thinking about as they're coming to work? Is it like, man, I am so excited to be involved in our work today? Or are they under a cloud, man, I can't wait till 5 o'clock or whenever quitting time is typically? And we ask our participants, we ask them to think of a great leader that you've worked for in your career. And we ask, what are some of those things that really made you love working for that leader? And then we go the opposite side of the spectrum and say, think of a leader that was so difficult to work for. And we ask them, what were some of those characteristics of that work relationship that made it so challenging? When we talk about the 7 questions, this is another Gallup study, and typically they come back with 12 key questions that every workplace employee is asking. Each individual, it's different frequencies and different times, but from leaders of organizations all the way down to the most recent hire, these are questions that they ask related to their employment. We took that 12 and we narrowed it to a top 7. 12 is a little unwieldy to kind of keep in your mind from a leadership perspective, but these 7 are critical. And as we've worked with leaders, as they learn the skills to continually answer these questions for their people, it is transformational in their organizations. The first one is simply this: what's my job? Think back to your first day at work at any of your stops along your career. Think back to your first day. How did you feel that first day at work? What were some of the feelings, some of the emotions you experienced? Anybody feel fear? Like, oh man, I don't want to screw up. I mean, there's the excitement of, hey, it's my first day, but then there's like, oh my gosh, I hope I perform. I hope I deliver. I hope I get there. What's amazing is that there are so many times there's the illusion that communication actually happened. There's the illusion of, hey, we hired you for this job. Here's your job description. Here's your cubicle or your office or your technology, divvied out by the HR department. Go get them, Tiger. And there's that illusion that bam, you're going to hit the ground running, and the company's going to immediately experience ROI because of hiring you. And it gets real fuzzy. What's my job? What's my job? And here's a truth that we experience all the time at working with folks is people at every level of the organization, they are actually more clear on what they can get away with at work than what they actually have to do to be successful. Let me say that one more time. It's really icky, but it's true. People at every level of the organization are more clear, they have more clarity on what they can get away with than what they actually have to do to be successful for the organization and their career. A while back, we were doing some work for an engineering firm, and we were talking to a group of engineers about action plans and how they were held accountable on action plans, and these engineers came back and like, oh, that's easy. We only have to complete 25% of our action plans, and we were like, wait, how do you know that? Oh, it's real easy. Our boss only follows up on 1/4 of what he asks us to do. And it just went silent. And we're like, well, how do you know? Well, that's our game. We just have to figure out which ones we think he's going to follow up on, and that's all the work we do. And then we just don't worry about the other 75% because the boss doesn't inspect everything they expect. So the question we always have to answer for the people under our authority is we continually clarifying, what's your job? What's your job? What is your key contribution to the organization, to the team, to driving us forward and making that clear and specific?
Yeah, I love Brene Brown. She's just, and I think a lot of us have read her, but she's one thing she says with that is she says, to be clear is kind. You know, and I never really thought about that because kindness, I think we all want to be kind, treat people well. But if we're not clear with people, then we're not really being kind with people as well. And so that first one is really all about answering that question, just to kind of alleviate that fear. And that it just really takes that fear down when they're like, you know what, I know what my job is. I really do. Now, if we answer that first question as leaders, the second question then becomes a little bit more important too to the individual, and that is this: how am I doing? How am I doing? So once I know, hey, here's what my job is, now but how am I doing? There's 3 forms of feedback. Positive, what's the second one? Negative, thank you. No, not rocket science here. And the third one is? Zero feedback. Now, out of the 3, which one do you think is the most damaging to you? Zero feedback. I have almost 100%. I've asked that question to thousands of leaders all over North America, and what comes back over and over and over again is zero feedback. So here's a question. Which do you think out of those 3 by far, and by the way, it's not even close, would be the most prevalent form of feedback in corporate America today? It is zero feedback. Think about that. We get zero feedback. So how am I doing? I have no idea. And it's crazy because I have some really sharp leaders that I work with at the C-suite, the middle managers, frontline supervisors, and I'm like, they believe that they're doing a great job, and they believe that they're giving adequate feedback. And this is what I love about what we get to do, we get to sit in with their people and have one-on-ones with them, as well as in a team setting, and we get to hear how their people are starving because they feel like a plant that has not gotten any water at all. And guess what? When they get that feedback, it's just like taking that drink, and then all of a sudden we see them standing up a little bit straighter, and they have a little bit more pep in their step. Why? Because they know where they stand. You know, my daughter, she's 18, and I'm so proud of her. She actually is dancing with the Cincinnati Ballet, and she's in their year-round training to be a pre-professional. And so I'm so excited. A few years ago, now, if you know anything about ballet, you do not, as parents, you are not allowed to watch them practice. And I'm like, wait a second, I'm paying a whole lot of money and I am not allowed to watch her practice. And so every now and then they let you into their secret room and then you get to see them practice. And so I was, of course, taking my camcorder, right? Isn't this right? Remember the days when we used to have, like, they were like this big, you know? I did say camcorder, because I'm just that old. But yeah, we took our video out, and I was videoing her with my iPhone, and I was watching her, and I was doing this, and she was amazing. And as a dad, I'm just tearing up, and I'm like, all of that money was worth it after all. And I'm so excited. And then I'm playing it back, and I'm watching it, and as soon as she finished, what do you think she did? What do you think? She looked right over at me. What was she doing? How am I doing? How did Dad think that I did? And I thought, wow, that is so powerful. One of the few things, the good things that for me came out of 2020 was I became a granddad. Woo! Not with my 18-year-old, my 26-year-old who's married. And she is gorgeous, and I love her. Guess what happens with my granddaughter with every stupid thing she does? Yes. She started to move her hand, and it's like, she rolls over, she falls forward, which we call walking, right? We go crazy. Why? So why do you think, so automatically, even at an early age, she's so cute, but we are conditioned as humans to receive what? That positive reinforcement. And then that dopamine hit happens, and it's like, I want to do that again. And she's just such a great performer. So that starts so early in life. Let me ask you this, when does it end? When does it end? When do we ever stop asking the question, how am I doing? We never do. We never do. So if we're not answering that question for our people, then they have no context for where they are. And if you want to talk about here to there for companies, there also should be a here to there for each of our teammates that we work with. We have to answer that question, how am I doing?
The third question follows right up. Does anyone care? And when I think about that one, that connects to question number 2 in a consistency matter. We heard Rich Sheridan talk yesterday, man, what a fantastic communicator, about how many of us love annual performance reviews. Talk about a great time, right? And to be smacked into the, I'm sorry, you had an exceptional 7 years ago. You've got to wait at least 3 more until your next one. With this, does anyone care? That's that check-in, that how often, how consistently, how immediately is a leader delivering feedback, letting their people know that, hey, I'm watching, I care, I'm checking in, and it's beyond just the key performance indicators. I thought it was really cool yesterday to see what Amber did, how Lippert blessed that employee with $600 with that challenging childbirth. You could tell he felt like, man, my organization, my people, my family at work cares about me. How is that going to impact him over time going forward at his place of employment? Night and day. And so as leaders, we constantly have to be answering that question for people. Does anybody care? By checking in with them, by asking them how things are going outside of work, but also inside of work. If I'm at a workplace and I feel like my supervisor doesn't care, how does that impact my care level? If she doesn't care, why should I care? And that changes everything. Conversely, man, if I feel like the person who's in authority over me cares, what does that do to my care factor? The opposite direction as well.
One of the simple ways to doing that is simply write a handwritten card. I mean, how many of you have received a handwritten note and it's like, whoa, yeah, and it just means so much Because why? What do we typically do? Emails, right? We fire off an email or a text or something like that, and those are fine. But occasionally, it's just nice to get out, to have communication, send that card, whatever it might be, just to say, you know what? I actually care. Little goes a long way. The fourth question is this. What's my future look like with this company? And this is a really important one. In fact, we used to have 6 critical questions, and we changed them to 7 because we discovered that the companies that we were working for, if they did not have a career path development, people felt like they hit their lid, we got a problem. Because guess what the number one motivator of people is? And I'm stealing this from Daniel Pink. He's written some great books. Drive is one of those books. And we heard him speak, and he talked about, hey, there's a 50-year study that goes across every single industry for the last 50 years. And guess what keeps coming back as the number one motivator of people? And by the way, number 2 is not even close. If it's like a 50-story building, this would be on the 50th floor, and number 2 through 10 would be on the first floor. That's how far of a gap it was. Guess what the number one motivator is? What? Bonus pay. No. Pay. Money was 3.
Extra PTO.
Man, thank you, Vanna White. What did you say? Recognition. Yeah, that's another one. No, it wasn't. Here it is. It's making progress. Wow, that doesn't sound that awesome. But if you really think about it, and I think pay could be part of that compensation too, but making progress was the number one thing that came back over and over and over and over and over from every single different industry over the last 50 years. It's not even close. So what should be our job as a leader? Help people to see what? Their progress. Thank you. And by the way, this stuff is simple. Everything we're talking about here, you know it. I know it. In fact, when we do workshops, we just ask questions, and it's so easy because you know it inside your head, because we get this stuff. Sadly, we've had management done to us, and we haven't been engaged with them. So one of these questions is this: what's my future look like with the company? If you don't have a path where people can see that they can develop, they can grow, and there's career path opportunities, and they've hit their lid, guess what? It might be on to career number 2 or 3 or 4 for that person that's working for you. So really important to help them to see not only how can they be a part of things, but also what does their future look like with the company.
Question number 5 shifts, and it says, how is our team doing? Particularly if you have an organization that's larger than a dozen people, there's probably several teams, and they're wanting to know contextually, how is our team working out? Depending on personality type, some folks automatically assume, well, it's our team. Our team's the best. Our team's better than anybody else, particularly if it's a multi-shift manufacturing organization or something like that. Oh, our team's the best. But then other personality types, particularly if they're not getting feedback, they think it's not no news is good news. No news means they don't like us. Our team must be horrible. So it's more of a personality assumption game. Another statement that is so true: in the absence of communication, we create stories in our mind of what's actually happening, both at work and in our relationships. If you have a romantic relationship, a partner, a spouse, in the absence of communication, stories are created in our minds. Yes? Ugh, scary truth. So therefore, it's so good for us to answer that question. How is our team doing? Where do we stand? How is our team making progress? Where is our team really helping the organization? Where is our team in relationship to its opportunities to improve? Where are some things that, man, if we could just turn it up one notch, it would make a huge difference. So it's on the leader to, again, answer, to give context of how our team is doing. And sometimes it's so easy as a leader to focus on the task or focus on the mission or the project that your team is charged to accomplish or to get through. I think about Davin and his team, and here's the Purpose Summit, and man, they've got this big deadline of May 11th. We've got this big project and working crazy hours to make this happen. But leading up to it, just that encouragement, hey guys, you're doing great. We're hitting all these benchmarks, getting us ready for this event on May 11th. if that communication, that encouragement, that check-in, that, man, they can just feel just down, get the morale just goes boom, 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 boom to that impending deadline. So it's so important for us to let them know how our team is doing and giving them that check, that recognition, but also the delta feedback of where the opportunities are to keep us on course.
Great. And then the final question for the leader is this, that we need to answer as leaders. And again, leaders are influencers. I love that definition somebody talked about, I think it was yesterday. Leaders are influencers. So as influencers, what are we to answer for them? The last one is, how do we fit into the big picture? You know, I think about, what is the big picture? Of course, we talk about vision, values, missions. We talk about purpose. But here's the thing. So many times we go through our little executive huddles and we come up with this vision and we talk about, wow, that's so great. Oh, man, look at this purpose that we came up with. And guess who we left out of the entire conversation? All of the people that are going to fulfill your purpose, your vision, your mission, right? And even your values. So what we did is we came up with good ideas, great ideas, and then we just handed them over to everyone else. Again, engagement goes down. Frustration goes up, and that's a problem. And I think really that's one of those things that as leaders, we've got to make sure that we're asking at all times, we're helping to answer people, how do I fit into this big picture? If I cast a vision, one, did I engage people in that? And then secondly, what's their place in that? Do they know how they fulfill that purpose? Or how their actions affect that purpose? We were with a company, and they had a situation where they had a terrible record with safety. In fact, if you know anything about OSHA regulations, there's this thing called total recordable incident rate, and over a 1 is like world class. Under a 1 is world class. Anything over a 1, and you're a little bit sketchy as far as a company goes. This company had a 5. So they were 5 times over where they should be. And over the course of several years, they brought us in to work not to develop their safety programs. I don't know about safety other than you better wear a hard hat if you're going to do that, right? I shouldn't stick my finger in that machine. So they didn't call us there to help their safety. They brought us in to help their leadership. What they did is they realized that, wow, what if I put my hand in the wrong place? Well, that's just management telling them to do that. No, they started posting pictures up of their individual families. And they started talking about, hey, you know what? I want you to come back with all of your fingers and toes today. And so they started to get into conversations around their families, and they started to get into conversations about what does it mean to be safe. And suddenly it went from being an edict that was handed down, to something that we now need to own. And guess what? Their TRIR rate over the next several years went down, and they actually were at a 0.63 when we left them, and they were leading the industry. What's important about that? It's not so much about, oh, good, now we can get more customers. What was important is that people were going back to their homes alive, and they were going back to their homes safely. And that's the power of being able to engage people with these questions and to get them involved. Because guess what? If I put my hand here, that might affect my family. It might affect my team that I work with. It might affect my company. It might affect even my industry. And those are ways that we can connect behavior with a bigger picture.
So the first 6 questions are for the leader to answer for their people. The 7th question is answered by the employee. If the leader answers the first 6 questions on a regular basis, consistently at the right time, you will find employees coming to work asking themselves this question: how can I help us win? Typically, when we start working with clients, most of their frontline employees are thinking about 2 things when they come to work: quitting time and payday. And how can I get away with the least amount of effort without getting noticed or called out for it? As leaders begin to answer these first 6 questions and learn to make things clear and to give recognition and to give them perspective on how their team is impacting the organization, they start coming to work. Man, how can I help us win? How can I help us have progress and move the ball down the field and win as an organization and win as a team and win as an individual contributor on that team. The seventh becomes a gift to the leader.
So, question for you as we wrap up here. My mic's, there we go. Question for you. As you look at these, what is one of these that you feel like you're doing well? What is one opportunity that you have to improve? And this could be with your team, individual team, could be company, whatever it is. But what's one that you're doing well? And what is one that you have an opportunity to do something with? And if you're taking notes, I'd love for you to write down what's one action that you can do to make sure that if you did this, it would have an impact on the people that you're working with. So just think about that. Put it actually into action. What's my one opportunity out of these that I could do? And if I did this, it would have the greatest impact, not on me and my leadership, it would have the greatest impact on the people that I work with, because that's what leadership is all about. Now I want you to think about this. What happens if you were to actually do that action? What if you were actually able to say, you know what, I want to start helping to show people that I care. I want to start giving more feedback to people. I want to engage them in positive feedback because I realize that, wow, the people that I work with, they don't really know how they're doing. Or flip it around. If you don't have a lot of people that you're leading, what if you're the person that's like, you know what, I'm not getting any feedback from my team or my direct report or my boss? What's something you could do? Maybe you ask them, hey, I'd love to have a sit down and just figure out, how am I doing? Because I've been working here for a while and I just don't know. Whatever that action is, think about what it would be like for you to step out of your comfort zone, because we know that's what it takes, and to actually do that. And now we always ask this question. This is the coaching question that hurts the most. What if you don't do that? What if you leave here today and you're like, you know what, I'm just probably not going to do that because it's just too hard to do. What's the consequence? What's the cost if we don't act? So let me get through this. There we go. So these are a few of the tools that we use to coach. We're not coaches that push, we're coaches that pull. And I love what Aaron said. Coach to coach through peers is powerful. In fact, we have on this, one of the things is we have this thing called the coaching model, and it helps leaders to actually put on a coaching hat so that they can be coaches for others in the company. Because we're one person that comes in with a coach. But if we now have a bevy of coaches that are out there, not just at the executive level, but really at the front lines, engaging people, and we can learn how to be more coach-like instead of pushing but pulling, then the engagement goes up, the satisfaction and fulfillment goes up, and that really is a great thing and a great environment for everybody to be in. So thank you so much for your time today and not eating your lunch. So I appreciate it. You guys take care.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Hello, folks. Welcome back in person, virtually, coming back from lunch. We were just saying earlier that probably two of the most difficult times to speak are right before lunch and right after lunch. And so that's the challenge ahead of you. The first time I saw our next speaker, Mark, speak, I was changed in the sense that the information that he shared about connecting as a human really touched me. It really did. We live in an age today where there is so much information, so many things that can distract us, take us away from what we need to do. And one of the messages that Mark is really going to hit home today, we talked about today being action, purpose and action, is talking about regenerating, reinvigorating, and making those human connections. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mark Ostach.
Thank you so much. Woo! That's right. We have the post-lunch crowd here live at the Emerald Theater. I am so grateful to be here. And it's going to be an interesting message today because we're going to have a chance to talk about reigniting human connection. And I think that this is a very relevant topic, especially in the third and final day at the Purpose Summit, because what does human connection look like in a hybrid world? What does human connection look like when we're primarily living behind Zoom and Microsoft Teams and all these things? But most importantly, how can we share some stories so we can be reminded that emotional connections bring us together, and human connections are the things that have allowed us to feel the most connected to our hearts and each other. So with that said, I want to start by just sharing a little bit about my background, because I think it helps kind of anchor us in what does this idea mean to connect with courage? What is this whole topic of digital wellness, which is an area that I've had a chance to speak on for the last 5 years. But in short, I went to Albion College, a small liberal arts school, and studied psychology and neuroscience. It was there that I realized that checking your ex-girlfriend's MySpace page didn't boast well for your moral confidence. And then that led to using student loan debt to buy things on eBay, and all these things that happened in the wonderful era of 2001. Fast forward, I did like many students do after they graduate from a private college with $100,000 in student loan debt. I went to massage therapy school. I made my parents proud and said, I'm going to continue my education, not use my psych degree, and go to massage therapy school. And I did that because God had given me the gift with my hands. And I knew that my hands had the ability to heal, and the intuitive sense that I had of being a connector just came natural with my hands. So I'd like to share that my massage career had a quick end 6 months into my training, but my wife, who's in the audience, is a benefactor of my massage therapy schooling. And nevertheless, it taught me that we do need connection on all fronts. So after Albion, after massage therapy school, I went and worked for a tech company where I had a chance to learn the whole technology process, went back to school for a degree in information systems. And I share that because the psychology of technology became an intersection that I became infatuated with. And through that work, I began to realize, how does technology impact our emotion and mood? How does technology and the content behind our screens impact our identity, our sense of worth, our sense of meaning and significance? How does that impact our emotional state? And all this has led to an interesting journey that I want to share glimpses of along this message today on both the psychology of technology and, more importantly now, how are we finding ways to create meaningful connections online and offline? So to that end, that's kind of the work that I've had the ability to do, going all across the globe, primarily virtually, speaking to organizations on what does it look like to create meaningful connections online, and more importantly, how do you make sure that your employees and your team members and the culture that you're trying to create translates to this hybrid workforce. So aside from the personal or the professional background, this really is my core right here. This is my family. I am a husband and a father first. This is the Instagram photo, right? This is like my wife loves me, my children aren't screaming. This is the perception that I'd like to broadcast to the universe. But I will actually humbly share with you, this is really how I felt for the last year. If Santa Claus is the quarantine, is the lockdown, I am my 3-year-old son eager to get out of his lap and back into the wild of in-person meetings like this, physical interactions, spontaneous coffee meetups, gatherings in communities and backyards and get-togethers, etc. And I think a lot of you are feeling that same way too. So to that end, I think it's important that we root ourselves in this kind of concept of courage and connection. So we're going to start first with courage. In its original definition, the word courage came from the Latin word cor, which meant heart. And in its earliest definition, the word courage actually means to share your heart or tell your story with those around you. So kind of a far cry from where we think of courage today, which speaks more towards heroism. And the firefighter saved, the child from the burning building. They have so much courage. They are a hero. So today's definition of courage is intend to share with you all is how are you sharing your heart with those around you? In some cultures, instead of asking, how are you? They'll actually ask you what the state of your heart is, which probably would warrant a different response than the normal response, which is, oh, I'm fine, and you carry on with business, as opposed to, what's the state of your heart today? And then boom, you're like, oh my gosh, do you have time for that? So courage is this idea of how are we sharing our story? How are we putting our hearts out there? And the best way that I've learned to do this is through an exercise that I'd like to share with you called If You Really Knew Me. Now, If You Really Knew Me is I guess you could say, a spirit of virtual vulnerability, since most of the work I've been doing is virtual, but you can apply this in a physical setting as well. So think of vulnerability on a spice level of mild, medium to hot. So the statements I'm going to share with you could be factual in nature, like I have 2 children and a wife, or they could be more spicy, which I'll get to in a second. So if you really knew me, you'd know that my morning routine consists of hot water with lemon, a smoothie, and 32 ounces of water. My morning routine also consists of me going pee about 5 times before 10 a.m. My morning routine consists of my devotionals, my journaling, my reflection. If you really knew me, you know that when this picture was taken 2 years ago was one of the highlights of our family gathering. If you really knew me, you'd know since this picture was taken, my father-in-law has passed away, and my parents have separated after 45 years of marriage. If you really knew me, you know that I had an unbelievable vacation with my family to Universal just a month ago. We got to meet E.T. E.T. Phone Home has been going around my house for the last month. The older brother is picking on the little sister, E.T. Phone Home, E.T. Phone Home. If you really knew me, you'd know that I often smile on the outside but don't always feel that way on the inside. And if you really knew me, you'd know I am a huge Kenny G fan. I'm talking like Breathless album and a glass of hot water and lemon, and I'm like, woo. I like hip-hop, I like Tupac, I like country music, I like oldies, I like Christian rock, but Breathless, right? So I want to share a story with you about Kenny G. So we got to go back to the early 80s when I was literally 3 years old. In this picture, I was with my father on a summer's afternoon. We just finished up cutting the grass. I can still smell the sweat of his back. I can still taste the fresh air that existed. The grass that was cut, that fresh smell from the lawnmower, and the gasoline that just kind of spouted in between those 3 smells. Fast forward about 35 years, and this is my father and I live at the Kenny G Show in downtown Detroit at the Aretha Franklin Amphitheater 2 summers ago. Same July night, perfect conditions, the weather was awesome. Now, this experience was rather significant because 2 months prior to this photo being taken, my father was on his deathbed in the hospital suffering from congestive heart failure. Now, my dad is one of those people that has worked so hard his whole life and is very horse-blinded kind of approach to life and work, and his heart has been scarred from the weight of the world and just experiences that happened. So as we were gathering around him, that's my brother down kneeling next to him, that's his brother to his side, and what you don't see is the 20 family members behind the photo gathered around him praying that he lives to see another day. And by the grace of God, my father did make it out alive, and we found ourselves 2 months later at the Kenny G Show. Yes. Yes. So what's even cooler is that we had a chance to meet Kenny G himself. Now, my dad's name is Ken, so these are the 2 Kens gathered together. And in the photo, you can just see just my father's expression of this joy that existed when just a couple months prior, he was literally gasping for breath. He has this cane with him because he took the cane to the concert, so he was kind of limping around. But in this moment, the heaviness was gone, the burdens were lifted, and he was with an idol that brought my father and I so close together in the 90s as we cleaned our house, covering my mom's honey-do list on a Saturday afternoon, as the smell of Windex and the Breathless CD spun on the 6-disc CD player. All was good. Now, those that haven't been, the Aretha Franklin Amphitheater, formerly known as Shane Park, is in a gorgeous venue, holds about 10,000 people, and the backdrop is literally the Detroit River, where boats go by so you can hear the summer sounds of a concert while watching the boaters get a free concert. Now, this was particularly special because as we walked down to our seats, we had 10th row front and center, similar to where you guys are sitting right here. Now, my father would have had to walk probably 20-ish people in the 10th row, and between his cane and his size, it just didn't make sense. So we kind of shifted back over, sat in the aisleway, and decided to test our luck. Right before the concert started, the actual tickets holder came up to our seats, looked at us and said, "Get out of here." And we looked at each other and we tested our luck one more time when we took a step back and went to the 11th row, remaining in the center so he could extend his legs. Now, I share that detail with you because the lights began to dim, the music began to start, and the bass player came off stage, went right up to my father, set a crate down, touched his knee, and said, "You have the best seat in the venue." And this is what happened next. This literally was the most unbelievable experience that I've ever had in the history of my life. This photo taken with my father and I was taken by the photographer that was hired for the venue. And literally by the grace of God and everything that unfolded in this night, he handed us a printed picture before we left of this photo that sits downstairs in my office. I literally could not believe that my father, who should have been dead, was with me by my side as I'm covering this emotional spectrum of joy that we were together, sadness that we almost lost him, anger that he doesn't care for his health. But in this moment, nothing could get in the way of the joy that I was experiencing with my father. This story was intended to remind us that storytelling is the most important way to the hearts of one another, and it continues to ignite human connection across cultures, counties, and all throughout the world. So as we think about our ability to tell stories, how are we using that storytelling gift in a virtual environment? How are we using that storytelling ability with our loved ones to get to know our history, our cultures, etc.? And I believe storytelling is another way into our hearts as we try to decipher the tension in the world and reignite human connection. Having the psych background, having done therapy for the last 10 years, courtesy of my wife's encouragement, I've learned that emotional wisdom and emotions are a key to understanding our surroundings, our experiences, and our life. And this acronym RAIN is a great thing to write down, snap a picture of, put in your toolkit. But RAIN stands for, can I recognize, allow, investigate, and explore? And it's intended to be an emotional tool as you do just that, recognize what is happening and what you are feeling. In that case with my father, it was joy. Allow the experience to be there just as it is before you grab your phones to take a photo of the experience. Live in the emotional moment. I promise you it'll be better than the video you've taken that you'll probably never watch. Investigate with interest and care. That's the thing, especially when we deal with the lower third emotions, anger, fear, and sadness, those lower vibrations. Oftentimes we're so, disrupted by those emotional tones that we don't have the ability to investigate what it is that wisdom is telling us. For sadness, what do we have to grieve and let go of, right? And then lastly, most important is nurture. Nurture with self-care and compassion. So many of us are professional recyclers of our emotions. We repress our emotions, and the last thing that we're going to want to do is nurture our emotional needs and state. So RAIN is a great acronym to be mindful of when you're feeling emotionally charged, because remember, our emotions are energy in motion. They are emotions. And it takes 90 seconds for our bodies to metabolize the emotional states and experiences that we feel. So if we can't recognize them, if we can't allow them to be as they are, if we can't investigate them with curiosity, nurture them with care, then we're just walking through life emotionally kind of numb. So as we shift over to this idea of connection, which I think is also taken on a whole new meaning, we just need to look at how are we creating connection in a hybrid world? How are we creating connection when so much of our culture right now is telling us not to connect? So being kind of a word junkie, you got to look at the word connection and know that at the root word of the original definition of connection is the root word con, which means together. And in its earliest state, connection meant to be united physically together, right? In person, B2B, belly to belly, right? Seeing each other, watching the spit fly off stage as the people in the front row, well, we're safe here, but nevertheless, be together. Read that emotional language. The beauty of this idea of connection is that I've had a chance to look at the emotional state of the virtual workplace. So over the past year, I've worked with over 25 organizations, and I've done this kind of pre-survey before I work with an organization. I asked them 5 simple questions related to their emotional state and their digital health. And I just want to share a couple of findings with you as you anchor yourselves both as business leaders, as professionals, as employees, as entrepreneurs, how we're navigating the emotional state of the virtual and soon-to-be hybrid work worlds. Here's some of the companies surveyed, just so you can kind of see a size and scale of both the global reach and the local reach. And then here's an interesting finding. I asked people, what's one word to describe how you feel in the last 2 weeks? What's one word to describe how you felt in the last 2 weeks? Look at the top 10 words across 3,000 people, essentially across the globe. The first 5 words are overwhelmed, anxious, stressed, tired, and busy. Descriptors that often kind of can be projected on the work environment, right? But then you have things like hopeful and good and excited. So this dichotomy of emotions that make up the sample size of 3,000 people across the globe demonstrate that each and every day, each and every Zoom meeting, each and every moment, we're entering these experiences at different emotional states. So how are we extending compassion, empathy, and grace to those when we don't really know where we're showing up at? 2 quick key facts. If you're in HR, if you're in leadership, if you're a business owner, and you don't have a video meeting tolerance policy, just know that if you have more than 25 video meetings a week, you are 2 times more likely to be depressed, to be emotionally discharged, to have poor emotional health would be the best way to say it. 25 video meetings a week. If your employees repress or recycle their emotions, they are 60% more likely, 60% of people that repress or recycle their emotions more likely are to report a poor emotional state. And then lastly, those that have the ability to release emotions through discussion, open cultures where you can express how you're feeling and doing in those emotional needs, or just release them through exercise and movement, you're more likely to report a positive emotional health. The summary is label your emotions. Encourage people, invite the emotional wisdom that your bodies hold to create a culture of wholeness and unity as you navigate this emotionally charged world as we try to figure out what connection looks like in 2021 and beyond. So the reason why we need to label our emotions is because our emotions hold wisdom. We have our head intelligence, our heart intelligence, and our gut intelligence. So the emotions that we experience and feel often warrant a question. So sadness asks what needs to be mourned or let go of. Anger asks what's no longer of service to me. Fear asks, what do we need to wake up and pay attention to? Joy invites what needs to be celebrated or appreciated, and creativity invites what needs to be birthed. Right? So these are the emotions that often we don't have time to experience and acknowledge. We just go throughout our day, hop onto the next video meeting, or just continue washing the dishes and eating dark chocolate. To me, at like 9 o'clock every night. My wife's in the audience now, so she can actually take my exaggerated statements on the fly and say, it's not every night. All right, so as we shift gears, a lot of my work's in digital wellness, or how our devices impact our mind, body, and spirit, how the digital calories that we consume impact our thoughts, feelings, and emotions. So who can relate to this, right? You're in between meetings, in between conversations, in the bathroom, wherever you find yourself. I like to refer to this as PTSD, post-traumatic scroll disorder, right? Where you find yourself digesting calories from headlines that are polarizing in nature, from quick hits on Facebook or Instagram that show, let's say, for example, somebody that's been injured or somebody that lost a loved one, that's kind of a tertiary connection that now you just digested right before you stepped into a conversation or a meeting. These micro levels of trauma are impacting our thoughts, impacting how we show up, and severely impacting our relationships. Doom scrolling is another thing that the Wall Street Journal has talked about that I often find myself coaching clients to get out of, which is you're in bed, you haven't even washed your hands or used the restroom, and you're checking the COVID numbers, you're looking at your stocks, you're looking at email, or you're doing what I like to refer to as the holy trinity of checking Facebook, Instagram, Gmail, right? It's that quick with your thumb, you don't even realize you're doing it. But this kind of pattern, these behaviors, the way we're starting our day does not align with the natural rhythms of the earth. We wake with the sun. We go to bed when the sun sets, right? We rise to hear the birds. We look at the moon and wonder. We gaze at the stars and ask questions. Now we gaze at our phones and wonder of what are we going to be told next to do, think, say, or be. Doom scrolling and PTSD often warrant a daily digital caloric intake that looks often like this: a smorgasbord of high saturated fatty calories that's leaving us digitally bloated and hungry for more. We need to shift the dialogue and look at how are we encouraging healthy digital patterns. Technology is amazing. The way we've connected in this pandemic has been incredible. But when you see somebody who posts something vulnerable on Facebook, do you scroll right past it? Or do you send them an encouragement private message? Do you send them a text message that says, hey, I got your back? Do you share that worship song or that favorite song that you know that's significant to you that could have an impact on them? Right? If your leader's writing a blog post and they feel vulnerable in what they've shared, do you take an extra 5 minutes and email them back and say, that email made a difference in my day today? There's ways to encourage healthy digital calories, and I'd begin inviting you to do that in your daily kind of lifestyle. So whatever it is, whatever your digital wellness why is, it could be you're mentally drained and overwhelmed, you're emotionally exhausted from the weight of the world, you're physically feeling that text neck, or you're just, I just can't stop feeling the stagnation in my body because I haven't moved. Sitting is the new smoking, they say. Scrolling is the new smoking. Or spiritually, right? What are you devoted to? I like to refer to it as Faithbook, right? Because the amount of hours alone, the average user is 8 hours a month, 8 hours a week. 8 hours a week, right? That's nearly 40 hours a month. What could you be doing with that time? Had lunch with a good friend, Brad, who's in the audience yesterday. We were talking about just kind of how the headlines and the social media and media in general impacts your kind of soul. And I said to him, if content is king, then who is your king? How do you begin to change the dinner table dialogue that doesn't start with today on Facebook I read or today on Instagram I saw? How are you speaking life, goodness, wholeness, optimism, encouragement into those around you? And I believe digital wellness is a topic that we need to look back at and look how they dealt with smoking in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, where you had everyone smoking. I mean, nurses lighting up right after a delivery. And that same child that was delivered is now on advertisements encouraging their mom to light up a Marlboro before you scold me. Doctors were endorsing Lucky cigarettes because they were less irritating, and dentists were claiming that filtered cigarettes are better than unfiltered. I mentioned a moment ago, scrolling is the new smoking, sitting is the new smoking, whatever you want to say. But as we think about the impacts that smoking had and that here we are in a public setting where smoking's banned, what will scrolling look like in 2035? What will the touchscreen generation do when they've realized that the long-term effects from too much screen life? You see some of these pictures here just to continue to demonstrate the point that our devices are an appendage. They are an extension of who we are and whose we are. So as we begin to navigate this conversation, I just encourage you to bring this back into your communities, your conversations, is what does digital wellness look like for us? What does digital wellness look like for me? And for those that are just feeling zoomed out, is how do we begin asking easy but bold questions like, can this be a walkie meeting? Does it need to be the default video meeting? Do we need a meeting at all? And begin encouraging movement. And I think so much of this deals with our need to take our emotional intelligence and the emotional potential that our body holds that oftentimes is disrupted by our digital demands and begin expressing our emotions through resetting, restoring, and recalibrating. How many of you have heard of the term or even experienced sleep apnea? Okay, a few of you out there? Awesome. Have you heard of email apnea or social media apnea? Right? It's when you're literally so entrenched in your device that you're not breathing. Now, breath is the most important tool that you'll hold. I have a mentor who's 90, he looks and talks like Yoda. I should have a picture of him in here, but he talks about how important our breath is. And he tells me once that if you slowly listen to your breath, he says it makes the sound, ah-way. Ah-way. Ahwe, which is the name for God, and also happens to be the two letters of the Greek alphabet for Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. So our life and each and every breath we take is just that. It's the gift of life. So as our digital demands take our breath away, as the headlines take our breath away, where are you finding space to reset, restore, and recalibrate? So I offer this up to you, 3 simple steps to reconnect when you're feeling disconnected. Take a deep breath. Ask yourself 2 questions. What do I need to let go of, and what am I believing right now that's not serving me? This simple shift will allow your emotions to be, you'll allow to kind of rain down your current state and allow yourself to shift away from the negativity or the kind of the heaviness of the thought that isn't serving your highest good. It's not a perfect science. There's other ways to reconnect, like walking and meditation and journaling. Meditation doesn't need to mean you look like this or sit like that, but it could be you put on your favorite song and you just zone out. It could be you dance in the kitchen. Here's another thing to write down, take a picture of, remember from now until forever, but it's called HALT. And it stands for, am I hurt, am I angry, am I lonely, or am I tired? States that we often find ourselves in as we navigate our meetings, our commitments, our responsibilities. HALT is a great measure before you react to a situation as you feel emotionally charged. HALT can be applied to you, the individual, or the person in which you're speaking with. So my wife is in the audience, and sometimes I know when I'm feeling overwhelmed from the workday or frustrated that something happened, and I'll have to ask myself, do I need to halt before I respond negatively to her? Or is she hungry? Is she angry? Is she lonely? Is she tired? You never any of those things, right, honey? No. So take breaks when we're feeling disconnected. I invite you just to stand up for a second, stretch out. If you're listening to this virtually, just move around. Take a moment, feel the emotional shift as you just change postures, positions, get some movement. As we round our final 10 minutes, I want to have you anchor back in your seats. You can stand if you want, do what you need to do, just stay with me. We're going to play a fun game of true and false. I'd like to welcome to the stage my trusty assistant. Can we get a round of applause for Mila Vera? Come on up on stage. There we go. Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. Can you turn around? Can you turn around? Can you wave to everybody? Hi, Mila. Okay, you can walk back off stage. Thank you, Mila. All right, I need 2 lucky volunteers to come up with the stage for me. Can I have 2 volunteers? One over here and one right there. Come on up. Round of applause for the courageous volunteers. We're going to play a fun game. We're going to kind of shift up the energy here. You can stand on this side. What was your name? Elaine. I'm Mark. Nice to meet you. Take this. What's your name?
Shane.
Oh, Shane. Nice to meet you. You can stand right here. Okay. Shane and Elaine. I'm Jane. Okay. But my dad joke. I pulled it off. I got it in. Wonderful. True or false? Zoom marriages are now legal in New York. Simply hold your paddle. True or false? True? True. This is true. Yeah, all right. It's kind of a couple of months old news. But yes, you can get married online. You can, file it for adoption online. You can even stream a funeral online. All right. Kentucky Fried Chicken creates a lunchbox that allows you to charge your phone while you're eating. True or false? What do you think, Shane? False? A couple of falses? You guys don't have faith in Colonel Sanders. This is true. You can charge your phone with the Wada box while you're eating your finger-looking good greasy chicken. I know, it's a shame. You can soften your facial features using a zoom setting. True or false? True. Okay, all right. Yeah, bad hair days, bad wrinkle days, just click touch up my appearance and it'll soften your look. Right? When someone says like, hey, is this a video meeting? What they're really saying is like, do I have to comb my hair and brush my teeth? Right? Okay, returnophobia is a new phobia where employees don't want to return to the office. What do we think? True? False? Yeah, it's false, but this is what I believe to be a true emotional state of some people as they navigate, do I return or not? Returnophobia, you heard it first at the Purpose Summit 2021. All right, and for all the marbles, digital hippies are a new generation that don't use smartphone. Digital hippies, true. We got some truths. We have faith in the future generation. The Milas will go back to peace and love and rock and roll. It's false, but I do hope one day that dippies, is what I like to call them, will go back to flip phones or no phones. Let's give a round of applause for Elaine and Shane. Thank you so much. I want to give you guys each a copy of Courage to Connect and a gratitude notebook. There you go. Thank you for participating. You can sit back down. All right, as we round our time out together in the spirit of storytelling, I want to share a final story with you, really focused on this idea of embracing change. So you saw Mila up on stage a moment ago. This was her probably a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And this was kind of another one of those summer afternoons, and we found ourselves gathered around this, again, kind of in that Instagram state that doesn't always necessarily represent the emotional state of the life of a family with toddlers, but life is good, and the joy and chaos that exists somewhere in the middle is so much goodness. So we're outside, and my wife is inside kind of preparing dinner, and it's one of those July summer afternoons, and we decided to kind of repurpose this fountain that's in our backyard because it hadn't worked since we moved in 6 years prior, and the fountain itself is nearly 60 years old. Now this fountain, at the base of it is a koi fish. Moving upward is this kind of clamshell, and at the top is this Greek goddess that at one point used to circulate water into the fountain when it first started back in the 1950s. But since we moved in, it was just an unworking fountain that anchored our backyard as we looked out the kitchen window in awe at what was that fountain really all about. So we decided to repurpose the fountain as a flower bed. And like many other people on the summer warm weekends, you like to go to Home Depot or Lowe's or your local hardware store and figure out how you could plant the goodness of flowers around your house. So we were doing just that. My daughter Mila, my son Joby, we were planting flowers. We began just kind of looking at the innocence of, at the time, a 3-year-old daughter planting little, flowers in a flower bed. And I heard my wife call in and she said, hey, it's time for dinner. So I raced in, brought the kids inside. Fingernail dirt, right, from planting flowers all afternoon. And as the kids were washing their hands, I said to my wife, I'm going to go outside and just kind of tidy up the fountain a little bit. Just going to kind of, do my little OCD thing. So I went out there. I began tidying up the fountain. I began pushing on the flowers that my daughter didn't quite plant correctly. I began picking up the trash, and I gave it one final push on the flower bed, and all of a sudden, the fountain collapsed. This 60-year-old fountain that weighed nearly 300 pounds cracked at the base of the koi fish. The clamshell came falling down right where my daughter was standing just minutes prior, and the breath was taken out of my lungs. Oh, crap. I can't believe this happened. I can't believe I have to go back inside and tell the kids and my wife what just happened. So as I began to go inside, I brought my wife and children outside, and we were just kind of awestruck at what just happened, but giving God all the glory that my daughter wasn't standing right where this 200-pound gravel-filled, dirt-filled clamshell fell, and we began to pick up the remnants. Thankfully, trash was the next day, so we began taking some of the parts to the curb. And my wife, who is creative and can paint and see things that I can't, says to me, hold on one second. What happens if we take this part here, that part there, get a little glue? Could we repurpose what's left of this fountain? So as I'm smashing up the koi fish with a sledgehammer, I gracefully take the call to action to go to Home Depot to get some more liquid nails, my third Home Depot trip of the day. And I return with my wife and children with a repaired fountain. Now, it looked completely different than what it looked like prior. The 60 years prior this fountain existed, now we have this fountain still anchored in our backyard, and the kids hug joyously around it, knowing that we were able to pick up the pieces and repair what was. Now, I share this story with you. It's also kind of a metaphor or an art form called kenjutsu in Japan, which is intended to take broken pieces of pottery or material and take gold and glue it back together to create this beautiful piece. It's this sacred token of appreciation when you enter someone's house to give them a piece that was once broken that's now put together back with gold. Kenjutsu also happens to be translated to resilience. So it's a physical manifestation of resilience. And I think this story paints this beautiful picture that human connection requires resilience. And there's never been more of a resilient time in the history of our lifetimes that we've had to apply a resilient mindset, a determined attitude, a curious growth at what on earth does human connection look like in a disconnected, hybrid, quarantine, socially distanced, fear and strict world that was intended where we share stories with courage and we create physical unity with connection. So as I wrap the message, I want to leave you with 5 ways that you can begin to take purposeful action to begin connecting with courage in your communities, your conversations, your workplaces. You saw them today. Lead with positive energy. Set the tone. Be a tone setter. Energy is contagious. Tell a story. It doesn't have to be with a video and slides and the whole bit. It can just be a story that happened this weekend. Share something personal like we demonstrated with the If You Really Knew Me. You guys, I've been playing this If You Really Knew Me game with organizations and C-level leaders at global companies in a virtual, all-employee setting. And you hear a CEO say, if you really knew me, you know I struggle with alcoholism. If you really knew me, you know my mom died last month and I can't sleep. If you really knew me, you know that I eat peanut butter out of a jar with a spoon. Right? Whatever it is, share something personal. Label your emotions. Number 4, our emotions hold wisdom. If you're struggling to express how you feel, begin by saying, I feel sad. I feel happy. And then lastly, stop doom scrolling, right? Fix your eyes on things that are good and pure and righteous. Find the space, find the place where you can be in that environment, whether it's journaling, scripture, devotionals, poetry, music, art, hobbies, the tangible crafts that define humanity at its core. And then lastly, my final words to you is to extend compassion to each other. Compassion is going to be the conduit that brings human connection back as we recover from the pandemic, as we redefine the workplace, extend compassion to each other. So as we round our time together, I'm so grateful to have had an opportunity to be with you all today talking about the courage to connect. I'd like to give everybody in the audience and watching virtually a free ebook of Courage to Connect. You can scan the QR code. There's a link in the chat box that you'll see that you can download. When you download, you'll see a little blue check box. Click that if you want to follow along with the monthly newsletter I send, where I share stories like the Kenny G or the flower story. And then lastly, I want to give away some gratitude journals. These gratitude journals have been great. They've been a way for me to encourage people to step into gratitude before you pick up your phone and doom scroll in the morning. So I'm going to give away 15 of these gratitude notebooks. And there's 2 ways in which that you can get a gratitude notebook. You can text the word follow to the number 33777. And I'll take the first 15 people that do that. I'll also throw in another 15 by the first 15 people that email me at hello@markostach.com. And just let me know what you're grateful for today and what you took away from today's message. I'm so grateful and honored to be here today. And I just want to thank you for your time and energy. And thank you so much.
All right, Mark Ostach, everybody. Is this a timely message or what in today's time? Absolutely. I mean, I affectionately have a phrase I coin around our house called I-brain. I-brain. Anybody relate? And so this is a very important message to continue, and our purpose is to make those human connections, or continue the human connections. We're going to take another break, so feel free to make some more connections. During that time, we're going to be back here in about 12 minutes. See you then.
Man, what an incredible talk we just had by Mark Ostach, and I think we all needed to hear that message and can all use more courage in this day and age and extend grace to others and find gratitude in everyday life. One of the things that I am truly grateful for, you saw her earlier today, is our Director of Learning and Development, Coryne Forest, who's our next speaker. Over 30 years serving in leadership development with the Army and different other connections to that. I have never met anyone who has been versed in more leadership concepts, workshops, facilitation exercises than Coryne. So I am excited to introduce to you our Director of Learning and Development, Coryne Forest.
All right. Good afternoon, people. How are you? Come on, you can do better. How are you? There we go. All right. So I took what Mark just said to heart, and he said to tell a story, tell something personal, make a connection. Okay? So my funny little story this morning happened when I was trying to decide what to wear. And I pulled this dress out of my closet. Okay, I'll admit it, I haven't worn a dress in a year. And it has this purpose point blue on it. And I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I will wear this dress. And you know what I forgot? You know what I forgot? That microphones, the microphones we're supposed to be using have that big unit that you're supposed to put in a pocket. Oh, this is why I'm going to have this microphone. And I will tell you, holding a microphone in one hand, holding the clicker in the other hand, I have a speech impediment now. How am I going to talk? So if I go in and out with the microphone, I apologize for that. All right, so my talk today, and I very deliberately wanted to be on day 3, is because if you caught my intro earlier, I am an engineer, and I am a recovering engineer. And so when we talk about purpose, it can be very big to me, very out there. And I was like, okay, now what do I do? What are the action steps? And so when I was talking to Davin about what I should talk about, I said, I want to talk about a plan. I want to give people a process and step by step on how to do things. So that's what I'm going to do today. And I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I'm going to give you one model one process, and a case study. Woo! Can I feel the excitement coming up in here? But because of that, I wanted to make this very practical. I'm going to tell you, don't take notes. If you're going to take notes, take one note. If you're going to snap one picture, take this one. It's my email address. I have show notes for this. I will send you the model. I will send you the step-by-step process, and I will send you the case study. Please don't try to write all that down. We're all full after 2 3/4 days. I get it on this. So just send me a quick email saying, send me the notes, or just put yes in the subject line, and I will email you the notes for this. All right. Being technical in my training, I like to build on the ideas of those who have come before me, right? So this is Anais Nin, and what she said is that life shrinks or expands in proportion to one's courage. And I thought, oh my gosh, what an interesting idea. To think that our life can be as big as our bravery or as small as our comfort zone. Amber said yesterday, your comfort zone is here, and out here is where magic happens. And I think that's what this quote means. So this whole idea of courage, and many people have stood on this stage and talked about courage in different ways. Even the presentation right before this, Mark said courage, and I'm going to borrow you shamelessly, Mark, comes from that Latin word cor, which stands for heart. So we need a lot of heart to go on this purpose journey. So the first thing I want to do here is give you the model and put that idea of courage into some context for us. And as in most things, I plagiarized shamelessly, but I'm going to give him a shout out. This is a model that comes from Dan Sullivan, and he calls it his 4 C's of success. So it starts here with commitment. Okay? So commitment is that thing that drives you, that thing that makes you set a goal. And it can be as tangible as my clothes don't fit anymore after a year of the pandemic. I need to go on a diet. I commit to losing weight. Or it can be as big picture as, you know what? I'm feeling kind of meh about my life. Just a little meh. Nothing's bad. It's just a little meh. And I commit to doing something about that. And that's what the last two and a half days have been about, is that getting that drive, getting that commitment to make a change. So we want a result in our life. We commit to it. It takes courage to take action. It takes courage to step out of your comfort zone, to stop being small. And they call it your comfort zone for a very good reason. Please, someone tell me, why do they call it your comfort zone? Because it's comfortable. Yeah. And do you know, I can't approach this whole purpose and leadership thing without thinking about the brain science. And I want to give a shout out to Amber for talking about psychoneuromotor muscular stuff yesterday. So our brains don't come up with courage automatically. Courage has to come from overcoming our brain in this. And when we have courage, we take action. And when we take action, we start to develop some capabilities. And when we believe in our capabilities is when we have confidence. So all of you out there who are thinking about how to move forward confidently to live your purpose, you got to go through the cycle. You got to have the courage to take the action. And courage can come from a lot of places. It can come from external to you, or it can come from internal to you. So we go through, oh, I was supposed to be clicking all through these. There we go. Look at that. So if we want to live our purpose confidently, we have to go through this cycle and have courage at some point to take a step, to move forward. So that's what the bulk of this talk is finding that courage to develop a plan. And I call that plan the Purpose to Impact plan. So right after I hit you with the model here, I'm going to hit you with a process. But at least it's pretty graphically, right? Can I get a shout out for the graphics? This is why I didn't want you to take notes, right? So, most people, if you've ever worked in corporate, have heard of the standard development plan. Either you've done one for yourself or your boss has done one hopefully with you and not to you, or you've done one for an employee kind of thing. And so this is actually the same process that we would use to develop a standard plan. I'm calling it my Purpose to Impact plan, and I'm going to tell you how it's a little bit different than the standard plan. In the standard plan, we create some sort of statement. In a Purpose to Impact plan, that statement is filled with language, I'm going to call it purpose-infused language that means something to us. So we're going to have this statement of our purpose that is meaningful to us. In a standard development plan, we do write our why. But what it tends to look like is kind of a job description. Oh, you're an engineer in, okay, I worked for the Army. You're an engineer in survivability. You need to look at the blast protection of armor for an up-armored Humvee, whatever. You know, in a Purpose to Impact plan, our statement is very unique to us. We may be the only one who understands it. But if we're going to keep the commitment up, we're going to need to have that statement that's personal to us written down somewhere. The next step, we're going to set goals. In a standard development plan, you start from where you are. And you plan out the steps in the future. For example, conflict. I'm not a huge lover of conflict, but as I climbed the ladder and started to get people reporting to me, people are like, oh, you need to learn to handle conflict more, or better, or faster. So my development plan had, I better take a course in conflict. I better take an assessment to tell me how I deal with conflict and how other people deal with conflict. So it's very present focused, looking into the future. Our Purpose to Impact plan, however, starts in the future. This is where the good ideas come from. This is your grand future, your vision. And then you work backward in your Purpose to Impact plan. Finally, we get down to mapping critical steps in this. So, in my conflict example, this would be like, I need to take that course. It's offered in Durham, North Carolina in June. Sign me up. I'll go take a course in conflict, handling conflict, kind of thing. Well, in our Purpose to Impact plan, those critical steps start backward as well. We're going to keep that process going until you get down to this starts to look like a task and not a project, kind of thing. And then finally, we look at our key relationships. And in a standard development plan, trust me, the government, corporate, I think it's all the same there. They only want to know about your professional life. But our Purpose to Impact plan looks at you as a whole person. You don't leave your character traits, you don't leave your personality at the door, I hope, when you get to work. So a Purpose to Impact plan is going to have that holistic view of people. So Mark Twain here says, the two most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you find out why. Today, all about purpose and action is finding out why and developing a plan. So let's get down to the plan here. All right. It had to start with creating a purpose statement, right? I saw a lot of people sign the sign outside the door. They didn't just sign their name, but they also put a few words of their purpose on there. I love that. And there, by round of applause, how many people in here could fill in the blank right now? By round of applause, how many people are still exploring? They're still on the journey. Okay. I'm so gratified to hear that, because filling in the blank is really important. And so I timed this, and I can give you guys, I want you to pair up and do a little sharing, a little Mark Ostach sharing here, and tell the person next to you what's in your blank. Or if you're still in the journey, what are you thinking about at this time? So I'll give you 4 minutes to have that conversation with someone nearby. On your mark, get set, go. Paul, if you're out there, this is your shout out. Mine? And I will share it, but it's called Organize the Chaos. Organize the Chaos. One minute left. Thank you.
So maybe I'll buy a compound at some time.
Absolutely, please. Are you local? Are you local? Are you local to this area? Oh. I don't know if I can sit on this, but I will. Are you local?
Hi, Roger Norberg and with C12. Yeah. I did some work with him, and that's when I met Davin. Okay. And so I've been away trying to reconnect. So maybe I'll see.
No, please. You can connect through the Hoopa app. We can exchange contact. Oh, I gave you my email address.
Nice to see you.
All right. So how did that go? Does it feel good to share it a little? Talk about it with people who understand, who get it, who aren't like, purpose? What do you need to know that for? Tell me the status of your email inbox. I don't need to know your purpose. So I'm going to tell one story about a lady I know and how she filled in the blank. And the story starts with this woman. I know Nick, back on day one, talked about questions to find your purpose, so I hope you all had the opportunity to catch that talk. But one of the questions that I like to use is, what did you like to do as a child until someone told you you shouldn't do it or you couldn't make a living doing it? So that's one of the questions. And that the lady I'm talking about, that's the question that spurred her to think about her purpose. And she remembers an incident when she was a little girl. She said she was probably 9 or 10, and she wanted to go out and find frogs. So they had some property, and they were on a lake, so she went down in the morning. She started in the morning, and she went down to the lake, and she looked for frogs and found nothing. They had a little pond on the corner of the property, so she walked over to the pond and spent a couple hours there looking for frogs and found nothing. So she went to a second, even smaller pond, and she was about to give up. It was dusk, and she was going to have to go home, when all of a sudden she found one frog. And so her fill in the blank is, my purpose is to always find frogs. And when you write your purpose statement, it needs to be your words. The words don't have to mean anything to anybody but you. They have to capture your essence. And they have to be your call to action. So someone just asked me, what's my purpose? My purpose is to organize the chaos. It took me a long time to come with that purpose. But I might be a people person, and I might like public speaking, but I am still an engineer, and I have a very logical, if-then kind of brain. And so I couldn't give that up. So I organized the chaos. This helps me in leadership development. If I can help leaders organize the chaos of their mind, organize the chaos of their day, they can lead with more clarity. They can help their people be more clear. I like to garden. Talk about organizing the chaos. Mother Nature, oh my gosh, I am in a battle against weeds. The weeds are winning. I hate to say it. Thank God my husband mowed the lawn last night because the dandelions were taller than the grass. So yeah, organize the chaos. It's my call to action, my words. It captures my essence. It captures how my brain works. So I organize the chaos. But we're down to the case study now. And I want you to meet Bob. We're going to talk about Bob. Bob is a procurement analyst at a multinational global company. And when Bob sat down to write his purpose statement, this was it. He said, I want to harness all the elements to win the race. Seems like it fits the bill, right? We don't know what it means. Must mean something to Bob. It's a call to action to harness the elements. Captures his essence. So the next thing that we had is to write your why. That's the next step here. And this is Bob's why. He says, I love to sail. Wow, I'm getting a light show. Woo! I love to sail. In my teens and 20s, I raced high-performance three-man skiffs and almost made it to the Olympics. Now sailing is my hobby and my passion. It's a challenge that requires discipline, balance, and coordination, and you never know what the wind will do next. In the end, you win the race only by relying on your team's combined capabilities, intuition, and flow. It's about how you read the elements. So now we know Bob's why in this. And as an aside, I had to dig this up. I think Bob's a little crazy. Just in case you don't know what an 18-foot high-performance racing skiff looks like, that's it. You see those 3 guys hanging off on the end? Maybe. There. Now you can see them. That's Bob. Bob must be a little crazy in my book. It looks like he's sitting on an aluminum pole. But that's what he loves to do. And we can see in his statement a couple of key things here. It says a challenge. So Bob likes the challenge here. And down at the bottom, it says he's relying on the team. So Bob may like a challenge, but Bob also likes to have the team around him. Wrong lever. All right. George Bernard Shaw. He said that this is the true joy in life, is being used for a purpose recognized by yourself as a mighty one. All right? It doesn't have to be, I write a weekly blog, and I just wrote a blog, and I put this in there, and it still makes me chuckle, is you don't have to have a purpose of Moses to free an entire people. Your purpose can be like Melvin, to clean up the trash on his street every week. So we don't get to compare purposes here. Okay? Everybody's worthy. It's recognized by yourself as a mighty one. All right. Now, time to get to planning, something my heart, very near and dear to my heart. So, I told you in purpose to impact planning, we start in the future. We future cast first and work towards the present. So we set 3 to 5 year goals, and that is very deliberate for our brain. Okay? Because 3 to 5 years seems to be enough in the future that even the most disillusioned person can imagine themselves in a different place in 3 to 5 years. But it's not so distant that we get complacent. Like, if you have a goal to write a book in 10 years, do you know when you're going to start that book? Yeah, I heard a 9. Year 7, 8, 9. So you have to set a goal that's a little bit out there so you can imagine yourself there, but it's not so far that you brush it off quite so easily. All right, so here are Bob's goals here. To be known for training the best crews and winning the big races, and to celebrate his shore team. 2 key points on this one. One is that notice that the language is written in his purpose-infused language. Remember, his purpose was to harness the elements of the race. So we're taking this sailing metaphor here. So that's one point. The other key thing here, and you guys don't know it yet, but you'll know it in a second, is that this takes into account both his personal life and his professional life. Here. And that is the beauty of a purpose to impact plan, is that it takes into account, again, that whole person. Here. So what does this mean to business? You're like, okay, metaphors. What does it mean I do at work? So this is how Bob defines what that means for work. He's going to take on a global procurement role. You're like, that kind of sounds like Bob wants a promotion. And it is. It's true. But in the purpose to impact plan, it isn't how Bob's going to get the promotion. It's going to be how Bob is going, or how Bob, the leader that Bob wants to be promoted. It's who he wants to become in here. And the shore team is to make sure that the family has one thing that they do together as a shared experience. So those are his long range goals there. So how the heck is Bob going to do this? Again, this is what kind of leader does Bob want to be here? So he says, I want to make everyone feel as if they are part of the team. I want to navigate unpredictable conditions by seeing wind shears before anyone else. And I want to keep calm when we lose the individual races. He's going to do a Jacob Brown. He's going to fail forward, learn, and prepare better for the next one. So again, notice that the language is in his sailing metaphor for him. It means something to him. Back to that model, the 4 C's of success, commitment is going to waver, courage is going to waver. Some days it's going to feel like you'll never build the capabilities that you need. You need to have something to go back to. So this purpose-infused goal plan, this plan, can always get him back to that commitment of why. All right, now we're down to 2-year goals. This is, as Mark and Pete at noon, if you caught that presentation, this is a little bit of, you start to get the grand vision of the future, the there starts to meet here in this. And how are we going to start maneuvering things to happen for us? So this is what Bob had to say. He says, I'm going to win the gold, tackle next level racing challenges, and develop my shore team. What this means for business, you can read that. He's going to implement a new procurement model, save the company money, move into a European role with broader responsibilities. Okay, so now we're seeing that indeed was a job. He wants to change jobs here. And in develop his shore team, he wants to teach his boys how to sail. So we went from just that shared experience that binds us, now he wants to teach his boys to sail. How's he going to do this? What kind of leader is he going to be along the way? Anticipate and face tough things. Insist on innovation, but it has to be rigorous and practical for things. Assemble and train the winning crew. I don't know much about sailing, but I know that this is all sailing language, right? What does it mean to Bob? Then we get down to the 1-year goal. And this is the most challenging step. This is where you come to that realization of, I have all these big things I want to do, but I'm here. And so I'm going to give you 2 tips on what potentially to do in this situation. And the first one is to reframe parts of your existing job so it fits in this new framework. Many people have stood up here and talked about mindset, right? But maybe, just maybe, with a little bit of tweaking, you can take what you're currently doing and fit it into your purpose to impact plan. So that's one tip. My second tip on this one is to maybe carve out some time, and that can be personal time or professional time, to devote to something that is 100% in your plan. Can you carve out some time to do something that is just 100% on your purpose to impact plan? Because that alone will start getting the momentum going. It will start, you'll have to rely less on courage to do hard things and scary things, and more on the capabilities that you're developing. To go back to our model on this. So Bob says, I want to target the gold, win the short race, build a seaworthy boat. God, I hope that was high on his list there. And invest in my shore team. What does that look like? He's going to get buy-in from management, begin to develop this new process. He's going to deliver a project ahead of time. That would be nice. Accelerate the team's reconfiguration. Because if he set a 2-year goal to have a job, a European job, he's going to have to do some succession planning, right? So he puts that here. And investing in his shore team, he's going to be more present with Jill and the boys. So Amelia Earhart adds a piece to this. She said the most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is tenacity. So there's that courage piece again, that decision to act. Because our next step is certainly to map the critical steps. This is where we're going from. These goals are starting to look like, short-term projects, which are starting to look like tasks. So you see that we took a couple of Bob's one-year goals here. Assemble the crew, chart the course, reconnect with the shore team on here. What does that look like for business? He's going to finalize some hires, lay some groundwork for the project, but he is then breaking them down into what do I need to do in 6 months? What do I need to do in 3 months? What do I need to do in 30 days? And you can see he builds all the way from bringing Alex and Shanghai in to getting his succession plan in place. For charting the course, you can see he's doing a timeline for the project, scheduling action windows, and conducting a one-day offsite in the next month. And you'll find when you do this, and some of you will go kicking and screaming into this level of planning. I can help. I love this level of planning. But you're going to find that when you do this, it is much easier for you to prioritize what you're doing for, let's say, the greater good or the bigger picture here. And some tasks that you might be doing all of a sudden might not look so important anymore. And conversely, some of the tasks that you've been putting off because they're important but not urgent, all of a sudden are coming up to the forefront here. So reconnecting with the shore team, what he wants to do is take a 2-week vacation with the fam. No email. I should have put no social media with Bob. And he can break that down into what has to happen in the next 6 months, 3 months, and 30 days. All right, we're down to the last step here. Okay? Examining your key relationships. I heard, I can't even remember which speaker, but it was today, talking about that life is not a solo sport. We need support. Again, the brain science is behind that. We are tribe people. We learn to find connections with people so that we can relate to them, because if I wasn't part of a tribe back in the day, and I mean the really far long ago day, I was going to die. I was going to be ostracized from the tribe. I was going to die. So we have this natural inclination to be part of a tribe here. This is where you're consciously looking who's in your tribe. For Bob, this is Sarah, his HR manager, because she is going to be key if he wants to assemble that crew. And he has Jill, who's the manager of his shore team on this. So who are the 2, 3, maybe 5 key people that you need in your support to make your plan reality? Because it is a long, tough journey without any help. I get more special effects. Woohoo! So I'm going to leave. The horses are heading for the barn now on this one. I'm going to bring it home with a formula because it makes me smile. And I know you're probably thinking, she's out of her mind. But we're going to end with a formula. But don't be scared because you've seen it now. The formula is to take your purpose to impact plan. We need to have our purpose statement. We need to know why. We need to set goals. We need to map critical steps. And we need to know our support team if we're going to make this happen. Right? Living our purpose doesn't happen by accident. We're going to add to that the commitment to living into our purpose or being on the journey to finding our purpose, whatever it is. We're going to need courage along the way to take some actions that are scary. One of the ways I build up courage for myself, and I'm going to apologize for my salty talk right now, but I use an affirmation, and I say it, I have several, but I say it to myself every morning, and I say it to myself before I do scary things like stand on stages and talk to people. And my affirmation to help me build courage is, I am a badass and I do hard things. Because that means I will survive. I will survive doing hard things. So courage, absolutely essential in this. Courage, we take actions. Actions build up our capabilities. Capabilities build up our confidence. And if we want to confidently walk through life, we have to go through the cycle. And what does having a plan and having some courage give us? Happy Bob on this. And I want all of you to be happy Bobs. So as I bring this home, we're going to end with Oliver Wendell Holmes, who said, most of us go to our graves with our music still inside us, unplayed. If you can find it within you to build some courage to go on this journey, the journey is going to be hard. You know what our brain doesn't do, or you know what our brain does do very well for us? It fears, it worries, and it doubts. Our brain was uniquely designed to help us survive. And if you're I'm standing upright and I'm breathing and I'm not starving, my brain is like, status quo is good. Don't do anything to change that status quo. So our brain likes to fear, worry, and doubt. So I want you all to go out there, find the courage, develop the plan, and go out there and let your music be heard. So with that, I thank you all very much for your time and attention this afternoon. Totally appreciate it. This tells me I have 1 minute and 30 seconds left for questions. Does anybody have anything you want to talk about? I'm going to come out here outside the light. Anybody? You're all good? I am so good that there is no question left. Dang, I'm going to take that as a win. I will talk to you guys later. Thank you.
God bless you. Stay here. One more hand for Coryne Forest. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'll take it. Thank you so much just for serving the team, for being a part of this. The other piece of this that you don't know is behind the scenes. I mean, we had meetings week after week after week putting this whole thing together, and you've just been a part of every step of this, from the planning to the meetings to the structuring. We're just very, very grateful. So thank you.
It is my honor and privilege to be part of it.
You're awesome. Thank you.
The truth is, everybody wants to grow their business, but very few are willing to take a look in the mirror. And what we do here at Purpose Point Coaching is create a safe space and hold up the mirror so we can look at all the opportunities to move things forward. I know for me, I wouldn't be where I am today without coaching. I started my private practice 12 years ago. I know exactly how it feels like to be outside my comfort zone and peering into those moments, those blind spots. And by listening and through coaching, I was able to meet and exceed my goals for my business. Through Purpose Point Coaching, by listening and taking action, you will go further and faster than you ever have before.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're in the home stretch here. Hopefully you got a chance to stretch a little bit. Mostly important is stretching your purpose muscle, right? Finding out exactly what that muscle looks like. And more importantly, today is about how to use it, the action as a result. Well, part of the action today is hearing from some people that have been through this and are exercising their purpose. Well, I know we have many people in here that are actually exercising their purpose, but in particular today, we have 3 people who would like to share a little bit more. And the way this is going to work is actually, Davin is going to be up here doing a little coordinating of comments, but also I'm going to walk around with a microphone. So as you have questions, or if you have questions, do not hesitate. Put a hand up, we'll come find you. And if you have a question for part of the panel. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce them. First of all, ladies first, we have Dr. Amber Selking, who was our closing speaker yesterday. Amber, find a hot seat. Next, we have Nick Craig, who you might have heard on the first day. Nick, come on up. And starting at tight end, Jacob Brown. Jacob, come on up. And of course, founder of Purpose Point, Davin Salvagno. Davin, come on up. We'll get the microphone there.
We'll pull it closer, yeah. You're good. All right. Well, thank you, Kurt, for that kind introduction. And congratulations to all of you for sticking out 3 very power-packed days. We were just having this conversation. Upstairs, like, do you realize how much we crammed into 3 full days from basically 8 until 5? So we're already talking about what next year looks like. But it's important for me to emphasize all of what went into those 2 days, because here's the thing. We live in a very, very busy world. Our attention is constantly being demanded of us in one way or another. And we can make a lot of excuses for not taking the timeouts that we need to pour into ourselves so that we can pour into others. And this group of people on this panel have really taken all excuses away by their actions and their dedication this week. And before I talk about that, this panel idea was actually Nick's idea. This wasn't initially a part of the summit, and about, 2 months ago, we were on a Zoom call, and he's like, we really need to call a timeout, like a huddle, towards the end of the summit, and really say, what are you really going to go back and do with this conversation? And I'd love to pull some speakers together, and what would that look like? And so here's the thing. You have Nick all the way in from Boston, flew in Monday, stayed the entire week, right? Goes home later tonight. And he's got a lot of things going on. He's used to speaking all over in Europe and different places across the world. And he was like, no, this conversation is too important that I need to be in Michigan for 3 days, and we need to have a serious conversation. You have Dr. Amber Selking, who brought her entire team of 20 people from South Bend, Indiana. And listen, they are in the busiest time of their company's history. They're experiencing growth like no other time in their history. They have over 800 positions that they need to fill right now. So if you're looking for, that's right. Yeah, if you're looking for a great company, a great purpose-driven company to work for, Lippert is hiring. But I mean, every time I texted or called or whatever, just a line for this, she was like, I'm getting on a plane. I'm like, do you live in the air? It's they're crazy busy, and they were like, this conversation's too important. We're bringing our entire team for the week. And there might be more to that story next year. Stay tuned. Little cliffhanger there. And then we have Jacob Brown, who this guy's got the biggest decisions in your life that you could have all going on at once, between what he has going on in his day job at General RV, what he's got going on in his business as an entrepreneur. They're closing on a house. They got a brand new house. When do you close? Monday? They close on a house on Monday. He's got a million life things going on. He's like, nope, too important. I need to be in Mount Clemens, Michigan. And so I want to first open this panel discussion by thanking each one of you for your dedication to the critical conversation that is purpose, and to giving so much of yourselves and your time to those that are still here in this room, those that are listening to this wherever they are. Your dedication is admirable, and we're very, very grateful. So my first question is to actually each one of you, and we'll start with Jacob, and we'll kind of work our way down. Why? Why? I mean, why? Time is the most, you gave so much of the most precious thing that we will never get back in our lives. Time. I mean, you can always make more money, but time, we all have a number on our head with minutes and hours ticking down that we'll never get back. And you gave so much of that this week to the conversation of purpose to be here. Why?
So first, I would just like to thank the Purpose Summit and Purpose Point teams for allowing me the opportunity to come and speak and to be a part of something so amazing. I heard about the last Purpose Summit right after it finished, and I had a little bit of FOMO of realizing that I had missed something so amazing. And then very shortly after, Davin, you and I connected, and I felt the passion and I felt the purpose seeping through your skin. And I knew that this year, when the Purpose Summit came back, that there was no way in the world that I was going to miss it, whether I was speaking or not. I wanted to be a part of purpose. I wanted to be around people that are seeking purpose. I wanted to be around people that are speaking purpose. I wanted to be around people that are looking for what is next in their lives and how to help others look for those same things. So there's no way I would have missed it. As busy as I am and as much as myself and my family have going on, there was nothing more important than being here. And I'm thankful to God that I was able to attend.
So the question, why, is why we're here, right? That's the why question. But here's the thing. I think for each of us, we have to answer this question. Yeah? To be in a dark room on a beautiful day. Why? You know what I'm saying? So it's really nice out there.
It really is. It really is.
But for whatever reason, we're in here, and everybody's as busy as all of us, right? But here's, I think, the opportunity of this. And look, I've been doing this for a long time, and for a long time I've been alone. And I had nobody else to talk to. But I didn't care, because this purpose thing just said, we don't care. You're going to do it anyway. At some point, some other people are going to come along, and when they do, you're going to give them a hand because other people gave you a hand, and then you have to return the favor. You have to pass it forward. Do you know what I'm saying? But the other thing is that what I began to realize is what's happening now is purpose has gone from a nice idea to a movement. And you know, we all want to be a part of something when it gets birthed. Right? Well, this is what the birthing looks like. All of us here, and you know, 10 years from now, we're going to look back and we're going to laugh. We're going to, do you remember what it was like in 2021, you know, when it was, and half the people weren't here, whatever, and we had to deal with COVID, and we're going to be like, wow. But the truth is that all of us are going to be part of the group that was, you think about the Declaration of Independence, and you think about all the people that signed it, right? Well, that's all of us here. And, you know, 20, 30 years from now, they're going to say, you remember those people that did that back then? So my sense is that's what you want to create, is that opportunity for all of us. And so I was like, how could I not be here?
Awesome. Well, huge shout out to Davin. One of the reasons we're here is because of you. And yeah, everybody. And this whole thing is birthed out of the desires of your heart and your team's heart and your passion for it. And so, you know, quite frankly, we're here because of you. And you know, when you cast the vision and like you said, the passion, purpose just seeps out of you, you can't help but get excited about that and want to be a part of it. And so that was a driving force. And you just make it, you and your team make it so easy to be a part of it, which is another just incredible shout out to the efficiency and the effectiveness of the group of people that you have around you, which is incredible. And you know, it was interesting though, 3 months ago when we were talking about the summit and I was going to come speak, and then I was like, man, this would be awesome if I could get my whole team to get away and come up here. It would be the first offsite with the group of people that I have now in our current structure, just being able to spend time together, to eat meals together, to drink some beers together, and get to know each other more deeply. And I got so excited about that. And then I looked at the date and I was like, dang, those are 3 days that are a part of our engagement survey, which happens to be something that our team sort of owns in our organization in massive partnership with our HR teams and our functional leadership. And so I talked to my leader, Ryan Smith, shout out Ryan if you're listening, and I said, hey, listen, I want to take my team to this, but it's the last 3 days of our engagement survey. What do you think? And he was like, it's too important for you guys to not go. Let's make sure we have a really good execution plan, and let's get our survey done week 1 so you guys don't have to worry about it. And yeah. And he's an ops guy, you know, which is awesome. And so, man, our teams had an awesome plan together. We hit 90% completion of our engagement survey by last Friday. Had a couple things we had to tie up, but it liberated our team to be here and be present. And he asked me, he said, is your team gonna come back fulfilled and more on fire than they are right now? And I said, yes. And he's like, write the check and let's go. And so here we are, which is awesome. And it was the purpose of, like, I like to have a purpose in everything that I do, or else I don't think we should do it. So my purpose for bringing the team up here was to celebrate all the amazing things that we've done, but more importantly, the people that I have on our team, and then to refuel and refill up so we can keep pouring out to the world around us. And this certainly did that for our group.
Awesome. Awesome.
So I have a question. So we're going to do, like, Davin ask a question. We're going to go back and forth here. All right. So here's the thing. We are in manufacturing, right? And we're super busy and everything's going on. And some of the biggest challenges that I see with things like purpose or leadership development or mental performance training is, where do we have time to do that stuff, you know? And what we've found really effective is, like, what are the natural rhythms of life that already exist, or the natural rhythms in your life or your business that are already prevalent? And then how do we inject or infuse things like purpose, meaning, leadership, mindset training into those things that already exist? I'm just curious from your guys' perspective, as we leave here as a group of people and in this topic of purpose, what are some of those natural rhythms that you found, or ways that we can inject conversations around purpose to keep it ignited or keep it growing, that we might all have in our daily work lives already?
It's so hard to follow her, isn't it? So it's great. It's like, oh my God, I just got woken up. Okay, no caffeine required. So here's the thing. Having done this for so many years, one of the things that we all experience is meetings, right? Right? Now, how many of you guys get really excited when you see a meeting on your calendar, right? And when they get stacked up, you know, and there's no chance to do a Zoom, there's no bathroom breaks. I mean, here you get, you know, it's this 45-minute thing and 15 minutes. I'm like, what do I do with my 15 minutes, right? I should do a Zoom call while I have time, right? But here's the thing. I had one organization, I helped them figure out their purpose. It was a bank. And they decided that we were in this meeting, and they were talking about being the gold standard of banking or whatever. And I looked at the CEO and I said, that is so boring. And he looks at me like, nobody ever says that. I'm like, it is really bad. But we start talking, and then one of the people had grown up where this bank was, and they said, you know, I used to go take my piggy bank to the bank, and it was my aunt, and it was this thing we did every year, and it's this amazing, joyful experience that I had, and why can't we have that? And then somebody says, well, yeah, but banking isn't joyful. And so they came up with all the reasons it wasn't. And then somebody said, well, what if we did make it joyful? What would happen? And there was silence. Well, at some point, this senior team decided that that was going to be the purpose of the bank, to make banking joyful, right? And they were so courageous and so brave that they then proceeded to hand it to the communications person and say, this is your problem. We're going to go back to the day-to-day job. And for 1 year, they did absolutely nothing, right? But what happened is the name of this bank was called DBS, and on the street it was called Damn Bloody Slow. And that was what the employees thought about working at the bank. We work at Damn Bloody Slow. And this is how everybody sort of called it that, right? But when they heard the new purpose statement, they said, we want that. And without asking anybody, they said, you know, our meetings are disgusting. There's no joy in our meetings. What would happen if we started every meeting by saying, how do we make this meeting joyful? Right? And they started doing this. And then they said, well, somebody came up with this idea of what's called a mojo. You know what a mojo is? So it's Mo and a Joe. Okay? Now you're really clear, right? David's saying, does this go someplace? Right. So here's the deal. They decided they would have a meeting organizer. This was a person that was in charge of the meeting, and he had to state the purpose of the meeting at the beginning. He had to make sure that everybody got to talk the same amount in the meeting, right? Which is one of the keys for making teams successful. And at the end, he had to state what got done. And then there was a Joe, and this Joe's job was to be the joy observer.
The joy observer.
A joy observer.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure I heard that right.
Right? Based on the purpose, right? And their job at the end of the meeting was to take 30 seconds and tell the Mo how he did and give him feedback. So they started doing this, and then at some point they actually said to a senior leader that you can't come to this meeting unless you do the Mo thing. And he's like, what's the Mo thing? And so they explain it to him, and he says, also there's a Joe. And he's like, what's the Joe? And they tell him, and he says, okay. He gets in, and he destroys everybody in this meeting. And at the end of the meeting, the Joe then gives him the feedback, and everybody else is listening. And he actually listened, and he got it. And from then on, this became the mojo became the way that all meetings happened inside this bank. But it was this amazing example of, the challenge with purpose for all of us is, okay, so you get this big purpose. It's kind of like, it's like being baptized in the context of Christianity. It's like, well, that's the beginning of the journey, but what's the journey? And meetings are a powerful way for all the organizations that you're a part of. If you have an organizational purpose, just think about how would you put that into the meeting?
Oh, watch your water. So I've got a question. I think you did a great job answering that, so I'm not going to answer it. So I've got a question. I've got a question for the audience. In the beginning, Davin asked each and every one of us why we decided to take our time out of our busy lives, fly from Boston, fly in from Indiana, and come be here for the summit. So I'm going to, in turn, ask a simple question to the audience, and hopefully there will be some brave souls that are willing to stand up and let us know. So my question is, I know for a fact that there was at least one person here that has come here for an answer. And that answer is to some question you've been asking yourself. Either you've asked yourself or someone else has asked. Whether it's, what do I need to do about my job? If I don't get this promotion, what do I do next? What do I do about my son who might be troubled? What do I do about my relationship that seems like it's going down the drain? What do I do? And what will I hear when I come to the Purpose Summit that might give me the answer that I need to continue or to take action? What did you come here for? What was your reason? What is your why for the Purpose Summit? So if anyone can please look for this tall man here.
I wore my tennis shoes today. I knew I wore my tennis shoes for a reason today.
And if anyone's brave enough to say what their reason is and what they were looking for when they came to the Purpose Summit, because I guarantee every single one of us here have a reason.
I feel like the auctioneer.
Hey everybody, Mike Garvonic, how you doing? This past year I went on disability, Social Security with my knees and hips. I was sitting in my couch, bored sick, because if no one noticed it yet, I'm a type A personality. A lot of energy comes out of here. And I'm sitting here, and I'm going to tell you something real quick, and then I'm going to tell you what my reason for coming here is. Seen on TV, they're throwing railroad spikes at the police officers. Bothered me to no end. Went to Costco, bought 5 pizzas, bought pop. I bought mineral water, Gatorade, went in Clinton Township Police. Here's my license, so I'm not poisoning you. Thank you for what you do for our community. Police officers did that. Next thing I did, I says, I'm looking at my alignments. I'm a religious person. I walked in a GOP office, not to get political. I said, you guys don't know me. I was 42 years in the company. I can make a difference in what we do here. I'm something you never dealt with before. I manage projects from start to finish. I get success in everything. Within 2 weeks, the GOP made me the special events coordinator for the Republican Party in Macomb County. I put on a lot of events. I'm helping people make a difference. I helped Tony Ferlini, who's your Macomb County clerk, get elected when he was up against an incumbent and all this stuff. Now, with that all being said, I'm sitting down, what is my purpose? I thought about it. I used to be a values-based leadership facilitator at my company. I spoke in front of 600 people 3 months ago at a political convention. I opened CPAC for 19 million people, said the prayer. I did the Pledge of Allegiance for Trump Jr. But I still sit down, I'm thinking, am I a motivational speaker? I'm picturing going through talking to Davin, coming up here and say, let's talk about time. Let's talk about getting action. Let's do this. But I'm sitting here, what is the next? What's the rest? I mean, I don't want to sit on the couch with my chihuahua to rest. So I'm still trying to define where I'm going. Because it's boring sitting on the couch. You can only do so much and let chihuahua out that many times. So I'm helping people. I'm doing good for people. I'm helping out different organizations. Is that my purpose? I don't know. Am I making a difference? Yeah. But I'm still sitting here thinking, I can really do great things, even though I'm doing them, but not, at a much higher scale. So, it's tough, guys. It's tough. What is the next 20 years? Or let's talk time. Do I have 20? Do I have 5? If all of us knew, I'm going to tell you something. If all of us knew we were going to die at 80 years old, every one of us, what we don't know is, how's our health at 70? How's our health at 65? So if you're sitting here at 61, what if your health starts deteriorating? Then what do you got? So making action now does mean something. So that's where I'm at, guys.
Ooh, that's bold.
I saw that one coming.
Woo. Oh,
and
yeah.
I want her to speak. She came with
So we have somebody voluntolding somebody back here.
An audience member voluntolding another audience member.
And that
I'm
would
glad
be-
he did it because I was going to do
We're not
it
going to
next.
drop
Look where you
names. but that
started,
would be
man. Look
somebody
where you started.
Somebody by the name of Julie, who is sitting in this vicinity over here. Yeah. No, I'm trying to be vague, okay? But
is she holding
so
on to her
Julie
chair?
sitting over here is feeling moved right now to ask a question or answer that question. Am I correct?
Oh, boy. Joe. Okay, so here's the deal. I work in the corporate world, and I help people see their story through the lens of hope and possibility. And most of the time, I work with very frustrated and discouraged business leaders. But over recent years, my heart has been deeply burdened by the division in our country. Joe, you better leave early. That's all I can say. And I know where you parked. And I've been pained because I do not hear the voices of unity calling out with the kind of commitment that they need to in order to impact the division that we're struggling with in our country, in our politics, in our schools, and in our homes, and in our workplaces. So I keep praying, God, where is the voice of unity? And and that's what he told me last night. I said, they're all soft-spoken. And he said, yep, you need to open your voice and let it go. So I did that today in my talk. I rewrote my whole talk last night, and I just have been given the opportunity to take a stand against division and for constructive relationships and hope and possibility in our world.
Thank you, Julie. If we can get one more, that was incredible. If we can get one more person that can speak on what they came for, what sign were they looking for when they came to the Purpose Summit? What answer were they looking for?
I think we should volunteer Joe here.
Since Joe voluntold, Joe, why are you here?
My purpose is to encourage everyone to realize their full potential. And I came here wondering if that was a purpose worth pursuing in my career, because I don't believe that purpose is just tied to your career. And I met these wonderful gentlemen, and we've been on a journey for a year. And what I realized when I got here was, it doesn't matter what business card I carry. If you get in my track, I'm going to encourage you to realize your full potential. And so I'm sorry, Julie, that you got in my way last night.
It's good stuff.
I'm going to ask. Great, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'd like to ask the doctor a question. Yesterday, your presentation, which I thought was fabulous, it was like there was two aspects. There was the corporate woman who has this group of people here that runs this whole big thing, and then there is this woman looking up at this football player, right? There's a sports psychologist, and then there's this leader. And I'm just wondering, how do you bring those, how does those two pieces come together? Yeah? Because they're such powerful parts of who you are.
Thank you for the question. So to me, they're incredibly interconnected, because for me, like I said yesterday, everything begins with how we think. And so if we can get that message into the minds and hearts of our leaders, then it changes how they show up to their people. It changes how they show up to their business. If we can get that into the minds and hearts of our coaches and our athletes, it changes how we show up to practice, to games, to meetings, to day-to-day life. And so, you know, my background in human performance psychology, to me, is like a thread, can be a thread in any organization. And so when we think about that top-down, bottom-up, and culturally relevant approach to building something, you know, part of my purpose is to build high-performing systems, right? And when I think about what that is, that's a comprehensive, integrated, high-performance system. And I think that that can happen in the sports space, in the business space, in our families, in our communities, if we're intentional about building it in those ways. And, you know, I put my time and attention and heart into sport and business because I grew up in a family business and I've always loved it. I had my first business when I was 8 years old. I was raised in the country, so I had a livestock business. I raised lambs and hogs, if you're interested. And so, you know, for me, that was, business is just a ripe opportunity, and then sport, I was an athlete, and so those are the places I get to apply what I feel like, you know, I've had the honor and privilege of being able to learn and study. So to me, mental performance is a great lens to look at how to build systems holistically, but also how to impact the people within those systems. And so to converge them in my two roles is, you know, just an incredible blessing. I feel very fortunate to be able to live every day.
Awesome.
So we had some time to hang out together, and this guy brought up something that I was like, yeah, that's really important. So can you talk about love?
Love. Nick's gonna start dancing.
Yeah. She started talking to us a little bit about love languages, and those who have been married, gone through counseling, understand the 5 love languages and how that can apply and influence the way that we interact and react and work with not just our family, our spouse, but our colleagues as well. I gave a talk to a football team a few years ago, my alma mater, Central Michigan. I was one of the honorary captains there. Fire up chips for those chips that are in there. I took a different approach than what normal pregame speeches were. And that approach was that the reason why we will be successful as a team, and this is any team, your family, your spouse, your colleagues, your teammates, if you're on a sports team, the only reason why you will be successful is if you love one another. And a lot of times people, they think of the word love as a, soft thing, romantic thing, but love is a lot deeper than the surface. Love is something that will cause someone to do whatever they can to protect whatever you have, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a person, and whether it's a colleague or a friend or a spouse. And the approach that I went was that the guys that were in the room getting ready for a football game, their first football game of the season, the only reason and the way that they would win is if they loved one another. And they all looked at me like, what is this guy talking about, right? Love one another. And I told them a story. I said, well, if someone broke into your house and you're in your house sleep with your family and you confronted that burglar, you would literally protect your family because you love them and not because you hate the opponent. I said, you don't have to hate the opponent in order to win. You just have to love your team members and your family more.
Ooh. Good luck.
So the real question is, do you love that guy?
So good. You look like you have something else you want to say.
No, I'm happy to hand it back to you, my friend.
I don't need it. But I will say this. We have like 5 minutes left. And what's really cool is, we had a chance before this panel to go. There's this really cool room in the back of this theater that if you guys ever come back here, called the Rock Room. And there's some like signed guitars on the wall and velvet chairs. And it's not open for the session, but we were able to graciously go in there for a minute and just kind of talk about, what are we going to talk about? And what was really cool is, we can end to literally put those that we're listening to or reading from or whatever on pedestals, literally, right? And in that brief moment, I just saw such a realness and humanness that I already knew was there, but just went deeper in all 3 of you. And so I have a question that whoever wants to answer it, if all 3 of you want to answer it, you can answer it. One of the things that I am constantly recognizing in this world that is one of what I call the thieves of purpose is comparison. And we tend to constantly compare ourselves against others, those we look up to, those who might have a better life, those who are living in their purpose, those who are not, whatever the case is. I'll look at my book, which is like this thick, and compare it to Nick Craig's, which is like this book, and be like, mine's like a pamphlet. His is a real book, right? We'll look at one athlete versus another. We'll look at one coach versus another, all of that. And those voices that of us comparing ourselves to others versus comparing ourselves to our own potential constantly rob us of the purpose that we're created for in each and every single moment of life. The difference that we're able to make in that moment, we get robbed of because we're too busy comparing ourselves to others. How do you guys each silence that voice of comparison to live in your purpose?
I'm going to let the doctor answer this question.
What'd you say? Oh. Okay, so fun fact about attention. Yeah, a little science lesson here. So attention has multiple domains, but simply enough, we can direct our attention internally or externally, right? And most of us are either more distracted by one way or another, right? So, and here's the thing, the enemy is distraction. And so to know what, we have to know what we're fighting if we're gonna fight well. And quite frankly, everything in life is the enemy is not the other team, it's not the weather, it's not your competition. The enemy's distraction. And so we need to identify what are the distractions out there and then fight the right fight. And so from an attention standpoint, again, we can either direct our attention internally, where we get inside of our heads, inside of our thoughts, if we're feeling a sort of way, like with our emotions or physical pain, like that's where our attention is directed internally, or externally to other people, to other situations, the environment that we're in. And so to manage that, it's about, you know, in every situation, there's relevant information, there's irrelevant information. And we have to learn to direct our attention to the relevant information in the environment or in the situation. So many people don't know their purpose and don't know where they're going, so they're distracted by a lot of stuff. And when we take our eyes off of where we're going and the direction and the purpose that we're moving toward, we start going in a different direction. And so when we know what our yes is, it's a lot easier to say no. Right? No to the things that we can't afford, they're outside of our budget to buy. No to the things that take us off track of our purpose. And then the last thing I'll say about it is, a lot of ourselves, we gotta stop listening to ourselves and start talking to ourselves. And so, you know, it's called self-talk for a reason. It's not self-listen, it's self-talk. And we've got to get better and more disciplined, I believe, at talking to ourselves through those difficult moments, through those moments of distraction, to get our attention back on the things that really matter and back in alignment with the trajectory that we've been created and called to pursue in this world. So that's be how I would answer it, Davin.
Oh, God, that was good. Woo! There's nothing much else to say.
Do you have anything to say to them?
Only thing I'll say to all of you is this, I know that everybody probably feels full right now, right? We have one more session. But my request in the break that we're going to be on now is just to really spend a couple of minutes and think about what is your key takeaway from this journey that we've been on together? What is it that you have been given? What is it you've been given? You know, and for me, it's interesting, if I think about the answer to that, what I've been given is a bunch of very beautiful people that I have met here this week that I didn't know before, but I can't imagine them not being part of my life now. Excluding Davin, which he's not going away anyway, so I don't have any choice. But I just think for all of us, it's really powerful to just honor and take the second to just think. And this is about, I mean, what brings this up is what you were saying, which is what we focus on is what we create. And we can focus on, oh, it's the end of the third day, and I'm like, oh. Or we can focus on what is the gift that I've gotten. So thank you for, off to you.
Let's give Mr. Brown the last word here. Thank you for that, Nick.
You did an incredible job answering that, and it's very true. When it comes to comparison, one thing that I've recognized is that there's a cliche saying, we rise by lifting others. And if you ever want to find a way to rise and to get to the level of the people that you might think you are jealous of, you're actually not jealous of them. You actually love what they're doing, and you want to do and be a part of what they're doing. And if you continue to lift those people and lift those around you, you too, like a boat with the tide, will rise as well. So instead of comparing, start admiring. Start admiring. And that will become a part of you as well. So thank you.
So good. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this. I can't imagine a better way to wrap up our third day other than Mr. Blanchard, who's going to talk about love is the answer, what is the question? And we just talked about that. We were just out there talking about love, and I said to Jake, I said, you realize the last session is called Love is the Answer, what is the question? He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, look at your agenda. It absolutely is. But, you know, we could all stand to love each other more in these ages. And so thank you guys. We love you. Our team loves you. We're so grateful that you were a part of it. Can we give these guys one more round of applause? Awesome, awesome. Well, we have 12 minutes till Mr. Blanchard joins us live from California to wrap up Purpose Summit 2021. Guys, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Two years to get to this point. Thank you guys who have stuck it all the way out to the end. And right now, I'm staring at a screen with someone who has impacted my life professionally more than any other person, author, speaker, in terms of what it means to express and live out leadership from a position of purpose, loving others in the workplace, what good truly looks like when it comes to servant leadership. 20 years ago, I started studying Ken Blanchard's work and implementing it in different parts of my career, and I couldn't get enough of it. We have joining us live from San Diego, California, my friend, my mentor, his team is here in the audience with us, Michelle Shona and Danielle Fonts. Yes. It's my absolute honor and privilege to introduce Ken Blanchard.
Good to be with you.
Ken, I'm so excited that you're here with us. I could not think of a better way to wrap up the Purpose Summit than someone who has truly championed what purpose looks like in life, in leadership, in relationships. There's so many things that I could say, but these people have heard enough from me from the last 3 days, so I want them to hear a lot from you. And the title of your talk is one of my favorite quotes, which I'm not going to say. I'm going to have you say it, but it's my favorite quote probably about love. So if you would, open us up with what it means when you say, love is the answer. What is the question?
Well, I think everything is about love. Everything's about relationships. And so that's what the answer. Servant leadership is love in action. And because you're reaching out to help and support and encourage other people. And that's what love is all about. You're there for them, not about you.
One of the things that you have done so well, and that I've personally experienced over these last 2 years, is that you are constantly there for others. Always. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's for your family, for your team. You're always there for others, as you just said. Love in action is being there for others. How have you managed that? You have an incredible organization, all these people, all these books that you've written. How do you manage in our busy, noisy society to constantly focus on being present for the needs of others?
Well, I think that you don't want to get yourself so overscheduled that you don't have time for other people. And so you just need to reach out and be there for them and see what their issue is and see what you can do to help them. And so love is the answer. What's the question?
And you talk about scheduling. I know that you have a regular routine. We've talked about this in some of our live casts. You write about it, you share about it. But how we schedule our lives so that we can be present to serve others, to love others, is so critically important. Can you share with us, whether it's now or maybe earlier in your year, wherever in your journey,
What are some of the things that you have done when it comes to not overscheduling, but scheduling your life so that you could be fully present to love and serve others?
Well, I think one of the key things, I've had a lot of fun writing books with wonderful people, and one of the most amazing people was Norman Vincent Peale. He wrote The Power of Positive Thinking. He was 86 years old when I met him, and when we talked together, we decided that we all have two selves. We have an external task-oriented self that used to getting jobs done, and you have a thoughtful, reflective self. And of course, which one wakes up quicker in the morning? Your task-oriented self, because what happens? The alarm goes off. John Ortberg always said that, why don't we call it the possibility clock, or it's going to be a great day clock? No, alarm. And you jump into your task-oriented self, and you're eating while you're trying to get dressed, and you jump in your car, and you're racing around and all, and you finally get home at night, fall into bed, don't have any energy to say goodnight to somebody who's lying next to you. Next day, boom, you're out there again. Pretty soon you're in a rat race, and I think a lot of people are in a rat race. And I love Lily Talman, the great Hollywood philosopher. She said the problem with a rat race is even if you win it, you're still a rat. And so what I try to do in the morning is enter my day slowly. Think about the day, think what is on my schedule, think about how I want to be today, and just do some preparation, some prayer, some reflection, and just waken my inner self rather than my task-oriented self. And then I can go into the day with a whole different attitude.
So good. You talk about attitude, and one of the things that I've always appreciated about you is, I get accused of being overly positive, if you can imagine that, too optimistic, lots of energy, very loud, seeing, the silver lining and everything, and even in the darkest of times. And you shared something on a live cast with me a couple months ago. And you talked about one of the hardest times that you had to walk through, and even your attitude and how you faced that challenge, which was when you had the fires in your home out there in California. Can you share that story? Because I think it's one of my favorite stories of yours, of how you handled that, why that's important, because I think it ties so critically into the things that truly matter.
Well, our house burned to the ground in 2007. Margie and I were both in Florida, and I got a call from my son, and he said, we've had to evacuate, and I think our house is going to be gone. And I don't know about yours, but it probably is too. And the reality is, he called back and said that, unbelievably, he was standing in their house, and it was saved. They were right down the street from us, but ours is gone, And so when Marge and I flew home and we walked down the driveway, it looked like they had cremated our house, including our cars and all those kind of things. And but Margie was the one. She said, "Well, this is kind of devastating, but nobody got hurt. Somebody went and picked up our dog, and so, but we ended up having a." Kind of a celebration at our house. We called it a memorial celebration. We had over 100 people come and tell their stories about their times in our house and what had happened positively and all that. So we tried to turn it into a celebration, and to realize that as long as, I said earlier, what's more important than relationships, and the fact that nobody was hurt is the real problem. I think that's one of the sad things about this pandemic, because a lot of people have lost good family members and friends, but we were in that house. We lost a lot of things and all. I was just amazed, though, how people responded to things. Like I had a autographed basketball from John Wooden. He and I did a session together in LA, and his assistant called and said, "Coach heard about your house." He said, "Was his basketball on that burnt house?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, another one's coming down today." And boom, boom, I got another ball from him. And it was just amazing how people responded. I got another football from Y.A. Tittle, who was the great quarterback when I grew up with the New York Giants. So it was just amazing that you lost things, but not people.
You know, I know a good friend of yours, Gary Ridge. You guys wrote a book together, Helping People Win at Work, and you guys sent us a copy. It's actually we just had a person here in the audience that won a copy of that book along with many of others of yours that both you and Gary signed together just last week. And both of you wrote in that book, it's always about people. It's always about people. Talk to us about how that thought process has shaped your life.
Well, I think it really started with my mom and dad, who were so positive. My mom invented positive thinking before Norman Vincent Peale thought about it. And she was amazing. She always said to me, "Now, don't you act like you're better than anybody else, but don't you let anybody else act like they're better than you. God didn't make any junk. There's a pearl of goodness in everybody. Dig for it, you know." So I became a great digger. And my dad retired as an admiral in the Navy, and I'll never forget, I won the president of the 7th grade in New Rochelle, New York, and I came home, I'm all pumped up, and my dad says, "Well, Ken, your leadership training begins today." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Now that you're president, don't ever use your position, because great leaders are great because people trust them and respect them, not because they have power." And that was the beginning of that. And they just really kind of pushed me about relationships, about people, about being positive and all. And of course, Norman always said, positive thinkers get positive results, you know, and I think that's really, really true. It's a choice in life, you know. You can go around and look for the negative in things and all. It's a positive thinking. It's we stop watching the news because it's just so negative, you know. I just wish there was more good news, you know. That's for sure. You just don't ever get anybody report any good news, you know, because I'm sure a lot of good things happened yesterday in different parts of the country, but we never hear about it.
You know, that's obviously a great suggestion to stop watching the news, because it has gotten very negative, and I love that your positive attitude has exuded through every work of yours. I don't think I've ever read a work of yours that's not positively just pouring out with positivity and positively inspired. And, you know, I think it's amazing to me. I know last week you turned 82. We celebrated your birthday with your company on a live cast that was very special. And when I think about 82 years, the legacy of significance that you have lived and led, and some of the really dark times that you've lived through and seen, when we think about history, and we think of what we're in right now. Someone in our audience earlier mentioned that we're just in probably the most, you know, divided time in our lifetimes. There's just been, it's been a very challenging year, COVID and social justice, all these different things that are going on. How did you maintain such a consistent attitude of positivity over those years during some of the darkest times of, you know, of our lifetimes? Because you've seen a lot in 82 years, but you've never wavered in your attitude and your positivity. How have you done that?
Well, I think again, it's modeling and from my mom and dad, and just constantly saying, you know, what good is it going to be for me to get down with everybody else about something? You know, there's got to be some good going on around here, and I want to kind of lift myself and other people up to that, you know. But if we get down in the muck with everybody, it's not a fun place to be. And I'm not a mucker. I just like to see what we can do that's really positive, you know, about things. And so you know, I wrote a paper called kind of a leadership vision for America, you know, about, you know, because it's sad, everything in Washington is about win-lose and all. And how do we, you know, rise above that? You know, that's where I think the whole concept of servant leadership is really key. One of the problems in our country is we don't have a vision for our country anymore. And the first part of servant leadership is vision, direction, values, and goals, because leadership's about going somewhere. But we don't even agree on values anymore. You know, I would think freedom of speech would be a value, but if I disagreed with some interest group, they wouldn't say, Ken, we don't agree, let's talk. They would come and surround our business and try to put us out of business. So we just need people who first are, you know, how can we get a vision for our country? Let's look at the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and other things and come up with it and send, and go to the other party and say, you know, here's our best shot at it. You know, what do you think? And because what does it say in the Bible about vision? Without vision, people perish. And I think that's a concern I have. And so I want to kind of constantly push people towards a vision.
So good. You know, we can, I think we could all look at situations that we all could handle differently, and different do-overs in life that we all wish that we could have in the most challenging of times. And you wrote a book called The Mulligan, which, if I'm not mistaken, there is a movie coming out about that. And I think I may have potentially have saw someone that looks a lot like you dressed for a part in that movie. And I can't wait to see it. But talk to us, you know, you've written 75 books. There's, you know, many of them that I know that had a chance to potentially have a movie made about it. This one, The Mulligan specifically, is in the process of that. Talk to us about that word, mulligan, the book, the work, and why that one? Why is that one specifically stand out?
Well, you know, you never know. It's kind of a God thing, because the mulligan's about golf and faith. And I've been playing golf since I was 6 or 7 years old, you know, and to me, God invented golf because it spells game of life first, you know, because sometimes you get good breaks you don't deserve. Sometimes you get good breaks you do deserve. Sometimes you get bad breaks you don't deserve. Sometimes you get bad breaks you do deserve. Sometimes you're playing better than you should. You got to deal with success. Sometimes you're playing worse than you should. You got to deal with it. All in 4.5 hours. But the mulligan's all about a busy businessman who gets to go to a pro-am in South Carolina, and in the book he draws Davis Love as his pro-am partner, and Davis wasn't able to be available for the film. He was doing other stuff, so Tom Lehman is in the film, and so he's all excited because he's a 9 or 10 handicap, and Davis is going to love to play with him. And the next day he oversleeps and he races to the tee, and he seemingly graciously says to the other three, "Why don't you all hit?" And he's laughing to himself because they're all 20 handicappers. And he gets up to hit, and the caddy starts to tell him what to do, and that annoys him. And Doug hooks it in the rough and chops it out. He's playing absolutely awful. Finally, on the 9th hole, he kills a drive, hits a 4-iron about 4 feet from the cup, and this is the number 2 hole in the course, and if he knocks it in, it's a 2 for his team, which would be amazing. And so in the book, Davis Love is down measuring the putt, and he gets up to putt it, and he leaves it short, and he breaks his putter over his knee. And everybody disappears, and he's kind of walking towards the 10th tee and thinking, I should go to the car. And Davis Love is waiting for him and says, Paul, we didn't get to talk much during the first round, but to be honest with you, you're not that good to get that mad, which is a wonderful line. You know, you see people throwing clubs and all, they're not that damn good to get that mad. And he said, if my dad was alive, he would be able to straighten out your golf and your life, because we found that they're very much associated. But he said, there's an old pro who sits up on the clubhouse thing, and he's an old buddy of my dad's, and so why don't you go see him? He'll straighten you out. And the old pro is kind of a cross between, the guy, the Clarence that played in Jimmy Stewart's movie, and just a really interesting character. And in the movie, Pat Boone's playing the old pro, which is really kind of amazing. And so he starts to help this guy look at his life and golf. And one day he comes to see him, and the old pro says, "We're going to play a special game today." He said, "You get a mulligan on any shot you want." He said, "No, I thought it was just the first tee." He said, "Normally, but you can take a putt over, you can take anything over." And so he said, "This ought to be fun." In the beginning, he takes a lot of mulligans, and halfway through the round, he takes no mulligans, hardly at all. And he shoots a 70. He's never even got near breaking 80 in his life. And the old pro is sitting with him at the back of the 18th green. He said, "Paul, why do you think you played so well today?" He said, "Well, I realized if I made a mistake, I would be forgiven. And so I relaxed." And the old pro said, "How would you like to be forgiven every day?" He said, "That would be great. What do I have to do?" He said, "It's not about doing anything. It's what?" He said, "It's believing." He said, "In what?" "In Jesus." He said, "Look, don't get me into faith." He said, "No." He said, "But the Lord sent Jesus down to play the perfect round. Here's your scorecard, 18 birdies. All you got to do is sign the card and attest it, and he'll be waiting on the first tee, to be your caddy." And it's really about life and faith, and that Jesus is the greatest mulligan of all time. He keeps on giving us second chances, and so the fellow who's doing the movie did the Bobby Jones story. He did The Ultimate Gift and a whole bunch, and he just said, "Wow, what a neat way to share about faith in a non-offensive kind of non-religious way, about that we have a partner that's there for us always." And that's a big relief to me in my life. When I see crazy things, I know I have a partner. So that's
So good.
Everybody in the film that worked with Pat Boone said he was a great guy. I didn't get to meet him. I was down there for a few days, but he hadn't gotten there yet. So it's going to be kind of interesting. I got this cameo role at the end of the movie.
So, author and movie star, Ken Blanchard. I can't wait to see the movie. On that line, I can't get out of my head. He played so well because he realized that if he made a mistake, he'd be forgiven. And just when you take that in, you think about applying that to relationships, applying it to marriage, applying it to parenting, applying it to leadership, applying it to friendships, applying it to our own personal performance. My gosh, that changes everything. How do you...
I think when you add the concept of grace to that, my wife Margie always says grace to her is that to remember that people are doing the best they can given their level of awareness, and what we need to do is give grace to people as well as ourselves when things go wrong, or people say stupid things, and all rather than go in win-lose confrontation kind of thing. And so I think it's a wonderful way to live with that.
So good, so good. We've had hundreds of people here in this 100-year-old theater for the last 3 days, and we're in the closing moments here. And we've had hundreds more viewing live stream even now and throughout the week from across the world. And they've been filled with concepts of what it means to find their individual purpose, their organization's purpose, to live and lead from purpose, to approach relationships from a standpoint of purpose. And we all know that love, grace, positivity, overcoming, all of those things that you shared in this talk are all central to the concept of purpose. If there was one thing that you wanted to leave those listening now with today as it relates to purpose, love, grace, all of those things, what would it be, Ken?
Well, I think you ought to think about what your life is and what is your purpose. My purpose is to be a loving teacher and example of simple truths that helps myself and others to awaken to the presence of God, so we realize we're here to serve, not to be served. And I kind of read that in the morning too, because that's part of who I want to be in that day. And so, again, as I said earlier, people without purpose, are kind of out of control and all that kind of thing. So why are you here? What's your purpose? I think everybody ought to just think about that, and make it nice and esoteric, make it whatever, and why are you here? And so I think for me, it's about being a loving teacher, an example of simple truths, but if you have a sense of purpose, that helps you rise above the fray in day-to-day actions. And then besides having a purpose, you ought to talk about, what is your picture of the future, So try an interesting exercise, Devin. I don't know if you've ever had, but write your own obituary. What would you like to be remembered for? And in fact, I made a video for my own funeral. And I say, if you're watching this, I'm obviously not here, but let me just say a few things. And I read my mission statement and my obituary but it's a really interesting thing. What would you like to be said about yourself? And then finally, what are your values? What's going to guide your journey? And my number one value is spiritual peace, and then comes integrity, and then love, and then joy. And then I've operationally defined those things. But when you have that, you have a sense of direction. And organizations that are clear on their purpose and their reason for being in business, they're better than everybody. I mean, the organizations I know are clear on what business they're in and their values and all, are the Starbucks and the WD-40s and the Southwest Airlines and the Disneys and the Wegmans and the grocery business and Synovus and the financial services business, Chick-fil-A and the fast food business, And so I'd say that's the biggest advice I'd give you, both individually and organization, is to make sure you understand who you are, what your purpose is, where you're headed, what your picture of the future is, and what are your values, what's going to guide your journey, both personally and organizationally.
Ken, I can't thank you enough for not just spending time with us here today, but just for constantly always sharing so genuinely, vulnerably, honestly, lovingly, and for pouring so much of yourself into others through your works, through your words, through your leadership, and just by sharing your heart. So grateful for you, for your work, for the legacy that you've lived, the significance you've had on my life, the lives you've touched through your work, and all those who've got to hear your words today. Thank you, Ken.
Well, thank you, Davin. It's certainly been great to be with you. And what a 3 days you put together for these people. And you're quite a guy. In fact, you've given me 10 more books than I've written. I've only written 65, but I'm excited. I'm excited about the next 10, so that I will eventually.
Now, you better get working on those 10 books, because I'm not getting any younger. I say that because when I was with Ken at the Ken Blanchard conference before COVID hit, and we sat down for breakfast, and he said, "Are you writing anything on this purpose stuff?" I said, "Actually, I'm finishing a book right now." And that was when he graciously offered to write the foreword to the book. And I'm like, gosh, I got to get this thing done. And after dinner that day, he starts walking out. He turns around and he goes, "Now you get writing, because I'm not getting any younger." So get those 10 books done, Ken.
Okay, I will.
So grateful for you. Thank you so much for everything. Just so appreciative of who you are, what you've done, and how you've impacted our lives. Can we please give Ken one more round of applause?
And I want to do one last thing. I want to do one last thing with you all in the audience. Put your right hand on your left shoulder and your left hand on your right shoulder. and give yourself a hug because you were smart enough to get involved in this purpose summit. And that's a special, special thing. So bless you all.
Where am I bringing us?
Home.
Bringing us home. How do we follow up Ken Blanchard, right? I don't know how we do that, but knowing what to do isn't good enough if you don't have the discipline to do it. I opened it up this morning, right, with that quote, one of the winningest college coaches in all levels of basketball. Knowing what to do isn't good enough if you don't have discipline to do it. So our mission and our purpose, a purpose point, is to transform the world by helping others with their individual and organizational purpose be fulfilled. And it's our thought and our hope and our prayer that when you leave here today, it's not just a good feel-good 3 days. It's not just, boy, that was fun, it was great, I made some great connections, met a lot of people, but that you have an impact and this exponentially grows from here. We're excited about the future. We're excited about what's going to happen, not just today, but tomorrow and every day after this as a result of what we're doing here for these past 3 days. Thank you for taking the time. It's a huge commitment, what you've done, and we appreciate it. Davin, any last words from you as well?
All I would say is if you leave here today, this theater or your screen, wherever you're watching, and you don't do anything with it, then none of this mattered. So leave here today and go and fulfill the purpose that you were individually created for, that your organization was created for, and go make a difference in the lives of others every day, in every moment that you possibly can. Thank you.
See you next year.
See you at Purpose Summit 2022.